Chapter 2160. Alright, we finally moved this copper seal mountain over. The Gu immortals let out a breath of air, feeling very tired. One of the Rockman Gu immortals did not rest. He immediately started to prepare. After a long while, he successfully activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. At the bottom of the mountain, a faint earthy yellow radiance was emitted. Threads of light quickly condensed together, forming a translucent Earth Path mountain root that was tinged with gold. The mountain root pierced into the ground and spread rapidly. The Rockman Gu immortal maintained the killer move with a troubled expression. The immortal essence in his body fell rapidly. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. He stopped using the killer move. The mountain root also stopped spreading rapidly. It took root deep in the ground and started to grow slowly. For a long time to come, this mountain root would communicate with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining, and even boosting the Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually plucked, the roots would be destroyed. Thus, moving famous trees and mountains required specialized wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, forcefully plucking would have more disadvantages than advantages. The Rockman Gu immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to rest. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Of course, after the mission was completed, he would obtain more contribution points. As for the other Gu immortals, they had finished resting and started to do the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered together again. Alright, this Copper Seal Mountain is in good condition. The mountain root is also in good condition. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely take on the responsibility of an earth vein node. Master is indeed majestic and magnanimous. He actually wants to plan and construct an earth vein in the mini 5 regions. This plan is too grand. It will take at least 10 years. I am truly in admiration. The immortals nodded. They had the same feeling. Alright, let's go. Let's continue to move the next famous mountain to the destination. There are not many Gu immortals who can move mountains, but such missions are getting fewer and fewer. The contribution points are so high. Let's work harder and try to complete as many as possible. That's right. During this period of time, if anyone can't hold on, go to the liver life formation. Don't be stingy with those contribution points. I've already been there before participating in this operation. Haha, is that so? I've also been there. The immortals discussed as they flew away from Copper Seal Mountain. If one looked down on the entire 5 regions, there were nearly 10 groups of people working hard to move mountains. Of course, it was not just the famous mountains. Other than the famed mountains, there were also the 10 lands that could serve as the nodes of the earth veins. In Southern Border Paradise, Earth's true inheritance, there was a detailed description of the 10 lands. The 10 lands were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Underground Tunnel, Crypt, Dungeon, Production, Enclave, Front, Treasury, and Cemetery. These 10 lands could all take on the responsibility of earth vein nodes. The first stage of Feng Yuan's man-made earth veins was to set up all kinds of earth vein nodes in the small 5 regions. Next, he used earth path methods to link the nodes together. Finally, adjustments were made on this basis. Currently, Feng Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths. They were the Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production, and Formation. As for the other 5, they were beyond his abilities. Case in point, cemeteries. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not figure out the secret of this mysterious land's formation. Gu immortals could use this to revive. The gravestones in the cemeteries were also very mystical. They had the power of information path. They seemed to be condensed from the information of the Gu immortal's entire life, in the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Gu immortal, the more detailed the information on the gravestone. It seemed to be more helpful to the Gu immortal's revival. The actual relationship had to be verified. Currently, Feng Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Most of the earth vein nodes were mountains, not the 10 Earths. These mountains were at least famed mountains. There are still too few famed mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the first stage of the plan, I can only estimate 30% of the total number of earth vein nodes. The artificial earth vein plan was huge, and required a lot of investment. Feng Yuan had devoured a large number of grotto heavens and obtained countless cultivation resources. He was finally starting to see his limits. Feng Yuan still had one famed mountain that he had not used. That was the newly obtained Human Smoke Mountain. I need to keep this mountain. My intuition tells me that if I follow Chai Clan's human path research, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form the embryonic form of Human Mountain. Feng Yuan was a human path grandmaster. His intuition towards human path was far more accurate than human path masters. After slaughtering many of Chai Clan's people, Human Sea had been perfected, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of Human Sea and Human Mountain would definitely be extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had not seen it in his 500 years of life. But this was a very long-term plan. Any secluded domain of heaven and earth would require a huge investment, even more than this artificial earth vein. The reason why the embryonic form of Human Sea was perfected was because of Eastern Sea Xia Clan's hard work. The final part of the road required human path resources. Eastern Sea Xia Clan had always been troubled by their righteous path identity. They could only gather resources secretly. How could they dare to openly slaughter like Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan first cleverly chose his targets and stepped on the edge of the bottom line, causing the entire Righteous Qi Alliance to give up and feign ignorance. Next, he targeted Chai Clan's people. Feng Yuan decisively gave up a portion of the benefits and forcefully negotiated. This caused a super clan like Chai Clan to submit to Feng Yuan's demonic might, lowering their heads and taking the initiative to cooperate. We are starting to run out of resources. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. He had this idea of constructing Human Mountain, but it was definitely far away in the foreseeable future. In fact, the accumulation of embryonic refinement C was almost completely used up by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. He had actually plundered a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most of these resources came from the two heavens grotto heavens. And these grotto heavens had a long history. They had accumulated for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. But they were still not enough. Feng Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal goo on a large scale. At the same time, he used those rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Feng Yuan had a huge number of goo immortals under him. Just Langya sect alone had many hairy man goo immortals. And the variant human alliance had even more goo immortals, not to mention Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Mo Tan Sang. These variant human goo immortals. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had close to 10 human goo immortals, led by Combat Beast King, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as Feng Yuan's clones Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu. Among the Mushroom Man goo immortals who joined not long ago, the strongest was Ku Xan Hong. The number of goo immortals under Feng Yuan far surpassed ordinary super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare. Only Shadow Sect, which once had Zombie Alliance's lower sect, and Celestial Court, which now had the 10 great ancient sects' lower sects, could compare. If Wu Clan had such powerful goo immortals, Wu Yong would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Wu Yong was a formidable person who did not care about the difference in races, as long as they were practical. Of course, if they were all human goo immortals, that would be even better. With Feng Yuan's huge expenditure, no matter how many cultivation resources he had, it would not be enough for him to use. Thankfully, his foundation was extremely solid. He could last for so long. But now he was starting to feel tired. It seems that I need to plunder resources. Even though his foundation was still there, Feng Yuan had already started to prepare for a rainy day. I've basically plundered all the resources in the Alliance of the Outsiders. Only a portion of the Grotto Heaven is left. Mushroom Man Paradise is also in the same situation. The Mushroom Men inside are almost all gone, not to mention the accumulated resources. Feng Yuan thought. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. But ever since Zhan Budu returned and brought back crucial information, Feng Yuan knew that Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also had the power of Longevity Heaven interfering. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and hard to conquer. Behind the scenes, other than Longevity Heaven, there were bound to be other forces interfering. Thus, even though this place was rich in resources, Feng Yuan did not want to make a move on it for now. Eastern Sea's blue dragon whale was also rich in resources, but it was not feasible. Ever since the last time he left, Feng Yuan could not find any traces of the blue dragon whale. He used heaven and earth travel to directly enter the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, but he failed mysteriously without any hope of success. There is still a group of people in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens that joined Qi-Si Ancestor. They are all humans. These Grotto Heavens also have rich cultivation resources. They might be able to cooperate with the Qi-Si clone. Feng Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai clan and Wu clan for the time being. This would damage his own luck. Any super force had a huge amount of luck. They had their own methods. Thus, the gains might not be high, but the risks were also high. Most importantly, even if he annexed the super forces, Feng Yuan did not want to take too much of the territories of the outside world. It would be better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. The territories would always be with him. It would be so convenient. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture. To them, it was more beneficial to occupy territories. If they had the sovereign immortal aperture, they would probably make the same choice as Feng Yuan. A gust of wind suddenly flew out of Four Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, charging towards the sky. He Chunqiu sent good news. Wu clan's fan wind Gu had been successfully refined, even though it had failed twice. Rank 8 fan wind Gu. In the recent process of using it, Four Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had gone through some adjustments. Its power had become even stronger, including fan wind Gu. The number of immortal Gu that were successfully refined to rank 8 through Four Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had already surpassed 50. I can sell true inheritances in jewel yellow skies on a large scale to exchange for cultivation resources. Or I can directly engage in the Gu refinement business. The profits will definitely be considerable. Feng Yuan immediately thought of two ways to gather resources. According to Feng Yuan's current refinement path strength, he could only refine rank 10 and 9 immortal Gu. He could not refine other rank 8 immortal Gu either. Chapter 2161. You only have 7 days left to live. When Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm, he was greeted with this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen was stunned, asking. Standing in front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said guiltily, Little me, granny is too useless. I really have no way to cure your illness. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly looked around. He found that not only the mushroom man in front of him, he had also become a mushroom man. Right now they were in a mushroom man thatched hut. This kind of thatched hut had dark green walls. It was built with special grass and mud. The roof was woven from golden straw. The furnishings in the house were simple, but it showed that this was the home of a doctor. Granny, is there really no hope for me? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be unwilling as he tried to search for clues in this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is another way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The mushroom man granny shook her head. She turned around and walked to the table. The table was filled with medicine jars. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine jars were open, containing dried herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquids. Some medicine jars were tightly covered with lids. The mushroom man granny seemed to have a complex mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine jars and gradually calmed down. She turned her back to Meng Qiuzhen as she said, The only way I can think of to save you is not one method. More accurately speaking, it is one person. One person? Meng Qiuzhen walked closer to the old granny. He saw that these medicine jars contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. Sigh, you should know her. How would Meng Qiuzhen know? But he was experienced and had a way with words. He immediately said, Is it her? That's right, it is her. My tribe's previous witch Huang Wan. The old granny said. Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the mermaid tribe's saintess, witches did not have any authority, but they usually had high prestige, because the witch had always been the most capable female doctor in the mushroom man tribe. Without the support and blessings of the witch, the next leader of the mushroom men would be doubted. Some of the leaders might not even be able to take the position. Only by finding the previous generation's witch, Huang Wan, will you have any hope of surviving. The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "Then where is she?" Whip Mountain. The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. "Xiaomi, you are a good child. Granny has watched you grow up. Right now, the plague is running rampant in the clan. Originally, you wouldn't have been infected, but because you took the initiative to help mother-in-law treat others, you got infected. You know a thing or two about Huang Wan. Although she is very strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go in your own name. The tribe will not help you." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He acutely sensed that the old lady seemed to have another request. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately followed the inspiration in his mind and said, "But Granny, with my strength, I can't reach there at all. I really want to see Huang Wan and get her help. Not only do I want to live, I also want to bring the cure back to the tribe." Good child, good child. The old granny was greatly comforted. Your idea is exactly what I want you to do. Don't worry, this trip to Whip Mountain is not only dangerous, but Whip Mountain is also human territory. How can I let you take it so easily? The old granny turned around and opened the containers on the table. You can choose any 3 goo worms here. They will be of great help to you. Thank you, Granny. Meng Qiuzhen said. As expected, he had explored dream realms many times. He had rich experience. With just a few words, he had already understood the structure of this dream realm. The most crucial hidden point of this dream realm is the goo selection segment. If I did not sense Granny's deep intention and suggested it, I might not have gotten the opportunity to choose goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm exploration. But which 3 should I choose? Meng Qiuzhen carefully analyzed the goo worms in front of him, while secretly using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen quickly observed the things in the second stage of the dream realm. Choose quickly, don't waste time. Cherish every breath of time you have. The old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen gritted his teeth. Granny, let me think about it. The old granny had a cold expression. Humph, you are already in this situation. You cannot be overcautious. You need to be decisive. You need to immediately choose 3 goo worms, and then leave the valley through that hidden path. Once the time is up, that path will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly. Meng Qiuzhen could not waste time. Fortunately, he had already obtained a lot of information in this short period of time. I choose these 3 goo. Meng Qiuzhen quickly picked 3 goo from the dozens of containers. Good. They are all good choices. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. This is all I can do for you, go. The old granny had just finished speaking when Meng Qiuzhen's vision turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage of the dream realm. He had rank 3 cultivation level. Using his original goo worms, as well as the 3 newly obtained goo worms, he moved quickly in the wilderness, trekking with great difficulty. He crossed the treacherous man-eating jungle, rushed through the layers of fog, crossed the swamp filled with death, and the last obstacle was a black bear of the 1000 Beast King level. Meng Qiuzhen and the black bear fought bitterly for a long time. Finally, the black bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its huge body shrunk in a few breaths of time, like a punctured balloon. In a short period of time, its flesh and organs turned into purple poisonous liquid, flowing out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted down and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once it was activated, it could release tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but there was a golden king character on its head. After it came out of the white-silver aperture, it landed on the ground and started to absorb the poisonous liquid. Soon, the poisonous liquid was completely absorbed, and its body expanded slightly. Meng Qiuzhen willed and tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. In the first stage of the dream realm, there were many poisonous goo. For example, snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against a 1000 Beast King level black bear, Bee poison goo is countered by the bear's body. It is not a good choice. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo are also slow to take effect. Only tiger poison goo is best at dealing with these large beasts. Its effect is very fast. Moreover, together with poison goo, the tiger poison can take human form. It is very useful in battle. In the battle between Meng Qiuzhen and the Black Bear King, he used poison goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison tiger. The battle between the poison tiger and the Black Bear King greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen was at the back, constantly using poison path goo worms to help poison liquid tiger, finally obtaining this difficult victory. Of course, tiger poison goo had its drawbacks. It was a huge disadvantage. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect on young targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's investigation, Meng Qiuzhen already knew that the Black Bear King was the last and most difficult round in the first stage of the Dream Realm. He chose the most crucial tiger poison goo according to the situation. After this battle, tiger poison goo's toxicity and poison quantity have fallen by a lot. Even after I collected the remaining poison after the battle, tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate. Its overall strength has fallen by a lot. But thankfully, this is the final round. This is a dream realm, and not the real wilderness. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. The second stage of the dream realm was still very stable. It did not dissipate like he expected. Is there another difficulty? That was impossible. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo has already investigated everything. Wait, when I investigated earlier, there was a mortal. This mortal did not have any goo master cultivation level. Meng Qiuzhen had thought that this was secondary. Or if tiger poison goo was not chosen, the mortal would provide some help to the goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now Meng Qiuzhen felt that this mortal was a crucial factor. According to the information he gathered, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew the location of that mortal. He immediately moved and got closer. But along the way, his strength started to weaken rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected his body, his expression turning pale. The plague is acting up. There are still around 2 days left. Don't tell me. The battle with the black bear expended too much mental energy, that my body could not bear it, causing the plague to act up early? This plague was unique to mushroom men. Once it acted up, mushrooms would grow from all parts of their bodies. The more mushrooms grew, the more life force would be extracted from the mushroom man. The plague was so intense. Meng Qiuzhen had only just discovered it when he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Is this the end of this dream realm exploration? I have not even seen Paradise Earth. In order to cooperate with the main body's plan to construct the Earth vein, Meng Qiuzhen explored Paradise Earth's dream realm in advance. No, I still have some hope. Persevere. I need to persevere. This place is not far from that mortal's location. Even though Meng Qiuzhen had no strength left and could only fall to the ground, he was not at his limit yet. At least, he still had the strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated healing goo worms to stall for time. Healing goo masters could only slow down the severity of the plague and not the root cause. But it was like a child trying to stop a car. The effect was minimal. Damn it. I expended most of my primeval essence in the battle with the Black Bear King. My primeval essence is about to run dry. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a desperate situation again. But at that moment he heard a rustling sound. It's that mortal's footsteps. Very good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shined as he shouted with all his strength. Save me, save me. P.S. Congratulations to Cleansing Soul Extreme Frost for becoming the leader of this book. I owe you an update. This way, I owe you 6 updates. I need to use them at the climax. Chapter 2162. Even though he was calling with all his strength, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still very weak. Who is calling for help? A mortal girl peeled away the brambles and arrived here. Here, look down. Meng Qiuzhen said. His voice was very weak, as if he was whispering. The mortal girl did not hear him, she muttered. Did I hear wrongly? Sigh, it is getting late. I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in Two Clan Village. There are so many mushrooms here. The mortal girl discovered Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was covered in mushrooms. He was unrecognizable. The mortal girl squatted down and plucked the mushrooms off Meng Qiuzhen's body. With each mushroom she plucked, Meng Qiuzhen's life force would leak out one less channel. His condition was quickly alleviated. His strength was gradually recovering. That's right. There are still 2 days before my illness flares up. At least right now, my life is not fated to die. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. Then he said, "Little girl, the mushrooms on my body are very delicious. It is fine if you pluck them all." The mortal girl jumped in fright. Meng Qiuzhen said, "Don't be afraid, I am also human. I was the one who asked for help just now. Thank you, kind lady, you saved me." "But I did not do anything." Meng Qiuzhen forced a smile. "You plucked all the mushrooms on my body, that is saving me. These mushrooms are only harmful to us mushroom men. They are harmless to other races. They are even beneficial." After the shock, the young girl smiled. "So you are a mushroom man. I have heard rumors about you since young. You are gentle and never harm people. Before meeting you, I have never seen a living mushroom man." Meng Qiuzhen quickly said, "Quickly pluck my mushrooms, I cannot hold on anymore." The young girl was very agile. She quickly plucked the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. He escaped from the desperate situation. He was saved from the brink of failure. "There is one last mushroom left." The young girl was very serious. "Wait." Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. "That mushroom does not need to be plucked." "Ah." The young girl blinked her large eyes. Her face was a little red. "I can't pluck it, is it hurting you?" Meng Qiuzhen's face was pale. He took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Don't pull anymore." But the little girl shook her head and stubbornly said, "That won't do. Big brother mushroom man, you just said that I have to pull out all the mushrooms in your body to cure you. Don't. Ah." The little girl rolled up her sleeves and revealed a very serious and adorable expression. You haven't pulled it out yet." "I don't believe it." "Meng Qiuzhen." "Ah." As Meng Qiuzhen screamed, the second stage of the dream realm was finally cleared. His vision gradually changed from a chaotic swirl of colors to a clear view. This was a bustling market, and the people around were bustling with activity. "This is Two Clan Village?" Behind Meng Qiuzhen, Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi was wrapped tightly as he asked softly. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and was slightly shocked. He was acting as the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi in the first 2 scenes. He did not expect to change his identity in the 3rd scene. This kind of situation was rare. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. "Alright, I have become that little human girl." Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Huang Xiaomi's strength was already insufficient. Now that Meng Qiuzhen had become a mortal, and a young girl at that, the change in identity made Meng Qiuzhen feel some doubts. What was the main plot of this Paradise Earth Dream Realm? Originally, in the first 2 scenes, he was Huang Xiaomi, and his initial guess was that the main plot of the Dream Realm was to save the Mushroom Man tribe and cure the plague. But now that his identity had changed, Meng Qiuzhen's heart started to shake intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Two Clan Village, I should still help Huang Xiaomi find the shaman of the Mushroom Man tribe. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous clues. "Fang Tu girl, you are here? Quick, uncle, the stall next to me is also very good, quickly occupy it. The evening market is not the same as the morning market. The duration is very short." A middle-aged uncle took the initiative to greet Meng Qiuzhen. "Thank you, uncle." Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and placed his basket full of mushrooms at the stall next to the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen place the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and praised, "These mushrooms are really fresh." "Of course," Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze stopped on him. This is my distant relative, he came to help me." Meng Qiuzhen quickly answered. The middle-aged uncle did not ask anymore. The evening market had already started. People were moving about. Everyone was busy. Some were buying, some were selling. The things being bought and sold were basically mortal goods, like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market, It was used to satisfy daily needs. What goo worms were sold, unless it was a caravan that passed by two clan village. After a few minutes, the number of people in the market started to thin out. At this time, there was a commotion ahead. Move aside, move aside! Move aside, can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A group of youths shouted. There were 5 to 6 of them. They were walking on the narrow walkway. Everywhere they went, the passers-by gave way, showing fear, nervousness, or even disdain and disgust. Girl Fong Tu, quickly hide. Don't let that beast see you again. The middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Ah! Meng Qiuzhen was stunned. Lady Fong Tu. At the next moment, the leader of those 5 to 6 people, the bald youngster walking at the front, shouted. His eyes shined as he saw Meng Qiuzhen from afar. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking over quickly. The bald youngster had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but there was no hair on his head. There was even a tattoo of a green beast's head. The bald youngster touched the green beast tattoo on his head as he grinned at Meng Qiuzhen. Lady Fong Tu, you are here to sell mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Oh, Meng Qiuzhen was vigilant, he asked. How much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised 2 fingers. Just 1 kilogram. Help me pick some big ones that look good. Meng Qiuzhen started to choose. This is good, that is good, I want them too. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast gestured with his hands. Sigh, I said this one and that one. The bald youngster spoke again and again. Which one is it? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, feeling that the other party was toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Never mind, Sister Fong. Let me help you, let's pick together. The bald youngster said as he started. Tender, so tender. He picked a few and said. Meng Qiuzhen answered. These are all fresh, I just picked them today. Slippery, it's really slippery. The bald youth praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up at him with a frown. You are touching my hand. Ah, sorry. The bald youngster quickly laughed. Meng Qiuzhen stared. Then why did you touch? It was an accident. The bald youngster quickly said. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He found that he was being teased. TSK, shameless scoundrel. You dare to tease an innocent girl in broad daylight. The mushroom man Huang Xiaomi could not take it anymore, he shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Lady Fong? The bald youngster was furious. He had been staring at Huang Xiaomi for a long time. The two started to argue. Anger was rising. This is the limitation of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could inspect the following scene and objects in the dream realm. But it could not inspect what the owner of the dream butterfly would encounter in the dream realm. Because the changes in the dream realm would only occur when the goo cultivator enters the dream realm, for them to interact with the dream realm and produce changes. Before Meng Qiuzhen came here, he had already inspected the bald youngster and 2 clan villages market in the previous scene of the dream realm. But he could not predict what would happen in advance. The two argued intensely in front of Meng Qiuzhen. They were on the verge of fighting. Meng Qiuzhen was about to persuade them, but he suddenly had a thought and shut his mouth. Oh my, look at my bad temper. Brat, you are asking for a beating. The bald youngster rubbed his head as he gritted his teeth and attacked. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not back down, he also attacked. The two started to fight. Stop fighting. Meng Qiuzhen shouted as he retreated rapidly. He was immortal now. He could not resist a goo master's battle. But thankfully, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they used their goo cultivation methods. After a few rounds, Huang Xiaomi fell into a disadvantage. He was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is so strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He knew Huang Xiaomi's strength after all. He had impersonated him in the first and second scenes of the dream realm. But to think that the bald youngster was so strong. He was already suppressing Huang Xiaomi. Wait. You are not a human. You are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly shouted. The battle was too intense. Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Great, you spy. Why did you sneak into my 2 clan village? You must be up to no good. Ha ha ha. I am going to make a huge contribution this time. The bald youngster continued to shout. All of you attack. He is a mushroom man. There is no need to talk about human morality with him. Shameless and despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was outnumbered. After being captured, he shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha. If you capture me, I will be two clans' hero. The bald youngster laughed as he kicked the immobile Huang Xiaomi. You variant human, just lie there obediently. Chapter 2163. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, purposely saying anxiously, Brother Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished, the bald youngster interrupted him, shouting in a hurry. It was indeed the mushroom man that threatened Lady Xiaofang. We will go to the village now and report to the elders. Let's go. Under everyone's gazes, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow, going deep into two-clan village with the bald youngster and Huang Xiaomi. Along the way, the bald youngster whispered to Meng Qiuzhen, Sister Xiaofang, you have to report later, otherwise, even you will be implicated. The mushroom man is not a good person, he is dead for sure. Meng Qiuzhen did not speak. Huang Xiaomi, who was tied up and unable to move, shouted, That's right, I lied to Fang too and forced her. If you capture me, it will bring huge trouble to your two clan. Someone will definitely come and save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang too. He clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor. Thus he purposely said this. The bald youngster eventually sent Huang Xiaomi to two clan villages' prison, receiving praise and encouragement from two clans' elders. After everyone dispersed, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his house. It is late, Sister Xiaofang. Come to our house for dinner and stay here temporarily. When we were neighbors, we often played together. Also, if my mother sees you, she will definitely be very happy. So this green beast has such a relationship with Fang too? Meng Qiuzhen nodded, following the development of the plot. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his house. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo house. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. Pushing open the kitchen door, the bald youngster shouted, Mother, who did I bring back for you? It's you, Lady Xiaofang. It has been many days. Are your parents well? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are doing well, thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said perfunctorily. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling brightly. Since Xiaofang is here, you can go and have a seat. I will cook some dishes. The bald youngster could not wait to show off. Mother, you have to cook more delicious food today. This is your son's celebration feast. You stinking brat, what are you up to now? The bald youth's mother frowned. The bald youth patted his chest. Mother, I, your son, have really made a great contribution this time. I caught a mushroom man on the streets and sent him to the clan's prison. What? The bald youth's mother paused. The bald youth hurriedly recounted the incident. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this rascal likes to talk nonsense. Is what he said true? It is true. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding. But Big Brother Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi is really a good person. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by the bald young man once more. Alright, Lil Fang, I've already warned you many times. You can say this at home, but don't whisper it outside. Alright. The bald youth's mother waved her hand. Brat, we've run out of soy sauce. Go to the shop on the corner and buy some soy sauce. Go quickly, how can we cook without soy sauce? Oh, alright. After the bald youngster left, Aunt walked to Meng Qiuzhen. Come, Xiaofang, tell Aunt what is going on? Thus, the Dream Realm's third scene passed like this. The fourth scene arrived. Late at night in the underground prison. Changed identities again? Meng Qiuzhen regained his senses and immediately discovered this abnormality. He broke away from his mortal Fang Tu identity and became a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation had reached rank 4. You are actually the bald youth's mother? Meng Qiuzhen soon discovered that the bald youth's mother was a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately guessed. I'm afraid my current identity is that Huang Wan. This dream realm came from Paradise Earth. The unique thing was that the identities in each scene were not fixed. Maybe I can even act as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the following dream realms. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Until now, he had not seen Paradise Earth the Mortal Venerable in the dream realm. In the first scene, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch Huang Wan. She was very strong, and was the only doctor who had hope of curing the Mushroom Man plague. However, he learned from the Mushroom Man granny that this former witch Huang Wan seemed to have been expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Wan concealed her identity and lived in a human force, two-clan village. To conceal her identity perfectly, she even adopted a human youngster. If that bald youth knew that his mother was also a Mushroom Man, I wonder what expression he would have? Meng Qiuzhen smiled. He used a short period of time to familiarize himself with the goo worms on him. He had a complete set of goo worms. They covered offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. From some of the supplementary goo worms, Meng Qiuzhen acutely sensed that these goo worms could be used together to form mortal killer moves. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow it. Meng Qiuzhen could not test the combination of killer moves. The third scene has already given us a clear clue. Even though this Mushroom Man Huang Wan was expelled from the tribe, she clearly cares about the Mushroom Man tribe. She came to save Huang Xiaomi that night. I need to act quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately set off, entering the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was very simple. It could be seen at a glance. Soon, he found Huang Xiaomi, who was chained to the wall at the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen activated his goo worms and silently melted the lock on the door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen quickly arrived in front of Huang Xiaomi, wanting to check his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi self-detonated, turning into dust that covered Meng Qiuzhen's body. Soon after, the clanging of the alarm bell caused the guards to shout out. Moreover, the entire prison started to shine with dark yellow light. A concealed goo formation activated, sealing the surroundings. Oh no, it is a trap! Meng Qiuzhen helplessly found that Huang Xiaomi had already vanished. He quickly retreated and used poison goo to corrode the goo formation. But there was little effect. Audacious! You dared to break into my two-clan village. Just like that captive said, someone will definitely come to save him. Surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. The two elders had similar faces. They were twins. They moved along the goo formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly and started fighting. After fighting for 60 rounds, he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated at this point. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen was very experienced. He only failed when he reached the 4th stage. His soul was heavily injured. Meng Qiuzhen healed his injuries as he reflected. Those two elders are very strong. Not only do they have rank 4 cultivation level, they also have great coordination when fighting. It is like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight these two elders, I also have to deal with the goo formation. I am at a disadvantage. Of course, there is another reason. I am not familiar with the poison path goo worms in my hands. Using this chance, I might as well deduce it and find the hidden poison path killer move. There is another reason. Meng Qiuzhen reflected deeply. He realized his restlessness in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi had managed to hide from his preliminary detection method. But if he had a normal mentality, he would not have rashly entered the cell. He would have used goo worms to investigate the situation. Back then, Huang Wan must have been very restless. Thus, I was unknowingly infected by this restlessness and lost my usual judgment. The previous 3 stages of the dream realm also had emotional disturbances, but Meng Qiuzhen suppressed them. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions were far more natural than the previous 3 stages. This was also one of the difficulties in exploring dream realms. Using this time to rest, Meng Qiuzhen quickly deduced 5 poison path killer moves. Most of them used poison goo as the core. After entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently. He was surprised to find that not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the entire underground prison was fake as well. This is a fake prison. The real cell is 1 floor below. The main part of the Gu formation is also one floor below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real prison. Two Clan Village's true prison was unexpectedly complex. It had a grand aura to it. The prison was like an ant's nest. There were countless tunnels that intersected with each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he was in a fog. He was dazzled. The entire mountain seems to have been penetrated. It has turned into a prison. This Two Clan Village is clearly an ordinary force. How could they do this? No, there are traces of a tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen explored carefully. He soon found traces of a tunnel in one of the 10 earths. This mountain is definitely a famous mountain. It actually contains a natural tunnel. Two Clan Village made use of the tunnel to develop it slightly and gain a lot of resources. No wonder they could nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen wandered around Two Clan's underground prison. 9 out of 10 rooms in the underground prison were empty. There were far more beasts than mortals. After spending some time, Meng Qiuzhen still could not find any clues. During this process, the Dream Realm expended a lot of his soul foundation. It's those 2 Gu masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators moving through the tunnel ahead. He quickly dodged to the side, hiding. Swoosh swoosh. 2 Gu masters flew out of the tunnel. It's those 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly. He immediately recognized them. It turned out that they had been in the underground prison all along. That was why they were the first to arrive at the fake prison. The 2 elders talked as they walked. This Mushroom Man prisoner is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured so much torture. Even if he did not say it, we already knew that there was a Mushroom Man tribe around Two Clan Village. It is just that we did not know their exact location. Right, we must get the exact location of the Mushroom Man tribe from this prisoner and eliminate them. Chapter 2164. The 2 elders gradually stopped, and both of them went into another tunnel. Swoosh swoosh, the 2 quickly left this place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes flickered. The scene in front of him made him recall a scene in his mind. In the 500 years of my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan had appeared in southern border. They were called Two Clan. This clan's Gu immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to roam around and fight. Is it related to this Two Clan village? There were several possibilities. Firstly, Two Clan Village's inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, Two Clan Village's descendant bloodline was passed down. They ascended during the era of Dream Realms. Or they already had Gu immortals who were living in seclusion. Thirdly, someone from Two Clan Village revived in the graveyard. Meng Qiuzhen followed the 2 rank 4 elders and successfully found Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell. He had already fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen was still vigilant. After finding no signs of traps, he quietly entered the cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in a terrible state. He was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was very fatal. If his resistance was not strong enough, he would die from the disease. Today, he fought with the bald youngster and was interrogated by the 2 elders. His body was already covered in mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen had not arrived in time, Huang Xiaomi would have died in a few breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen thought to himself, it was a close shave. If he had been any later, his Dream Realm exploration might have ended in failure again. He immediately tried to save him. Thankfully, he was prepared. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body shrunk until they all went back into Huang Xiaomi's body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision was still blurry. Meng Qiuzhen answered directly. I am Huang Wan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is too bad. Your vitality is almost depleted. You cannot rashly pluck out the mushrooms. It will cost you your life. Huang Xiaomi quickly thanked. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Sigh, it is still too early to say this. Let's go out first. I will research this plague. You do not have much time, Meng Qiuzhen said. Currently, he had not developed a poison path killer move that could cure Huang Xiaomi's illness. Maybe the next scene would be him curing the Mushroom Man plague. Of course, this was only his guess. Earlier, he had been searching for Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen did not have the chance to use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Thus he did not know about the following dream realm. You have to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen immediately helped Huang Xiaomi up and left stealthily. Who would have thought that he would bump into the bald young man on his way? Stop right there. Just as I expected, someone has come to save you. The bald youth roared. The two clan elders followed behind him, both shocked and furious. How dare you? Despicable thief. You actually dare to break into a prison. Quickly activate the formation and capture this person as well. The moment he said that, the Gu formation activated. The two elders attacked while the bald youngster assisted from the side. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. He could only fight. He had many poison path killer moves this time. He could fight evenly with the other party. But very quickly, the bald young man saw through Huang Xiaomi's weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi. Huang Xiaomi could not resist at all. He became a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen could only grit his teeth and continue to help Huang Xiaomi. But he lost the initiative and was suppressed by the two elders. Eventually, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald young man. He breathed his last. Variant human mushroom men. Everyone has the right to kill them. The bald young man shouted. He was filled with righteousness and excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing his injuries as he summarized. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald young man. To think that when I explored this dream realm to a certain stage, the dream realm would change and form a new person. Why did the bald young man come to the underground prison? Judging from his tone, it seems like he has discovered my tracks. What method did he use to find me? Don't tell me he already discovered the secret of his birth. That his mother is a mushroom man variant human? So he played along with me? After his soul injuries healed, Meng Qiuzhen explored the dream realm again with doubts. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell very early. He hid in a corner, listening to Huang Xiaomi's screams and curses as he was tortured. These two rank 4 elders had great strength. And most importantly, they had the help of a Gu formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not intend to use force. After the previous 2 failures, after accumulating experience, his strength was probably even higher than the main character, Huang Wan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. The previous failures had proven that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm exploration would fail. It seemed that this dream realm wanted him to rescue Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the 2 elders left, he went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Without waking him up, Meng Qiuzhen directly used a poison path killer move to get rid of the mushroom man plague in Huang Xiaomi. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi learned that he was cured. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Senior, please save the mushroom man tribe. Many tribesmen are infected with this plague. Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He gave Huang Xiaomi some poison goo so that he could fight. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He managed to sneak away with Meng Qiuzhen. But this time, he was still discovered by the bald youngster. Stop. As I expected, someone is here to save you. The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a strange expression. He asked. I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find out? The bald youngster chuckled. I'm not afraid to tell you. I have great talent. I created a move called Rustic Chi. After this mushroom man was captured by me, I secretly used this tracking killer move. How could you unravel it in such a short time? Not bad, not bad. Even though you have an outsider surname, you have talent. Very good. It's all thanks to you today that we brothers discovered this dangerous situation. We will remember your great merit. The 2 rank 4 elders had a whole new level of respect for the bald youngster. Thank you, lords. The bald youngster was extremely excited. He acted like a lackey. I will definitely perform well. Meng Qiuzhen. After a huge battle, Huang Xiaomi still died. Meng Qiuzhen's 3rd exploration failed again. After a deep reflection, he went for the 4th exploration. This time, he sneaked in ahead of time and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell and cured Huang Xiaomi of the plague. He even gave him a healing goo worm. Stay here and heal yourself. Remember not to step out of the prison cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you move carelessly, the enemy will find out. Meng Qiuzhen said. After I get rid of the crucial goo master, and you see this healing goo worm flying in the air, immediately leave. Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He quickly nodded. I will listen to senior's arrangements. Meng Qiuzhen made the necessary arrangements and immediately left the prison cell. On the other side, the dream realm changed. A bald youngster appeared. The bald youngster was summoned by the two elders. He was on his way when Meng Qiuzhen suddenly attacked him. Even though the bald youngster had high strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match. Not to mention this was a sneak attack that Meng Qiuzhen had planned for a long time. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sorrow, guilt, and regret filled his heart. He could not control himself. What is going on? It seems that the bald youngster cannot be killed. Maybe because they have been together for a long time. This mushroom man Huang Wan has already treated her fake son as her real son. This emotion was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's nature, he could not suppress it. Mushroom man Huang Wan's body was shaking. Tears were flowing down her face. She could not stop them. Clang, 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 clang. The alarm suddenly rang. The goo formation activated again. The two elders charged towards Meng Qiuzhen. They definitely did not see the bald youngster. They became suspicious after a long time. Thus they rushed over to investigate. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration also ended in failure. So this son cannot be killed? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled, because Meng Qiuzhen could not unravel that earthy chi killer move. Even though this killer move was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what goo worms were used. And most importantly, even if he knew, would the goo worms he had be effective against it? If only I knew how many goo worms the bald youngster has. Unfortunately, I have already missed the best time to investigate. In the third scene, Fang Yuan was Fang Tu's identity. If he tried to probe around, since the bald youngster was interested in Fang Tu, he should be able to get some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu was selling mushrooms, the bald youngster was teasing her. It was a good opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen did not realize this. Because through Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he could not see this scene. After all, the bald youngster did not exist beforehand. It was only after Meng Qiuzhen successfully rescued Huang Xiaomi that the dream realm changed, and the bald youngster appeared. Right now, Meng Qiuzhen had already probed this scene. The previous few scenes had already disappeared. After careful consideration, Meng Qiuzhen stepped into the dream realm again. This time, he did not get close to the prison cell. He hid at the side. It was useless even if he got there in advance, because Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the two elders to leave before he could enter and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen made arrangements on the path that the two elders had to pass. He used Create Dream Immortal Goo to create a new complex tunnel along the way. After making the arrangements, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi, but he did not leave him in the cell. He brought him away. The two elders were about to meet the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial buffer time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased after them and wanted to stop them. Chapter 2165. The Goo Masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped his foot. With a loud sound, the ground caved in. A Goo Master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. You want to control me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit when he saw Meng Qiuzhen holding a huge rock the size of a horse carriage, throwing it down. Don't! Bam! The huge rock smashed down, smashing the Goo Master into the pit. He lost all signs of life. Soon blood started to flow out from the bottom of the rock. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually trying to kill a clan member. The remaining two Goo Masters witnessed all of this, their hearts palpitating in fear. Weren't you guys unconvinced? Meng Qiuzhen smiled maliciously, getting closer. Even though the bald youngster had limited Goo worms, with Meng Qiuzhen's battle attainment, How could these mortal goo masters be his match? In just a few moves, they were all beaten to the ground by him. Stop, stop, I surrender. The goo masters quickly begged for mercy. The sixth scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the Mushroom Man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed. The Mushroom Man plague was also successfully cured by Huang Wan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi obtained some poison goo from Huang Wan. Using these poison goo to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that was harming the Mushroom Man tribe. Huang Xiaomi sneaked away secretly. There were goo masters patrolling the surroundings of Tu Clan Village. A group of rank 2 goo masters, a total of 5 people, were advancing in the forest. Stop, rest here. The leader suddenly stretched out his hand, instructing. The group had just rested when a colorless and odorless poison gas spread. Bam, bam, bam. These 5 goo masters immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Huang Wan's poison path killer move is only effective against rank 3 and below goo masters. But in battle there is no aura. It is very valuable. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated in his mind before setting off again. He could not kill these 2 clan goo masters, even if they had no strength to resist. Once he killed them, Tu Clan Village would be alerted and chase after them. But a change happened right in front of Meng Qiuzhen. The Dream Realm suddenly changed. The bald youngster led a group of goo masters. They encountered Meng Qiuzhen. Variant human scoundrel, you are still here? Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The bald young man was taken aback for a moment before he roared and led his team in pursuit. It seems that such a thing also happened in history. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could not detect this change. In fact, even if Meng Qiuzhen detected this change, he could not do anything about it. Because no matter what route he chose, under the transformation of the Dream Realm, the bald youngsters group would always appear in front of Meng Qiuzhen. From another point of view, this was also a necessary process in exploring dreams. Only by getting rid of the bald youth's pursuit would he be able to successfully pass through this dream. An exciting battle of pursuit and killing unfolded between the two sides. The bald youngster chased them all the way. But Huang Xiaomi had recovered his strength. He did not linger. He escaped from time to time and set up ambushes to kill the other goo masters in the trapping group. The bald youngster was Huang Wan's son. For the sake of safety, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully got rid of the pursuers. The bald youth stood behind him and could not catch up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man thief! I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will kill you." The enmity between the two of them deepened. 7th scene of the Dream Realm. 8th scene of the Dream Realm. 9th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the bald youngster, Green Beast. At other times, he acted as Huang Xiaomi. With the poison path killer move that Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe finally got rid of the plague. But war came. Even though the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place was not discovered, under Tu Clan Village's forceful search, they could not hide for long. Both sides sent their own goo masters to engage in small-scale battles. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but heroes also emerged as a result. Tu Clan Village had the bald youngster, Huang Wan's godson, and the Mushroom Man side had Huang Xiaomi, Huang Wan's clansman. The two often interacted and fought against each other. As they competed, their strength rose rapidly. They advanced to rank 4 at the same time. Many of their clansmen and comrades died in each other's hands. They became each other's greatest enemies. Finally, it was the 12th scene of the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi and set up a trap. Using the tactic of sowing discord, Tu Clan Village's higher-ups became wary of the bald youngster. Green Beast did not have the surname Tu after all. He was not a true Tu Clan member. The Mushroom Man side set up an inconspicuous trap. It seemed to be the Mushroom Man tribe's true gathering place. Tu Clan Village's higher-ups immediately sent the bald youngster to probe the danger. Even though the bald youngster knew something was amiss, he was not sure. After investigating, the bald youngster was ambushed and fell into a life-and-death situation. "Green Beast, today will be the day of your death," Huang Xiaomi roared. He commanded his troops to encircle and annihilate the human race, which had only a few people left. "Even if I die, I will drag 10 times the number of mushroom men down with me. The bald youngster screamed. He was bathed in blood and injuries, but his fighting spirit was high. Even the surrounding mushroom man Gu masters recognized that this person was a brave warrior of the enemy. Finally, the bald youngster lost all his strength, his primeval essence was expended. He was alone, and there were dozens of mushroom man corpses around him. You variant humans won't live for long. Damn it. I have the will to kill the enemy, but I have no strength. The bald youngster smiled coldly. He knelt on the ground but still held his head high. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even though I will die in your hands today, I was defeated by two clans' elders' scheme. You finally understand. Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly. He walked forward and was about to kill when a change occurred. Huang Wan covered her face and suddenly appeared. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out, successfully saving the bald youngster. But at the next moment, another human Gu master attacked. He had rank 5 cultivation level. Boom! With a loud sound, the human Gu master not only dispersed the white smoke, everyone's vision cleared up. He even obstructed Huang Wan. Huang Wan supported the bald youngster as they landed at the edge of the battlefield. Village leader! The bald youngster saw the rank 5 human Gu master and was overjoyed. He looked at the female Gu master who saved him. Chapter 2166. At this time, 2 clan villages Gu masters came from all directions, surrounding the mushroom men and Huang Wan and her son. The mushroom men were surrounded. They panicked. Huang Xiaomi shouted, Don't panic. I have already asked for reinforcements from the tribe. They will stop us soon. Before that, we need to hold on. The mushroom man Gu masters forced themselves to calm down. 2 clan villages leader did not attack. He took a few steps forward as he looked at Huang Wan with a complex expression. Wan heir, it is you after all. Huang Wan snorted coldly. What do you want? Once she said that, the bald young man heard it. His heart and mind shook as he cried out, Mother! Her identity was exposed. Huang Wan removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. At this point, I can't hide it from you anymore, rascal. Huang Wan looked at the bald young man as she sighed deeply. Her expression was bleak. The mushroom man Gu masters were shocked. This is the previous generation which... Why did the previous generation, which saved the human Gu master green beast? From their words, they seemed to be mother and son. So Huang Wan was chased out of the tribe, because she had an affair with 2 clan villages leader. She even gave birth to a son. The truth was displayed in front of everyone soon. The cause and effect was revealed by everyone. Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald young man's heart and mind shook. He could not control himself. For a long time, he had been a pure human. To think that he was a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human. Huang Wan sighed deeply. They are speaking the truth. Mother has let you down. I hid it from you for so long. The bald young man took in a deep breath as he took a few steps back, looking at Huang Wan with wide eyes. He had never seen his mother who looked like a mushroom man. Because the secret of his birth was exposed, he could not accept it immediately. 2 clan villages leader looked at the bald young man deeply before turning to Huang Wan. Wan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after you left me back then. You stayed and hid in 2 clan village. You even raised our son. It has been hard on you all these years. Huang Wan snorted coldly. You are 2 clan villages leader. I am the witch of the mushroom man tribe. We cannot be together. But the child is innocent. There is only one reason why I stayed in 2 clan village. That is for my son. He is of mixed blood, and the tribe cannot accept him. Thus all these years, I have been thinking of letting him grow in 2 clan village, and finally reveal my cards to you, allowing you to take him in. At this point, Huang Wan looked at the bald young man and said softly, When you were young, didn't you always ask who my father was? Now you know. Nyangqin has Nyangqin's plans, but man proposes and God disposes. Today's situation is absolutely not what Nyangqin had imagined. Child, no matter what the result is, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you hate your father, Mother wants you to remember one thing. Living in this world, no matter if you are a human, a mushroom man, or a mixed blood. You have to be happy. Don't be entangled in hatred. Only with an open mind will you be able to see the vast world. So, I named you Paradise. Meng Qiuzhen's heart shook. What? Green Beast is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He's actually a mixed blood. But how could a mixed blood become one of the 10 great venerables of the human race? No wonder when I acted as Huang Wan and killed Paradise Earth, my emotions overwhelmed me and caused the exploration to fail. It turns out that my previous deduction was wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, don't say any more. Paradise Earth shook his head, retreating again as he looked at Huang Wan in disbelief. Why are you a mushroom man? Huang Wan's heart shook. Although you have been living among humans since you were young, I know you cannot accept it, but... Boom! The ground behind Huang Wan broke open as a 2-clan rank 4 elder broke out of the ground and attacked Huang Wan's back. Huang Wan was caught off guard. She was sent flying and coughed out blood in the air. This 2-clan rank 4 elder used this move, but had no strength to chase after her. He said with a ruthless expression, Huang Wan, back then, it was you who rescued Huang Xiaomi, and my own brother died tragically in your hands. For today, I painstakingly cultivated this move, breaking earth-shattering life. How does it feel? Ha ha ha. Mother. Paradise Earth subconsciously ran towards Huang Wan. It was Lady Huang Wan who resolved the plague of our Mushroom Man tribe. Quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted. It's too late. 2-clan villages men, kill them all. 2-clan villages leader shouted as he unleashed an all-out attack. The Mushroom Man Gu masters quickly faced the enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lord Village Leader. Paradise Earth could not call out father in his urgency. He protected Huang Wan as he looked at 2-clan villages leader in disbelief. Paradise Earth was not a 3-year-old child. He was experienced in battles and knew people's hearts. Earlier, 2-clan villages leader used words to distract Huang Wan. He used Paradise Earth to distract her and protect the 2-clan elder, allowing the latter to succeed in his sneak attack. You still made this choice. Huang Wan stared at 2-clan villages leader, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time to heal her. She decisively suppressed her injuries and quickly stood up. I am 2-clan villages leader. I need to be responsible for all of my clansmen. Furthermore, exterminating variant humans is the righteous cause of humanity. 2-clan villages leader snorted coldly as he charged over. You are so ruthless. Huang Wan shouted as she pushed Paradise Earth away, fighting against 2-clan villages leader. Bam bam bam. The two fought with a huge commotion. The shockwaves spread out as Gu masters, who could not dodge in time, died. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters immediately took a detour, creating a huge battlefield for these two people. Stop fighting. Paradise Earth was extremely anxious. He lost his head out of fear and shouted repeatedly. His condition was at rock bottom. He could not participate in this. Allo, quickly leave. Huang Wan shouted. Allo, you are a mixed blood, but you are also my son. I have seen all of your battle achievements. Hurry up and help the Stockade village. These mushroom men deserve to die. 2-clan villages leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Paradise Earth's body was shaking. He was completely out of his wits. A cold light flashed in 2-clan village head's eyes as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Huang Wan, and the latter was ambushed and injured, allowing 2-clan village head to have the upper hand and control the battle. 2-clan villages had purposely pressured Huang Wan to get close to a certain 2-clan Gu master. This 2-tribe Gu master had unfortunately fallen into Huang Wan's attack range, but his cultivation was only rank 2. Huang Wan did not think much. She struck this 2-clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No! Paradise screamed and subconsciously ran over. It turned out that this 2-clan Gu master was his close comrade. They had gone through life and death together many times. Go away, Allah! Seeing Le Tu barge in, Huang Wan turned pale with fright. 2-clan village head took the chance to attack. Bang bang bang. 3 strikes landed on Huang Wan, causing her to faint on the spot. Mother! Le Tu shouted as he used his body to block 2-clan village head's path, protecting Huang Wan behind him. Don't hurt my mother. Killing intent surged in two clan village heads' eyes. Just as he was about to attack, a battle cry resounded from afar. It's the Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader is here too. Two clan village head squinted as he thought to himself. We did not bring many people this time. They are all elites. It is not worth it to exchange blows with these Mushroom Man army. Furthermore, so what if we win? As long as the Mushroom Man tribe's base is not found, they will not lose. Thinking of this, two clan village head ordered. Retreat. What are you doing? Seeing that two clan village head was getting closer, the bald young man, Lutu, asked nervously. Two clan village head sighed as a gentle expression flashed across his face. Lutu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all. But your mother is a Mushroom Man. It's the foreign races. Two clan village head's voice suddenly rose. Do you want to join the variant humans? Two clan village head asked again. Lutu gritted his teeth and did not speak. All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Even if you want to join them, will they take you in? Two clan village head sneered. Lutu snorted coldly as he stared at two clan village head. I want my mother to live. If you do anything to her, I will not let you off. Two clan village head chuckled. You are still protecting your mother now. Any later and she will die from her injuries. Lutu was at a loss. Two clan village head suddenly attacked, knocking Lutu unconscious with one palm strike, and bringing the mother and son away. Kill these humans. Get Huangwan back, she knows the secret of the tribe's living area. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. Meng Qiuzhen, who was acting as Huang Xiaomi, was among them, but he was only cheering them on. He did not do anything, because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to investigate the next scene. The Mushroom Man Gu master's pursuit was futile. Meng Qiuzhen successfully arrived at the next scene. This time he became Huangwan again. He was chained to his shoulder blades. His primeval essence was completely depleted. He had no strength left. In the dark cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two clan villages had walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the previous scene, this was clearly a formidable character. Two clan villages had laughed. He came prepared. You know my motive, but don't reject me. Let me show you this first. Two clan villages had took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a scene floated in the air as it started to appear vividly. In a luxuriously decorated bedroom, two clan villages had opened the door and saw Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you woke up, so I came to see you immediately. My son. Two clan villages had a warm expression. Lutu was covered in bandages. He stood up from the bed, but his body shook as he sat down on the bed. How's my mother now? Paradise Earth blurted out with an anxious expression. P.S. A portion of the previous chapter was missing yesterday. It was uploaded by mistake. It has been fixed. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese mobile version website. Chapter 2167. Two clan villages head sighed deeply. Your mother is a great mother. For your sake, she took the risk to live in Two Clan Village. Two Clan Village's head changed the topic. But I cannot let her go. She is a Mushroom Man of foreign race. You know that these Mushroom Men are. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. The best outcome for these Mushroom Men is death. But you are different. You are my son. You know that I have no children. You are my only son. Alu, come and help father. Only father can accept you. This Two Clan Village is your home. Father owes you a lot. Father will do his best to make it up to you. After this battle, you have already accumulated enough merits. I know that you want the Two surname. Originally, the village still needs to be examined, but father will allow it. From today onwards, you are a true Two Clan member. You have the Two surname. You are no longer Lu Tu. You are Tu Lo. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lu Tu laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery and sorrow. The goal that he once yearned for was finally realized. But he did not feel happy at all. I do not want the Two surname. All the merits that I have made for Two Clan Village over these years, I will use them to exchange for my mother's life. Lu Tu shouted. But Two Clan Village's head was expressionless. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Lu Tu gritted his teeth. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He pointed at Two Clan Village's head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. Moreover, I will fight you to the death. Allah! Two Clan Village's head shouted coldly. Lu Tu did not speak. He only stared at Two Clan Village's head. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The father and son stared at each other. Finally, Two Clan Village's head's expression relaxed. He shifted his gaze to the top of his head and let out a deep sigh. The sigh was filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sorrow. Two Clan Village's head looked deeply at Lu Tu as he sighed. All these years, Father did not notice you at all. Father has let you down, my son. If Father took care of you, I would not have ended up like this. Fine. Since it's Father's fault, Father will satisfy your request this time. Father will let your mother go. He will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe must be eradicated. Not a single one shall be left alive. This is Father's bottom line. It is also Father's biggest concession as Two Clan Village head. Allah, you have to understand my difficulties. Paradise Earth's expression immediately relaxed. He swallowed his saliva. Lord, as long as you let my mother go, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribes. All these years, Paradise Earth had been fighting with the Mushroom Man tribe. The hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The only person he cared about was Huang Wan. Good boy. Two Clan Village head became excited. He patted Lu Tu's shoulder. But Father cannot let your mother go now. You also know that although we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's settlement, we cannot truly win. But your mother knows the secret of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find the Mushroom Man tribe. Allah, Dad, you have to help me. Persuade your mother. Let her tell us this secret. Dad promises you. As long as we eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of Two Clan Village's greatest threat, I will definitely let your mother go and let her live happily. Paradise Earth hesitated. Even though he wanted to eradicate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood his mother's feelings towards the Mushroom Man tribe. Two Clan Village head patted Paradise Earth's shoulder. He said in an understanding tone. Dad will not force you, think about it. You are still injured, recuperate. Dad will give you enough time to think about it. I believe in you. The video ended. Two Clan Village head sneered. He approached Huang Wan. Are you going to say it now? Or do you want your son to persuade you personally? Think about it, Wan Heir. You can disregard your own life. But what about your son's life? If we really fall out, the two of you will not have a good time. I might not kill him either. I just need to send him to the front lines and let him fight with your tribesmen. What do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at Two Clan Village head with an appreciative gaze. You are truly despicable and shameless. You are quite a character. Ha ha ha. Those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You only saw through me now, it's too late. Wan Heir. Two Clan Village head laughed loudly. But he felt that Huang Wan's gaze was not quite right. Meng Qiuzhen nodded with a serious expression. That is why I admire you. The laughter stopped abruptly. Two Clan Village head had an expression of doubt. What did you just say? Meng Qiuzhen's attitude was straightforward. His gaze was bright and energetic. You do not need to go through so much trouble. Don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I will tell you directly. Two Clan Village head was stunned. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period of time, he had used Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate the next scene. And even the scene after that, he obtained crucial information. In any case, when Two Clan Village's army attacked the Mushroom Man base, it was definitely because Two Clan Village head found out the secret location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Or maybe in history, Huang Wan was tortured and even threatened by Two Clan Village head using Paradise Earth. She did not reveal this secret. But this was the dream realm. Huang Wan was not the real Huang Wan. She was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I will also tell you that there is a small path in the tribe that is very secretive. You can use the main force to attack while sending elites to sneak attack through the small path. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan Village head, however, had a look of doubt on his face. Meng Qiuzhen was so cooperative he did not believe him at all. Two Clan village head was silent for a while before smiling coldly. You are already a prisoner. You dare to play with me like this? Good, very good. You do not care about your own son, but have such a cold heart. No, listen to me. I really want to tell you the answer. Meng Qiuzhen had a sincere expression, but Two Clan village head shook his head, his smile becoming colder. I won't listen. Do you really think I will believe you? Can you verify it if I say it? Meng Qiuzhen rolled his eyes. Two Clan village head continued to smile coldly. Do you think I am stupid? Wasn't the previous battle a trap set by your Mushroom Man tribe? This time, it must be a trap as well. You want to make me lose my elites. Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not verify it, what will you do next? If you do not know the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how will you attack it? Two Clan village head laughed loudly. I am prepared. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped a few times before saying, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets Two Clan village head. A tall and thin Gu master with a grim expression appeared from the dream realm. I will let you know. This is Southern Border's famous great doctor Wu Xiao. Do you think I am unprepared? Two Clan village head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. Why go through so much trouble? Wu Xiao walked forward and used his Gu worms to inspect Meng Qiuzhen. Reporting to village leader, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her, not only will her soul die, it will also cause a backlash and poison to the person who used it. Two Clan village head nodded. Precisely so, I invited you here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path. You use the soul to heal injuries. You are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, you are probably the only one who can counter the Mushroomman's poison path, while preserving their souls. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head is overpraising me, please watch me do it now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move against Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted. Pain assaulted him continuously. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. The dream realm activated at this moment. His soul foundation fell rapidly. Don't attack, don't you want to know the location? Can't I tell you directly? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. You think I will believe you? One air, I know you too well. Saying such words is an insult to me. Two Clan village head waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Ah! Meng Qiuzhen purposely screamed. I am telling the truth. Two Clan village head was furious. You still dare to be stubborn? Aha! Meng Qiuzhen showed an expression of having his guard down. I can't take it anymore. I will tell you everything. Two Clan village head waved his hand. Don't say it, I will soul search you even if you tell me. Meng Qiuzhen kept quiet. He understood now. This was the test of the dream realm that he had to endure. Some dream realms were like this. One had to expend their soul foundation to pass it. If the soul foundation was slightly weaker, the exploring Gu cultivator would die in this round. Guh. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao coughed out blood. He took a few steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat as he breathed roughly. Purple blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. So amazing, so amazing. Poison hidden within poison. To think that there was such an exquisite method in this world. I fell for it accidentally. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned to Two Clan village head as he reported. But there is a huge flaw in this method. What flaw? This method is considered a forceful soul search. The victim will go insane, but the words they say will be the truth. Two Clan village head did not even look at Huang Wan. He said without hesitation. Master, please use your method. There is no need to hold back. Okay. Wu Xiao immediately started. A moment later, Huang Wan went insane. She lost her rationality. This was the first time that Meng Qiuzhen encountered such a situation. Such a state also directly affected his thinking. Tell me, the location of the Mushroom Man tribe. Two Clan village head asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but he said it instead. Oh my hometown is in my heart. Hee. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly. How do I enter the Mushroom Man tribe's gathering place? Two Clan village head continued to interrogate. Use your legs to walk over. Of course, you can crawl over too. Ha ha ha. Huang Wan started to laugh foolishly again. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version. Chapter 2168. The two clan stronghold head became anxious and interrogated. However, although Huang Wan spoke the truth every time, her answers were irrelevant. Two clan village head did not get what he wanted, so he looked at Dr. Wu Xiao with an unfriendly gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was also shocked. Impressive, impressive. This mushroomman's will was really too strong. Even though she had completely lost her rationality and was in a state of complete insanity. However, it was precisely because of this that she became even purer, and her every action was based on her heart. In her heart, she would never betray the tribe, even if the tribe expelled her. Two clan village head, forgive me for being powerless. You, two clan stronghold head was extremely angry, but he forcefully held it in. Then I shall invite Grandmaster Wu Xiao to rest first. In the cell, only two clan village head and Huang Wan were left. Two clan village head sneered at Huang Wan. Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. It's fine if I can't get you to speak. I'll capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and let Master Wu Xiao take action. I don't believe that I can't find the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. Beside him were the elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe. In the deep night, they had already infiltrated Two Clan village. Big brother little me, Fang Tu secretly responded. These years, Fang Tu had been taken care of by Huang Wan and Paradise Earth. He started his cultivation path and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had benefited a lot from Huang Wan, and because of her fortuitous encounters, she always had a good impression of the Mushroom Man race. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked. Fang Tu answered. Zhaiju's side has already prepared everything. Early tomorrow morning, he will publicly execute Andy Huang Wan on the execution ground. On the other side, I've already scouted out the place where Paradise is imprisoned. Alright. We'll split into two groups. One group will go to the execution ground and lay an ambush. The other way is to save Paradise Earth and give him the set of Gu worms. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually brightened. Right when Huang Wan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. You guys really came. Two Clan Stronghold head laughed. Everything is within the Stronghold master's expectations. The clan elders praised. Mother. On the other side, Paradise brought people to help. Two Clan village head frowned. In the end, you still chose that side. Fine. Today I will place righteousness before family and correct all my past mistakes. Kill that mother and son. Try to capture as many of the other mushroom men as possible. A chaotic battle unfolded. Two Clan village quickly gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set. The Mushroom Man tribe also expected this situation, but there was nothing they could do. Huang Wan was the shaman of the previous generation. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She must not be allowed to stay in Two Clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Paradise Earth sank into a bitter battle. There were strong enemies everywhere. Never would I have expected that there would be a time where we would have to fight side by side. Lu Tu looked to Huang Xiaomi and laughed bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly smiled. Don't worry, our reinforcements have arrived. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed again. Large numbers of Mushroom Man Gu masters entered the battlefield. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader decided to stake it all on one throw. He led the entire tribe to launch a frenzied attack on Two Clan village. Succeed or die trying. Cut off all means of retreat. Most of Two Clan village's higher-ups were at the execution ground. Two Clan village's defenses were not up to scratch. The Mushroom Man army actually broke through the checkpoints and charged straight into Two Clan village. A fierce battle broke out. The village leader and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's cooperation became the crucial factor in breaking the stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first time working together, they had great teamwork. The two had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they worked together, their strength rose sharply. Even Two Clan village's leader could not resist them. Eventually, the Mushroom Man tribe won. Two clan village lost miserably. The surviving Gu masters escaped to the dungeon, resisting and struggling at death's door. Meanwhile, Two clan village's leader was heavily injured. On the verge of death, he was captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. Mother, what happened to you? Why are you like this? In the chaotic battle, Lutu did not hesitate to get injured. He finally saved his mother. But he found out that Huang Wan had gone completely insane. Huang Wan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, you must live a happy and safe life. That is why I named you Lutuesday. Come give your mother a smile. Mother. Lutu's face was covered in tears. It is all my fault. If I did not barge in, you would not have been taken advantage of by the village leader. You would not have ended up like this. At this time, Wuxia was brought over. He quickly begged, don't kill me. I know what is going on with your mother. Speak. Lutu shouted. Two clan village's leader, who was heavily injured, laughed coldly. Ha, your mother is hopeless, she has gone completely insane. That's right. I am the one behind this. This great Dr. Wu Xiao is the main culprit. All of you will die. Lutu's expression was twisted. He was about to attack. Huang Wan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill. This is not good. You need to be kind to others. You rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lutu cried loudly. Slap. Huang Wan suddenly slapped Lutu, stunning him. Who is your mother? My son is here. She pulled Huang Xiaomi and patted his chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Wan flaunted in satisfaction. My son is so handsome, so tall. What a great lad. Son. Huang Wan was smiling and flaunting a moment ago, but now, she was crying. Mother has let you down. Mother hid your identity. Mother shaved your head, because I was afraid that your hair would grow out and form a mushroom crown. You won't blame Mother, right? Lutu howled, his tears falling like rain. Huang Wan ignored him. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lutu looked at Huang Xiaomi with a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded. He played along. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my good mother. Huang Wan shed tears of joy. Rascal, thank you for understanding, Mother. Don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. Mother hopes that you will be safe and happy. Let them go. Fighting and killing will only worsen the conflict and hatred. It will make you feel empty. It will make you suffer. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, you are not Allah. Everyone was silent. Even Two Clan village head was the same. You want me to not kill these people? Lutu's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. His expression was sinister. How is that possible? He squeezed out the sentence. Two Clan village head sneered. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He was disheartened. He was not afraid of death. But great Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted. There is hope, there is hope. Your mother regains her sanity, there is hope. Lutu grabbed Wu Xiao's collar and lifted him up. Tell me, what is the solution? Wu Xiao quickly said. Even though your mother has gone mad, she still has a trace of spirituality. Look at her actions and words. They are all sincere. They are the purest of her heart. As long as you do not go against your mother's heart, as time passes, your mother's condition will not worsen. Her spirituality will continue to grow. Then under my care, she will definitely recover. There is hope. Wu Xiao shouted. For the sake of survival, he did not want to give up any chance. Bam! Lutu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! He roared at the sky. He was in great pain. Two enemies were right in front of him. He could not retaliate, but he could not take revenge. For his mother, he had to listen to Huang Wan's intentions. All right, for my mother, I will spare the two of you today. Lutu gritted his teeth. He used so much force that blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body. He sighed. To think that Lutu's life was so full of twists and turns. Heroes often encounter strangers. It's no wonder that his image in history was also hairless. It's just that the green beast tattoo has disappeared. Lutu is actually a mixed blood of a mushroom man and a human? How did he become a venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was young, he had a bad temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from a normal person. How did he become like this now? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen even more questions. These questions could not be answered for the time being, but the increase in attainment level was real. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Not just that, his Poison Path attainment level also rose to Great Grandmaster level. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. And this dream realm left behind by Lu Tu contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Ever since Fang Yuan took the risk to help the Dream Path clone ascend, his gains were clear. Not just Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path attainment levels. Luck Path and Ice Path were also at Grandmaster level. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, Dark Path, and others were all at Grandmaster level. After conquering Lu Tu's Dream Realm, there were only a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to digest all of the Dream Realms. Basically, Fang Yuan no longer had any shortcomings in terms of paths. However, the Painting Dao, the Military Dao, and the Alchemy Dao were completely blank. There was no helping it. Spectral Soul's dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained did not have any of these paths. Maybe Spectral Soul had some reservations, but the more likely reason was that Spectral Soul could not grasp them. After all, Weapon Path and Pill Path were created after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Painting Path had always been purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had never spread. It was even more limited than Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. Don't forget, a portion of these Spectral Souls' dream realms were obtained by Feng Kim Hong during the pursuit of Fang Yuan. But the portion that she obtained was actually very small. It was not worth Fang Yuan searching for it. After all, Feng Kim Hong had a lot of luck. After becoming Great Grandmaster in Earth Path, Fang Yuan immediately modified the original Earth Vein plan. He saved a lot of costs and shortened the time needed. Looking at the time, Ku Xi and Hong should have already reached southern borders Wu Clan and met Wu Yong. Fang Yuan plotted and schemed. Chapter 2169. Southern Border. Wu Yi Mountain Wu Clan Headquarters. In the guest hall, Ku Xi and Hong smiled as he greeted calmly. Ku Xi and Hong greets Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. Wu Yong sat down and smiled. Envoy, you are too polite. Ku Xi and Hong went straight to the point. I am here to bring Fan Wind Gu. It has already been successfully refined, please inspect it. Wu Yong could not help but feel surprised. So fast? Don't tell me that Fang Yuan has some method to refine fake immortal Gu, and is here to deceive me? He received it and inspected it carefully, but did not find any flaws. It is a genuine rank 8 immortal Gu indeed. But how can Fang Yuan refine a rank 8 immortal Gu in such a short period of time? Thinking of this, Wu Yong did not dare to be too sure. In his mind, Fang Yuan was crafty, sinister, despicable, shameless, vicious, and all sorts of other traits. This number one demon in the world could not be evaluated with common sense. Envoy, please wait for a moment. My Wu Clan's Gu Immortals will inspect it. Wu Yong said. Wu Clan had Refinement Path Gu Immortals, but they were not strong. Wu Clan was not skilled in Refinement Path. They were most skilled in Wind Path. Not just in Southern Border. Even in the 5 regions, Wu Clan was a top-tier expert in Wind Path. 15 minutes later, Wu Yong received news that the rank 8 Fan Wind Gu was verified. It was genuine. Wu Yong had a complex feeling. Immortal Gu were unique. Rank 8 Immortal Gu were too hard to refine. They had a huge significance. Ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals did not even have a single rank 8 Immortal Gu. For example, Old Ancestor Xue Hu. In order to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, he destroyed his Xue Hu blessed land that he had been managing for many years. Of course, this was also because his ambitions involved the benefits of the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. In recent years, Heaven and Earth have changed. The 5 regions have fused into one. Earth veins are moving, chi tides are surging. A vast number of immortal materials are appearing. It is very likely that the number of rank 8 immortal Gu will increase. But for ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals, especially those lone immortals, even one Gu rank 8, is hard to find. To think that my Wu clan gained another rank 8 immortal Gu. While Wu Yong was happy, he was even more afraid of Fang Yuan. Although I already knew that Fang Yuan had swallowed the entire Langya sect, I did not expect that he would be able to do so. But his refinement path strength is so amazing. Refining a rank 8 Fan Wind Gu gave me a feeling of ease. Ku Xian Hong continued. Since the verification is over, which 2 immortal Gu do you want to refine next? This time, I can bring them all back. Wu Yong hesitated. Should he give the 7-face Prestige Wind Gu to Kuxin Hong? If he could refine 8-face Prestige Wind Gu, it would be a huge boost to Wu Yong. But precisely because of this, the 7-face Prestige Wind Gu was very important. If he gave it to Fang Yuan, what would he do if he took it for granted? Actually, there are many choices. At once, Wu Yong felt that 3 immortal Gu was too little. He wanted to raise all of Wu clan's immortal Gu to rank 8 level. I did not expect you to act so quickly. I cannot make a decision now. I need to think about it carefully. Envoy, why don't you stay in Wu clan and wait for me for 3 days? Wu Yong said. Wu Bachong heard this and immediately added, persuading Ku Xian Hong. Speaking of which, this is your 3rd time coming to Wu clan. Let us show our hospitality as a host. All right. Ku Xian Hong nodded with a smile. I am very interested in Wu clan's style. I will not disturb you. As for First Supreme Elder's feelings, I understand. The truth is I have another mission. I wonder if your clan wants to make another transaction with us? What business do you have this time? Wu Yong immediately became alert. He thought of the secluded domain of heaven and earth, whose land could be seen as a quasi-ranked 9 immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan forcefully bought it. Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart started to ache again. Ku Xian Hong explained in detail, as Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Wu Bachong shouted. What? Fang Yuan wants to take away all of Wu clan's famous mountains? The price is to refine rank 8 immortal Gu for Wu clan? Precisely. Ku Xian Hong nodded. Wu Bachong sneered. How can we do that? Any famous mountain is at least a large resource point. Most are giant resource points. A few are super resource points. They can produce rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you can refine rank 8 immortal Gu, it is on the basis of Wu clan's immortal Gu. It is not to give Wu clan more immortal Gu. Moreover, immortal Gu are hard to feed. Rank 8 immortal Gu are even more so. Even if they are refined, they will only expend resources. Meanwhile, the famous mountain's resource points are constantly producing resources. They are almost inexhaustible. You want to take away our Wu clan's famous mountains. You are trying to destroy our foundation. What is your motive for doing this? Towards the end, Wu Bachong was almost scolding him. Ku Xian Hong was already prepared. He spoke calmly. No. Elder Wu Bachong, you're thinking too seriously. Think about it calmly. Many Gu immortal seeds in your clan have succeeded in their immortal ascension. But only 6 of them have been added, and most of them are outsiders. The number of Gu immortals has increased, but Wu clan's territory is too big. It is not enough to defend it. Since that is the case, we might as well sell some of our territories. That way, Wu clan will not only have higher ranked immortal Gu, we will also have more manpower. Furthermore, Ku Xian Hong continued, immortal Gu are unique. Rank 8 immortal Gu are very rare. Elder Wu Bachong should know this. Immortal materials can be exchanged, but can immortal Gu be bought and sold casually? Immortal Gu are unique. They can only be exchanged with each other. Even so, Jewel Yellow Skies is the #1 market in the world. May I ask, how many immortal Gu transactions have there been over the years? The 5 regions are one. Chaotic battles are unavoidable in the future. Gu immortal battle strength is the most important. Only by protecting oneself can we talk about other things. Rank 8 immortal Gu can raise your clan's strength. Not only can it protect yourself, you can even invade the surrounding areas. It is a huge windfall from war. This, Wu Bachong hesitated. Ku Xian Hong looked at Wu Bachong. He glanced at Wu Yong without leaving a trace. He continued to increase the stakes. Human Smoke Mountain is Chai Clan's headquarters. Not long ago, Chai Clan sold it to us. What? There is such a secret? Wu Bachong was very surprised. Ku Xianhong did not harp on this matter. He retreated in order to advance. If Wu clan does not want to do this transaction, we will not force you. This time, other than bringing back immortal Gu to advance, I will also go to other clans to do this transaction. Wu Bachong's expression changed slightly. If Wu clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, but the other clans cooperated with Fang Yuan, their battle strength would definitely rise sharply. Even if they lacked resources and lost momentum, what if these clans took the chance to expand? By then, if Wu clan did not cooperate with Fang Yuan, they would instead be overtaken by other clans in terms of battle strength. By then, would Wu clan fall from the throne of the number one force in southern border and be bullied by other forces? Wu Yong tapped on the table as he fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan is so domineering even when doing business. He is forcing people to do things against their will. However, even though Ku Xianhong is trying to persuade us, his words are not without reason. This transaction can be done, but we need to strictly control the extent of it. Almost at the same time, in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Gananai greets Master. Earth Extremity of the Eight Extremities knelt in front of immortal zombie giant Sunday. Earth Extremity Gananai was a female immortal. She cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. Her Refinement Path attainment was very deep. At this moment, she held 4 rank 8 immortal Gu with both hands, and presented them respectfully. Immortal zombie giant Sun took a look and was very satisfied. Gananai, as expected of my longevity Heaven's Refinement Path Master. From the Fate War until now, you have received my orders and refined 4 rank 8 immortal Gu. You have made a huge contribution. Gananai quickly said. Everything is because of Master's luck path methods, otherwise, with my meager talent, I would not have been able to refine so many rank 8 immortal Gu in just a few years. But because of this, longevity Heaven's luck fell. Immortal zombie giant Sun waved his hand to interrupt her. There are gains and losses in everything in this world. To refine these immortal Gu, some luck is necessary. Immortal zombie giant Sun took out one of these 4 immortal Gu and inspected it carefully. This Gu had a strange appearance. It was square and fangzheng, like a wooden block. This was imitation Gu, ranked 8th on the current mystical Gu list. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. If any other immortal Gu in the world were in contact with this Gu for a period of time, the Gu cultivator could use imitation Gu to turn this Gu into the corresponding immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, but imitation Gu could take a different path and slightly break this convention. But the imitation Gu's power could not compare to the original. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had sought human chi immortal Gu from Celestial Court, but failed. Giant Sun Immortal settled for the next best thing, refining imitation Gu and turning it into human chi immortal Gu. Next, he used the transformed human chi immortal Gu as one of the cores to construct 88-point Jinyang Tower. And other than this imitation Gu, the other 3 rank 8 immortal Gu were all blood path immortal Gu. Divine Emperor City. Light flickered as the 10 children of human path left the painting world and returned to the real world. We are finally out. It is a pity that we did not manage to take down the 2 newly added painting territories. We were nurtured by Celestial Court this time. Now that time is up, we can only leave. What are you worried about? Even though we did not take them down, the situation is set. Not only did beast tamers appear in the painting world, chi refinement warriors also appeared. Together with our solid foundation, we will not fail. That's right. After the 10 children of human path talked for a while, Gu immortals from their sects came to receive them and bring them away. Qin Ding Ling and the rest concealed themselves and hid at the side, watching the entire process. These 10 are the human immortal seeds of my celestial court. No matter what the result of our trip to Crazed Demon Cave is, we need to support and nurture these people. Qin Ding Ling said with concern. Yes, Lord. The celestial court Gu immortal in charge of guarding the place remembered Qin Ding Ling's words. Let's go. Qin Ding Ling turned around and said to Genesis Lotus Will. Genesis Lotus Will nodded. At the next moment, Divine Emperor City activated. The huge city flew up again, and charged towards central continent with an indomitable momentum. Its gaze was directed towards Crazed Demon Cave. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2170. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Several variant human men were gathered in a circle. They were doing something important. Slow down, slow down. Take it easy over there, don't be so anxious. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Bam! A loud sound echoed. A mountain range that occupied a vast area was located on the ground. This mountain range was not tall. It was not very beautiful either. The mountain rocks were mostly dust rocks, iron cloud rocks, and so on, causing the mountain range to be gray and hazy. The strange thing was this mountain range was completely silent. Even though there were many living beings, even if Gu immortals spoke here, their voices could not be heard, unless they used special methods. This was Silent Hill. It was as famous as Western Desert's anti-sound desert. It was famous in the world. Here any sound path killer move would be greatly suppressed. Silent Hill was one of the famous mountains in southern border, but because it produced few resources, it was of little value. This time, Feng Yuan sent envoys everywhere to discuss business. Silent Hill was sold to Feng Yuan like this, and these variant human Gu immortals were a group of people responsible for moving this Silent Hill to a specific location in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. But the relocation was only the first step. The next step was to nurture its mountain roots. The person in charge of this was the Rockman Gu immortal. He used his method. The mountain roots of Silent Hill grew rapidly, taking root in the surroundings. Deeper, deeper. The leader kept instructing and suddenly sighed. Hey, why did you stop? You can't do it again? The Rockman Gu immortal was impatient. Leader, can you not speak? I want to go deeper too, but I only have rank 7 cultivation level. This is a famous mountain. I don't know how tiring it is to manipulate the mountain roots for such a mountain range. The leader, however, said, That's why I said, you need to work harder. Your cultivation level is too low. When can you advance to rank 8? The Rockman Gu immortal rolled his eyes. Leader, I was only rank 6 not long ago. Thanks to Master, I was able to advance to rank 7. You asked me to advance to rank 8. I want to, but it is too difficult. The other Gu immortals spoke. Leader is right. In our team, only you can make mountain roots and make them thick and long. If you're stronger, we'll be able to complete the mission better and get more contribution points. You're in charge of the mountain roots. Your contribution has always been the highest. Hurry up. I heard that you've been sleeping recently. I haven't slept for 2 months. I've been doing mountain-moving missions. Master's breadth of mind is as vast as the heavens and the sea, incomparably vast. But this plan will be completed one day. How can we not seize this rare opportunity? Look at the other teams. The more they complete, the less we have. The Gu immortals stared at the Rockman Gu immortal with a look of disappointment. The Rockman Gu immortal was helpless. Don't you know? We stone men have never lacked sleep since we were young. Our bodies are too heavy, and for our souls, it's a very heavy burden. I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Then let's use the liver life formation. I've already used it. Isn't there a soul path method in Master's contribution board that can increase your soul foundation? But I cultivate earth path. Soul path methods have little effect on me. If I use my contribution points to exchange for these, I might as well increase my earth path attainment. The leader gritted his teeth. Stop arguing. Let's work together and help our little brother Rockman. Everyone, gather some contribution points and increase his soul foundation. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. Right now, the Rockman Gu immortal was their team's weakness. If he got stronger, the whole team would benefit greatly. Feng Yuan's missions were all made through wisdom path deductions. The contents were simple, but they were very meticulous. Be it the difficulty of the missions or the content, they often required the Gu immortals to cooperate with others. It was hard to complete them alone. This was why the Gu immortals of the various races cooperated closely. After working together for a long time, they would naturally develop friendship. Thus, in the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the tribes were subtly merging into one. Humans, rockmen, feathermen, inkmen, snowmen, and others were all working together. They were working hard to build their beautiful homes. Very good, Silent Hill has also been settled. The famous mountains are scattered in the mini 5 regions. The number has reached the most basic requirement. We can start constructing the earth vein. Feng Yuan had been paying attention to the relocation of the famous mountains. Now that he found out about the situation at Silent Hill, he started to take action personally. In order to construct the earth vein, he had already set up immortal goo formations in all the important areas of the mini 5 regions. At this moment, Feng Yuan willed as his immortal essence began to be expended intensely. The immortal formations buzzed and activated. The entire mini 5 regions started to tremble. The tremors were getting stronger and stronger. Some of the variant humans living in the different regions were panicking, while others showed expressions of joy. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Most mortal goo masters did not know what was going on. Master is starting to make a move. Oh heavens, he is making a huge move in the entire mini 5 regions. The goo immortals sensed this situation and were overjoyed. They felt even more reverence towards Feng Yuan. Rumble. The ground continued to shake, but the tremors were not huge. There were not many losses. An earth vein was being pushed by the goo formations of various regions. With each famous mountain as the hub, it gradually formed. This earth vein passed through the entire mini 5 regions, covering mini southern border, mini central continent, mini eastern sea, mini western desert, and Kokitahara. If one looked from above, this earth vein was like an irregular geometric figure. The lines were very simple. It barely covered half of the mini 5 regions. After the earth vein was constructed, the ground calmed down again. All the immortal formations stopped working. They all used immortal materials as the cores. The immortal materials were almost used up, causing many immortal formations to be extremely damaged. They could not be activated again. Feng Yuan started to inspect carefully. He was very patient. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Just like the plan, the entire earth vein was constructed perfectly. There were no mistakes. Of course, this was also because the initial artificial earth vein structure was very simple. It could even be said to be crude. In fact, the biggest difficulty of the artificial earth vein plan was not the construction of the earth vein. It was how to gather enough famous mountains to act as the hub of the earth vein of the various regions. The second difficulty was the method to construct the artificial earth vein. The initial construction of the earth vein is complete, but it is quite crude. The effect on the entire sovereign immortal aperture is not instantaneous. In fact, at the start, there might even be abnormal situations that occur frequently. But after some time, when everything calms down, the sovereign immortal aperture will definitely be more stable than before. Feng Yuan estimated in his mind. He retracted his consciousness from the sovereign immortal aperture and used cooking luck pot to check his luck. Immediately, Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He showed a look of joy. Once the artificial earth vein was formed, it was a huge help to his luck. His original silver light pillar was huge, but it gave off a feeling of being loose, like clouds and mud that could crumble with a touch. But now, his silver light pillar had shrunk slightly, becoming more solid. This was a change that made him feel at ease. But the luck of the other venerables seems to have increased as well. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. At the top of the silver light pillar, there were 3 layers of clouds. They represented star constellation, spectral soul, and giant sun immortal. Star constellation's cloud was still firmly in control of the first layer, but it had expanded slightly. Spectral soul was in the second layer, while giant sun immortal was in the third layer. But there was a strange scene. Star constellation's cloud was actually devouring spectral soul's cloud. This made Feng Yuan feel puzzled. He had many guesses in his mind, but he could not be sure of any of them. There was another change. At the bottom of the silver light pillar, there was yellow-brown dust again. The dust seemed to be protecting and stabilizing the silver pillar of light. Feng Yuan had confirmed through luck inspection that the artificial earth vein plan was very beneficial to him. He was even more determined to carry out this plan. But with the earth vein, myriad beings assimilation transformation cannot be used anymore. Fang Yuan was wary of himself. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation was a supreme method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It was the highest profundity of transformation path. It could turn the Tao marks of other paths into transformation path Tao marks. Even heaven path Tao marks could be affected. Thus, all sorts of calamities and tribulations could be turned into beast calamities. Fang Yuan's main body could not be used. This move's Tao mark transformation had a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture's ecology. Fang Yuan had a terrifying number of Tao marks now, not counting the total. Just the refinement path Tao marks alone numbered more than 6 million. If these 6 million Tao marks suddenly changed into other Tao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture would not be able to adapt. By then, a huge anomaly would occur. A severe calamity and tribulation would occur. The consequences would be unimaginable. For example, it was like a fish swimming in water, suddenly turning into lava. The fish's outcome could be easily imagined. In the past, when Fang Yuan used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, that was because the sovereign immortal aperture's development was relatively low. There were very few living beings inside. At that time, Fang Yuan had far fewer Tao marks than now. If he used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation now, he would not be able to transform too many Tao marks. Taking into account the sovereign immortal aperture, the transformation of Tao marks would be few. If there were too few, there would not be much meaning in fighting against venerables. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's main body moved from eastern sea to southern border. A tall mountain peak that pierced the clouds was overflowing with frost energy. Its roots had already been cut and taken care of. All that was left was for Fang Yuan to take over. This was Frosty Peak. Back then, when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Hai and stayed in Wu Clan and Xia Clan had a conflict over this peak. Frosty Peak was a famous mountain. Of course, it produced ice and snowpath resources. But the picturesque Frosty Peak that was covered in snow was now filled with holes due to excessive harvesting. Not only did it ruin the scenery, its production in recent years was also greatly affected. Thus, this Frosty Peak was sold to Fang Yuan by Wu Clan. Right now, there were many Gu Immortals surrounding Frosty Peak. Other than the variant human Gu Immortals sent by Fang Yuan, there were also Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, including Wu Yong. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Wu Yong took the initiative to greet with a complex expression. Chapter 2171. On the 15th of December, 2012, the first chapter of Gu Dao Master went viral on Qidian's website. On the 6th of January 2013, Gu Dao Master was featured on the cover. On the 16th of May 2016, Gu Dao Master was included in the premium channel. On the 13th of April 2018, Gu Dao Master had its first Silver Alliance Master. On the 11th of November 2018, Gu Dao Master logo selection results were released. On the 8th of December 2018, Gu Dao Master's book group, Gu World, was officially established. 6 years of trials and tribulations. We walked through it together. The indignation of many reports, the happiness of new results, and the problems of water and mathematics. Whether you loved it in the past or love it now, everyone witnessed each other. In these 6 years we grew up together. Many primary school students became high school students. Many high school students became university students. And many university students had wives and children. After reading the latest chapter, many friends started to read it again. Read it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. We watched as Fang Yuan went through hardships and dangers step by step, persevering and moving forward. At the same time, we went through hardships in our own lives, tasting the tears and sweat of youth. We grew old together. Gu Dao Master's book group, Gu World, will always open its doors, welcoming friends with similar interests to communicate, discuss the plot, criticize the author, participate in all kinds of book group activities, urge for updates, and vote together. The prize for winning the logo was sent out the day before yesterday, and there were already some book friends who received it. Gu Dao Master Black Sky Group and Gu Dao Master White Sky Group will be renamed to Gu World Black Sky Group and Gu World White Sky Group. To celebrate the establishment of Gu World, there will be an additional chapter. Gu Dao Master Activity Group. Gu World, 7227477201. Gu World Black Sky Group, 4972666624. Gu World White Sky Group, 3369363326. Gu Dao Master VIP Group, 2509063315. Gu Dao Master. Winners can join any official group, and after successful certification, they will receive the corresponding title. Finally, thank you for your support. From now on, let us work together. Chapter 2172. Wu Yong wanted to meet Fang Yuan personally. If this was right after the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan ended, Wu Yong would not dare to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If Wu Yong got close to him, he might be killed by Fang Yuan. This was very dangerous. But it was different now. After Fang Yuan's series of diplomatic methods, he was able to conduct large transactions with all the super forces without abusing his strength. There might have been little effect at the start, but after so much, including Wu clan, Fang clan, and Chai clan, all the super forces could see the orderly side of Fang Yuan. After these super forces re-evaluated Fang Yuan, they started to cooperate with Fang Yuan. It was actually not easy to achieve this. Would a little rabbit feel at ease doing business with a big bad wolf? But this man in front of me has done this. Wu Yong looked at Fang Yuan with complex emotions. He was a formidable character of the current era. His aptitude and talent were among the top among rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's recent actions made Wu Yong sigh inwardly. He even felt a trace of admiration. He had strength, but he did not use it. He did not bully the weak. This was not an easy thing to do. On the surface, this was self-discipline. He understood the logic of those who are good at water drowning. But in essence, he was not greedy. He was not influenced by his desires. Looking at the entire world, no, looking at the river of time, looking at the history of humanity, how many people could do this? And Fang Yuan was able to make all sorts of weak forces feel at ease working with him. Initially, it was only Wu clan, but now, Wu Yong realized that almost all of Southern Border's super forces had made transactions with Fang Yuan. They sold some useless mountains in exchange for refining rank 8 immortal Gu. This was not easy. This showed Fang Yuan's superb methods. Be it threats or promises, or other methods, he managed to achieve this. Fang Yuan, this person is really amazing. Although he comes from the Devil Dao, his actions and thoughts have never been bound by such a shallow faction. He can be righteous, he can be evil, he can rule the world, he can be in chaos. All of these are his methods. Throughout the ages, this kind of demon is the most terrifying. To be able to live in the same world as such a person, I, Wu Yong, am really lucky. Wu Yong was afraid of Fang Yuan, disappointed because of Fang Yuan, and angry because of Fang Yuan. However, because of Fang Yuan, his fighting spirit was high, and he even felt that life was beautiful. Because in Fang Yuan, he saw himself, he was witnessing himself. There were too many similarities between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's actions during this period of time allowed Wu Yong to see Fang Yuan's breadth of mind. He could see his grand strategy of taking one step at a time. Since people's hearts have already been changed by Fang Yuan, why can't I cooperate more closely with Fang Yuan? After losing Hu Land, Wu Yong had this thought. What if he could not defeat the enemy? Then he would cooperate with the enemy and turn the enemy into a friend. Cooperating with Fang Yuan was completely profitable. It would be a huge help to Wu clan. Wu Yong did not lack forbearance. He also had the shame of the righteous path. It was just that the shame of an ambitious person was even thinner than a piece of paper. As long as there were enough benefits, Wu Yong could casually tear this piece of paper into pieces. Therefore, Wu Yong took the initiative to come over this time to personally meet and talk with Fang Yuan. It was to deepen the cooperation between Wu clan and Fang Yuan. Looking at Wu Yong, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Wu Yong once chased after him. But so what? If you can kill me, you Wu Yong have the ability. This world is the law of the jungle. If I die because of you, it is my weakness, my incompetence, my fault. The weak are devoured by the strong. Isn't this a matter of course? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's heart, there was never this kind of meaningless hatred. Wu Yong took the initiative to appear here. The intention of cooperation was clear. Then it was cooperation. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, cooperating with Wu clan was absolutely beneficial. Wu Yong was the Southern Alliance Lord, and Wu clan had long sat on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Cooperating with Wu clan was a model for others. Like this time, when Fang Yuan transacted famous mountains with the other forces, he relied on Wu clan's transaction records to open up the situation. But right when Fang Yuan wanted to chat with Wu Yong, a Gu immortal flew over from the sky. This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp robe. He wore a conical hat. His body was muscular like a bear. His chin was wide and thick. It was Lu Weiyin. It was just that he, who had always been steady, was showing an anxious expression at this moment. Lu Weiyin saw Fang Yuan and shouted from afar, "Lord Fang Yuan, I finally found you. Friend Lu, what are you here for?" Fang Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin flew towards Fang Yuan and glanced at Wu Yong. He had no intention of greeting him. Wu Yong could not help but feel curious. He had never seen Lu Weiyin show such an anxious side. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Lord Fang Yuan, did you know that yesterday, Divine Emperor City brought the immortals of the Celestial Court from Central Continent to Northern Plains Crazed Demon Cave?" Oh, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Lu Weiyin continued, "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has likely revived. If she works together with the Celestial Court, the situation in Crazed Demon Cave will be very bad. There is no time to lose. We need to go there and take control of the situation." What? Wu Yong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. What was going on? How did they get involved with the Celestial Court and Crazed Demon Cave? Wu Yong was very sharp, and almost instantly realized that this was going to be an extremely important confrontation. No matter what the outcome was, it would affect the entire Gu immortal world. It would affect the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He consoled Lu Weiyin. "Lu Wei, you are really well informed. But there is no rush. There is no rush. I still have matters to attend to." Saying so, Fang Yuan used a method to store Frosty Peak in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. "How can I not be anxious?" Lu Weiyin took off his hat and stared with wide eyes, urging, "The other party is the Celestial Court. There is also Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Cave, and the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth, Primordial Domain. Lord Fang Yuan, we cannot delay this opportunity." What? Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, Limitless Demon Venerable, and Primordial Domain. The secluded domain of Heaven and Earth recorded in The Legends of Renzu? Wu Yong had many questions in his mind. He became anxious. He wanted to know everything. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. "Lu Wei, I know you want to make contributions. I have already promised you. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to revive, I will definitely help him. However, I have my own judgment of the situation. If I do not use every second to increase my strength, how can I fight against a venerable? You don't have to rush me for this." Lu Weiyin did not speak. Fang Yuan turned to Wu Yong and smiled again. "Wu Yong, regarding the sale of famous mountains, I think we can increase the scale. For example, Moon Bowl, Fake Corpse Mountain, Phoenix Peak, Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, and so on." Wu Yong had a difficult expression. "These are all famous mountains. They are worth more than Frosty Peak. Phoenix Peak's true value lies in the time every year. All kinds of phoenixes will head to Phoenix Peak to lay eggs. If you want this mountain, it will not be worth it. And Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian and Fake Corpse Mountain are things that my Wu clan needs. Not long ago, my clan obtained the Corpse Emperor's enslavement path true inheritance. We are preparing to develop it. These 2 mountains are not for sale. As for Moon Bowl, as long as your price is reasonable, we can consider the transaction." Wu Yong said with a sincere tone, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been waiting for this meeting and conversation for a long time. But because of Lu Weiyin's words earlier, Wu Yong's attention was elsewhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong conversed for a while. Lu Weiyin was ignored. Fang Yuan indeed needed more famous mountains. Even though the previous transactions were effective, most of them were useless mountains. If Wu clan took the lead, this huge transaction, that would affect the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world, would take a step further. After the conversation, Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. All right, we shall part ways here. Lu Weiyin stretched out his hand. Lord Fang Yuan. Before Fang Yuan left, he glanced at him with a cold gaze. I still have matters to attend to. Lu Weiyin's words were stuck in his mouth. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated heaven and earth travel, vanishing on the spot. He really had matters to attend to. This time, he was going to Rotten Mud Mountain to take over this mountain. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. Wu Yong smiled. Lu Weiyin, we have not seen each other for a long time. Why don't we? Lu Weiyin waved his hand. Wu Yong, I have matters to attend to. If I am free, I will visit Wui Mountain. Saying this, Lu Weiyin left. He did not have the mood to explain anything to Wu Yong. Wu Yong's questions were stuck in his mouth. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His gaze turned towards the variant human Gu immortals present. His smile did not change as he probed these people. But what did these variant human Gu immortals know? The leader said calmly, without the permission of the Lord, how can we subordinates speak nonsense? Please don't blame us, Lord Wu Yong. We still need to go to the next location, Moving Mountain. Wu Yong was helpless. He could only watch as these people flew away. Even though he had negotiated some matters with Fang Yuan and achieved his original goal. But Wu Yong was not happy. He acutely sensed that he was already being left behind by Fang Yuan and the rest. He did not know anything about this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. No wonder Fang Yuan wants to cooperate with the other forces. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Rebirth? His pressure is unimaginable. Maybe I should negotiate with Fang Yuan? Wu Yong understood Fang Yuan's difficulties. He felt a little melancholic. Wait! Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin could have transmitted to Fang Yuan. Why did he do it in front of me? Maybe I can find out more information from him. His refusal just now was just to loosen the reins only to grasp them better, and take the opportunity to raise the price. Wu Yong smiled bitterly in his mind. He had a premonition that if he contacted Lu Weiyin now, he would be extorted by the latter. But if he did not ask about this, how would he know if there were benefits to be gained from this? Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2173. Immemorial White Heaven. Intense winds blew, causing Fang Yuan's long hair to flutter in the wind. He prepared for a moment before using his killer move. A rank 8 Earth Path Grotto Heaven was continuously devoured by the sovereign immortal aperture under Fang Yuan's method. Like when he devoured the aperture earlier, Fang Yuan did not devour the entire grotto heaven. He selectively split it into parts and placed them in different parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, because this was a Rockman's Earth Path Grotto Heaven, most of it landed in the Mini 5 regions. The Mini 9 heavens only got a small portion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, as the profound light faded, a mountain range appeared out of nowhere in Mini Central Continent. We are in. This is our tribe's Myriad Ravine mountain range. Sure, Sanbai was extremely excited. Yes, this was our former sacred mountain, but in the current sovereign immortal aperture, it has become ordinary. Sure, Guabai had a complex expression. He was disappointed but also gratified. These Rockman Gu immortals gathered together for this moment. They were originally the Gu immortals of this grotto heaven, but Fang Yuan arranged for them to enter the sovereign immortal aperture in advance. During this period of time, their cultivation levels rose rapidly. They also gained many immortal Gu. He was on a completely different level compared to before. Let's go in. The Rockman Gu immortals flew towards Myriad Ravine mountain range. Welcome back, Supreme Ancestor. The old ancestors are finally back. There were still a large number of Rockman Gu masters in Myriad Ravine mountain range. They cheered when they saw the Rockman Gu immortals. Yes, this is our new home. Living here, our future is bright. After the Rockman Gu immortals gave a few words of advice, they started to move. They had a mission. This Myriad Ravine mountain range was a famous mountain. It was the center of the earth vein. Feng Yuan spent several hours annexing this earth path grotto heaven. During this process, some areas of the sovereign immortal aperture underwent a huge change. In Star Collection City, Combat Beast King, and many other Gu immortals were paying close attention to the movements of the sovereign immortal aperture. During this period of time, Master annexed several grotto heavens. His Dao marks increased rapidly. I can foresee that the abnormal situations in the sovereign immortal aperture will become more frequent and intense. Isn't that a good thing? The more anomalies there are, the more missions we have. Sigh, when will our clan's heavenly abode be annexed by our Lord? The Gu immortals discussed. They were looking forward to the future. Their mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was very opposed to Feng Yuan annexing his own paradise. But now things were different. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It was as if his heavenly grotto heaven had not been devoured. And that was why he had not obtained the Lord's approval. Many of the Gu immortals whose grotto heavens were annexed and fused into the sovereign immortal aperture felt that they were superior to those Gu immortals whose grotto heavens were still in the immemorial two heavens. Lord Feng Yuan, Lord Feng Yuan, Lu Weiyin shouted. He flew over from the horizon. Feng Yuan turned his head and smiled. Celestial friend Lu, it must have been hard on you to come all the way to Grand Earth White Heaven. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly, saying in an anxious tone, Lord Feng Yuan, you know why I am here. Quickly set off. Do you know that yesterday, a rank 8 immortal Gu house descended from immemorial Black Heaven and went to Crazed Demon Cave? Feng Yuan nodded. Many people saw this. That immortal Gu house should be the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, right? That's right. Lu Weiyin nodded as he stared at Feng Yuan. Right now, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have already made their move. If we do not make a move now, we might really lose this opportunity. Feng Yuan nodded. All right, let's set off. Really? Lu Weiyin heard the answer he wanted the most, but he found it hard to believe. These last days, he had been using information path methods to urge Feng Yuan to set off, but Feng Yuan kept rejecting him. To think that this time, Feng Yuan was finally going to set off. I wonder when Lord Feng Yuan will set off. Lu Weiyin was still a little worried. Feng Yuan smiled. How about we set off now? Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. Lord Feng Yuan is truly decisive. This is great. Let's go together. In fact, Feng Yuan really wanted to go to Crazed Demon Cave. He had already used up all of the dream realms. His attainment levels had risen immensely. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment levels were still Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path. Great Grandmaster attainment levels were Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path, and Poison Path. Grandmaster attainment levels were Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path, and Ice and Snow Path. Master attainment levels were Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Sound Path. The remaining paths like Bone Path had not reached master level, but they still had gains. Heaven Path was the same. Even though he had not reached Spectral Souls level, Feng Yuan's attainment level was already top-notch. He was the #1 person in the current world, in terms of attainment level and breadth. After all, Spectral Soul's dream realm fell, after leaving behind a dream realm. While Star Constellation and Giant Sun were not Supreme Grandmasters, even after being reborn. Of course, there were areas that were lacking. For example, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and so on were still blank. These paths were few in number. Painting Path was purposely hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Weapon Path was created by Celestial Court Gu Immortal Che Wei not long ago. With the increase in attainment levels, Feng Yuan could annex more grotto heavens, causing the sovereign immortal aperture to reach its limit again. If he had more time to digest them, the sovereign immortal aperture would be even more stable. But the timing was not right. Feng Yuan used luck inspection and found that the situation was worsening again. Even though there was still room for improvement, it was already very bad. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan set off on the spot, going to northern plains with Lu Weiyin. Ever since the pursuit battle against Feng Yuan, he had been using every second he had to recuperate and strengthen himself. Now he was finally going to fight against a venerable. After so many years, Feng Yuan came to Crazed Demon Cave again. Back then, when he came here for the first time, he only had rank 7 cultivation level and was restricted by the alliance agreement. Now he looked down at Crazed Demon Cave. He was going to fight against a venerable. On a flat yellow land was the first layer of Crazed Demon Cave. This was a huge cave. The cave entrance was round and had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was exposed to the world. Inside the cave, there was a dense rainforest, yellow and green intertwined. Desolate beasts moved in groups. Tree vines coiled around as they roared. It was a scene of wilderness. "Let's go down," Lu Weiyin said. "No rush." Feng Yuan waved his hand. "These immortal materials are useful to me." He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out many variant human goo immortals. These goo immortals roared as they flew down in groups, creating a huge commotion in the first layer. "Quick, there are desolate plants here. Dig them up and take them away." Oh, there is a large group of desolate beast monkeys here. Let's attack together." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys screamed. "Rocks, these are immortal materials. Take them away. Take them away. These are all contribution points." The goo immortals worked intensely. They were like a group of bandits that had entered a small village. Crazed Demon Cave's first layer naturally had ferocious beasts and plants, but Feng Yuan's subordinates had the advantage in numbers. There were also many rank 8 goo immortals, with rank 8 immortal goo and rank 8 killer moves. The first layer of Crazed Demon Cave was ransacked just like that. Lu Weiyin stared with wide eyes. In just a short period of time, how did Feng Yuan's subordinates become so strong? Wasn't their strength rising too quickly? "We have many businesses. Our resources are being expended rapidly, especially when creating the earth vein recently. Sorry for the embarrassment." Feng Yuan smiled. Lu Weiyin waved his hand. "Don't mention it, don't mention it. I am quite envious of you, Lord. In the current world, only you, Lord Feng Yuan, can use these immortal materials with chaotic Dao marks. Because every once in a while, a demonic sound would appear in Crazed Demon Cave, causing the Dao marks to be chaotic. All immortal materials would become useless. Living beings would go crazy and do whatever they wanted. There was once a rank 8 goo immortal who went crazy because of this. After a while, the first layer, which was originally full of vitality, was only left with a bare surface. The variant human goo immortals were not done yet. They brought the mountain of resources back to the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the second layer together. Crazed Demon Cave's second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. A vast number of volcanic rocks were piled up. Some were big and some were small. The big ones were like giant elephants, while the small ones were like small rocks. The goo materials here also had chaotic Dao marks. It was just that Fire Path and Earth Path had the most Dao marks. "Move them away," Feng Yuan ordered. The variant human goo immortals moved out again. They looted the area like locusts, leaving behind an almost empty second layer. Thereupon, Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin entered the third layer. Crazed Demon Cave's third layer was shrouded in thick fog. There were a vast number of fogworms and cloud bamboos. These living beings had chaotic minds. They were all killed and collected by the variant human goo immortals. There was also Fog Capital here, a ghost city of the dead. The vengeful souls of the goo immortals who died in Crazed Demon Cave gathered together, forming Fog Capital Ghost City. Feng Yuan had once come here and avoided it. After all, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. If he entered Fog Capital, he would definitely die. There was no way to escape. But it was different now. Fog capital? My god. Take it away. Like this. Feng Yuan finally arrived at Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer. It took much less time than before. Back then, when Feng Yuan came here, he was led by the Northern Plains lone cultivator not immortal. They had to take detours. The deeper they went, the more twisted the route. Sometimes a straight line was very short, but they had to take a huge detour. According to their strength back then, taking a detour was indeed faster than taking a straight line. But now, Feng Yuan had swept through all of them. Even if he encountered any obstacles, he would stuff them into his sovereign immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was filled with dazzling light. The rocks, soil, grass, and trees were all shining brightly. Every piece of soil and rock here was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. But the Dao marks were too dense and chaotic, they had no value. Of course, this was only for most Gu immortals. Chapter 2174. Feng Yuan was an exception. The demonic sounds resounded, but Feng Yuan was already prepared. Back then, he could deal with the demonic sounds. It was even easier for him now. Under the influence of the demonic sounds, the Dao marks of the same path in the 7th layer started to gather, forming a large area of dazzling colors. It was no longer as messy as before. Such a grand scene. Lu Weiyin praised sincerely. At the next moment, he saw Feng Yuan taking out Thieves' Den Immortal Gu House. Theft Dao Killer move activated. Large amounts of Dao marks were stolen and turned into the corresponding rank 9 immortal materials in Thieves' Den Immortal Gu. These rank 9 immortal materials were very pure. They only had one type of Dao mark. They had huge value. Lu Weiyin looked at them and could not help but click his tongue. He estimated conservatively. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Feng Yuan obtained at least 3 rank 9 immortal materials. Rank 9 immortal materials. Wasn't it a little too easy to obtain? Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin moved forward. Everywhere they went, large amounts of Dao marks vanished. The dazzling scene was like a huge rat that was gnawing away at it. Everywhere Feng Yuan went, there was only emptiness and darkness. Lu Weiyin's eyes turned slightly red. Feng Yuan's gains were bountiful. The benefits were so great that even he felt jealous. I'm rich. I'm completely rich. This is the first time I've seen someone obtain so many rank 9 immortal materials so easily. Lu Weiyin muttered in his mind. He could not estimate how many rank 9 immortal materials Feng Yuan had obtained. In short, it was a lot. As they moved forward, the two finally arrived at the entrance to the 8th layer. Feng Yuan's expression was slightly pale. He had been controlling Thieves' Den to activate Theft Dao Killer move. The burden was not small. Especially in terms of immortal essence, the expenditure was huge. Lu Weiyin was a little worried. Lord Feng Yuan, please pay attention to your immortal essence reserves. It's fine. Feng Yuan smiled. I have the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Lu Weiyin's expression froze before he said, Impressive. As expected of Lord Feng Yuan. At the entrance, Feng Yuan once again carved out 3 paths. One path shone with golden light, luck surging. This was the path of luck left behind by the giant sun immortal. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. This was a soul path remnant left behind by spectral soul demon Venerable when he entered the 8th layer. One road was simple and unadorned, but it was virtuous. It was the path of paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin had prepared a method to let him step on the path to paradise. However, Feng Yuan waved his hand and activated the Thieves' Lair. These 3 paths were completely devoured and disappeared. Large numbers of rank 9 immortal materials were produced. Lu Weiyin moved his lips, but did not say anything in the end. He silently followed Feng Yuan into the 8th floor. Nothingness. The vast and boundless void was like a vast ocean. Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin, who entered this place, were like 2 insects in the ocean. They were extremely minuscule. Feng Yuan had come here once before. This place left a deep impression on him. Within the boundless void, countless worlds were created and destroyed, creating brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had once tried to enter the 9th layer, but did not succeed. This void was clearly the profundity of Phantom Path. Feng Yuan did not have Phantom Path attainment back then. He could not deduce the entrance to the 9th layer. But this time he came prepared. His Phantom Path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. Immediately, Feng Yuan tried to use Phantom Path methods. At the next moment, Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The void here seems to be different from the one I saw before. But Feng Yuan could not tell what the difference was. Even though he had made great progress in Phantom Path, he was still far from unraveling limitless demon venerables arrangements in the 8th layer. Please follow me. Lu Weiyin used a certain killer move to determine the direction and lead the way. Feng Yuan followed Lu Weiyin and flew quickly. Along the way, he saw worlds that were being created and destroyed. They were extraordinary and mysterious. But unlike before, these worlds were also floating in the void at the same time. Regardless of which world it was, they were all moving in the same direction. Feng Yuan's deductions finally bore fruit. His expression changed as he said, "I understand now. This void is shrinking. At the final moment, all of the worlds and all of the Heaven Path Dao marks will be compressed and fused together. Is this limitless demon venerables arrangement?" Lu Weiyin shook his head. "I only know the location of Yellow Earth Great World. We need to go there as soon as possible." The two immortals flew for another half a day before they saw their destination. This is... Lu Weiyin revealed a shocked expression because he saw not only Yellow Earth Great World, but also the great worlds left behind by Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. The 3 great worlds have merged. Not just that, there are also many small worlds around the 3 great worlds. These worlds were floating in the void. They were motionless. Each world was like a bubble. The 3 great worlds were the largest bubbles. They were green, yellow, and red. The 3 great worlds were connected to each other at the center. At the periphery, there were large numbers of small bubbles attached to the surface of the 3 great worlds' bubbles. "Oh no, Lord, please look." Lu Weiyin pointed at the large yellow bubble with an anxious expression. Feng Yuan looked over and saw that Yellow Earth Great World was being attacked by the other 2 great worlds. Even though the periphery of the bubble was blurry, Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin could sense that the battle inside was very intense. Especially at the border of the 3 great worlds, there were corpses everywhere. It was the most intense area of the battle. "Lord, with my method, Yellow Earth Great World will not separate us. Let's go and reinforce them." Lu Weiyin charged in like a meteor. Feng Yuan followed closely behind. He was also covered in a layer of yellow light like Lu Weiyin. It was this layer of yellow light that allowed the two to easily pass through the bubble and enter Yellow Earth Great World. Looking at the entire Great World, the first thing that attracted Feng Yuan's gaze was the huge mound at the center. This mound was like a small mountain. It was very flat and orderly. It seemed to be man-made. But Feng Yuan saw through the nature of this mountain. This is the graveyard of one of the 10 Earths. What a huge graveyard! There was also a huge monument on top of this unprecedented huge graveyard. There were only 6 words on the monument. Tomb of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. As if sensing Lu Weiyin and Feng Yuan, Paradise Earth's tomb shot out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light shot into the sky like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. At once, the battlefield froze as countless gazes were drawn over. The sacred graveyard is shining. Heaven and earth can witness it. Our sage has arrived. After a few breaths of silence, a huge wave of cheers erupted in Yellow Earth Great World. It was like a tsunami. The morale of Yellow Earth Great World's troops rose. They roared as they launched a counterattack. Green Lotus Great World. This was the Tao field created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Looking at it, there were forests and vegetation everywhere. It was lush and unfathomable. In this lush world, there was a black and white mountain range. There were rows of high-back seats at the peak of the mountain range. They were arranged in order. The 2 highest seats were empty. Celestial Court Qin Dingling was only sitting on the 4th seat. Feng Yuan and Lu Weiyin, they appeared after all. After receiving the information, Qin Dingling snorted coldly. During the pursuit battle against Feng Yuan, Lu Weiyin had helped Feng Yuan. Not only did he kill Spectral Soul, He even helped Fang Yuan escape successfully. Lu Weiyin was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor. This meant that Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's intention of cooperating, was completely exposed. Paradise Earth's tomb was located at the center of Yellow Earth Great World. It was known to all three Great World's Gu immortals. Thus, it was not strange for Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan to appear here. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth and said softly, "Right now we have two main armies. One is the main force attacking the Yellow Earth Great World, and the other is using the Demon Judgment Board to hold the line against the Savage Wilderness Great World, trying to restrain the power of the Longevity Heaven. As for the other Gu immortals, they are attacking other small worlds in groups of 2s and 3s. Originally, we in Longevity Heaven were trying to annex Yellow Earth Great World, but now that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have arrived, Yellow Earth Great World is no longer a juicy piece of meat. If we are not careful, we might suffer a huge loss." Saying so, Qin Dingling stood up and bowed to the Gu immortal on the third seat. "Lady Ming Hao, please allow me to bring Divine Emperor City to Yellow Earth Great World and lead the main forces to resist Fang Yuan." Qin Dingling was the leader of Celestial Court, but here, she was only the fourth. She had to obey the three fairies above her. But right now, the first and second fairies were not here. Only the third fairy Ming Hao was controlling the situation. This fairy Ming Hao looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. She looked like she was carved from jade. Her large eyes shined with starlight. She blinked her bright and beautiful eyes, thinking for a while before saying in a childish voice, "I have heard of Fang Yuan's name long ago, but why do you need to go personally to probe him? Let them go." Saying so, she waved her small hand. A Gu worm flew out. This information path Gu worm flew to the middle of the mountain, landing in front of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals were not humans. They were not variant humans either. One was a withered tree. Its trunk was thin. Its branches were thick and uneven. But it did not have any green leaves. Its roots were thin and long. There were 100 of them. The withered tree was called Mu Cha Lang. The other was a long bamboo pole. It was jade green like jade. It was called Qing Haozi. Qing Haozi floated in the air. It was swaying. It was sleeping. Mu Cha Lang was lying in a cave. It looked like he was lying on a chair. The tree roots were entangled, resting on a rock. It was like a human's leg resting on a chair. It was very comfortable. Mu Cha Lang received the information path Gu worm first. He immediately got up. He stretched out a branch and patted Qing Haozi. "Stop sleeping, the sage has sent an order." Qing Haozi was swaying from the pat. It did not fall to the ground. It was woken up by the pat. It straightened its body and floated in the air. "To think that it is time for us to move out." Immediately, the two immortals left the mountain, each leading a group of people to the front lines. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2175. Savage Wilderness Great World. A grand and ancient dark golden palace was floating in the sky. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the palace hall, Bing Sai Chuan was sitting on a cushion. An information path immortal Gu was quietly lying on the table. Several Gu immortals were standing on his left and right. Bing Sai Chuan stared at the information path immortal Gu on the table, frowning slightly. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin came together. They were a huge variable in the battle of the three great worlds. Longevity Heaven occupied Savage Wilderness Great World. What should they do? Should they retreat first? Or should they send more forces to probe Fang Yuan's strength? Bing Sai Chuan could not make up his mind. He thought for a while before looking at the first seat on his left. There was a fatty sitting there. The fatty was sprawled on the table. He was already asleep. His saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, onto his sleeves, and onto the table. Bam bam bam. Bing Sai Chuan used his knuckles to knock on the table. The fatty was woken up by this sound. He opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "What is it?" Bing Sai Chuan held in his anger. "Gaimei, you are a heaven extremity. You cultivate wisdom path. The latest information is here. I want you to deduce what we should do next." Saying so, the information path immortal Gu flew up and landed on the fatty's head. The fatty did not take it. He sent his consciousness into the immortal goo in his hair, and his pupils shrunk. Ah, that demon Fang Yuan is here? The fatty shrugged. See, my deduction was correct, right? Bing Sichuan knocked on the table again. I want you to deduce how we should deal with this variable. Originally, Yellow Earth Great World was the weakest. We controlled Savage Wilderness Great World, while Celestial Court controlled Green Lotus Great World. They wanted to take over Yellow Earth Great World and strengthen themselves before competing against each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin have appeared in Yellow Earth Great World. If we attack now, they will retaliate and expend too much of our strength. Bing Sichuan was not afraid of Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was worried about the overall situation. After all, the current situation was even more complicated than before, and the three great worlds were intertwined. If the two sides fought too fiercely, a third party would benefit from it. Then let me calculate it. The fat heaven extremity Gu immortal guy may shook his wide sleeves. He stretched out 5 fat fingers and pretended to make a deduction. Oh, I figured it out. Let's just continue as before, Guy Mei said. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Use your immortal Gu killer move and try to deduce it for real. Gale blinked. Huh? How did you know I was faking it? You found out. You're so smart. You are the one cultivating wisdom path, right? Veins popped out on Bing Sichuan's forehead. You think your southern border's Wuyong? You don't even have a way to conceal your aura. Quick, calculate for me. Guy Mei shook his wide sleeves again, revealing his 5 thick and tender fingers. Just as he was about to pinch his fingers, he suddenly sighed and said, Alas! Forget it. Activating a killer move is too tiring. Why don't we just ask for Master's opinion? Bing Sichuan's eyes were twitching from anger. He shouted in a low voice. Absolutely not. Master is working together with Earth Extremity, Black Extremity, and Space Extremity to deduce limitless demon venerables arrangements. How can we disturb Master? Right now, that Celestial Court has already gained the upper hand. They have obtained Book Mountain. We are relying on Master to have hope of catching up to Celestial Court. Heaven Extremity, can't you look at the big picture? Guy Mei grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't call me Heaven Extremity. I don't want to be Heaven Extremity at all. It was you who forced me to do so. Yellow Extremity Jiaohua, who was sitting beside Guy Mei, could not stand it anymore. He urged. Brother Guy, why don't you make a deduction? This is not just a problem of Yellow Earth Great World's strength. It is also Fang Yuan's actions. This demon Fang Yuan has no awareness of being a human at all. What I am worried about now is that he will capture Yellow Earth Great World's indigenous Gu immortals, or even Celestial Court's indigenous Gu immortals as captives, before keeping them in his sovereign immortal aperture. Look at what he did in the 5 regions. He recruited variant humans as his subordinates. He did not reject anyone. In my opinion, it is very likely that he will do that. In that case, we might ruin Master's plan. Jiaohua urged. He sounded like he was trying to persuade Guy Mei, but Guy Mei still shook his head. He smiled. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. We are worried. But isn't Celestial Court worried as well? Why don't we look at Celestial Court's actions? Celestial Court has star constellation Immortal Venerable guarding it. She is the #1 wisdom path expert in history. Her deductions are definitely more accurate than mine. Jiaohua's expression froze. Even so, Celestial Court has deduced that they will gain the upper hand. If we use their actions as a reference, we will fall behind again. I am not one of them. Guy Mei rolled his eyes. He sprawled on the table and went back to sleep. Jiaohua, Bing Sichuan, and the rest stared at him, but he pretended not to notice. Charge with me. Chase these guys back. Kill. Thousands of Gu masters fought on the ground. The battle lines were uneven. Blood flowed everywhere. In the sky, that was the battlefield of the Gu immortals. More than 10 Gu immortals fought in a chaotic battle. On the ground, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu master army launched a counterattack. But in the sky, Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals were still suppressed. Yellow Earth Great World's sage had already descended. The Gu masters could activate their courage, but in a battle between Gu immortals, Just a moment of determination could not make up for the difference in strength. After all, Yellow Earth Great World had fewer Gu immortals than Green Lotus Great World. There was no helping it. The three Great Worlds were created one after another. Savage Wilderness Great World had the longest history, but this Great World had a lot of internal strife. Green Lotus Great World was second, Yellow Earth Great World was last. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the last venerable. Yellow Earth Great World had few Gu immortals to begin with. They were also being targeted by the other two Great Worlds. Their Gu immortal battle strength dwindled. They were in a terrible situation. Our sage is here, there is still hope. I want to protect Yellow Earth Great World. I want to protect my home. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals shouted and encouraged each other. Green Lotus side sneered. Even if your sage is here, you cannot stop me from killing you. You have a sage, but we have one already. The result of this battle will not change. We do not want to do that. But our sage has decreed that only by killing all of you and annexing all the worlds can we avoid the calamity of the apocalypse. Green Lotus Gu immortals continued to attack. Yellow Earth's Gu immortals specialized in defense. Even though the situation was dangerous, they were barely holding on, struggling on the brink of collapse. Right at this time, from the huge tunnel connecting Green Lotus Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, two armies appeared. The leading Gu immortals were Qing Haozi and Mu Chalang. Immortal killer move, withered tree gives spring. Mu Chalang shouted, and green spots suddenly grew on the trunk of the withered tree. Tender green sprouts flew out and landed on the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Green Lotus Gu immortals did not have heavy injuries to begin with. Now that their injuries were reduced to minor injuries, their minor injuries were completely healed. The Green Lotus Gu immortals' condition immediately rose. Immortal killer move, green targeting life. Qing Haozi flew with extreme speed, drawing a green light in the sky as it pierced through a Yellow Earth Gu immortal's body. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal was a black iron bear. It suddenly clutched its empty chest. Next, it whimpered as it fell from the sky. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were in great pain. After Qing Haozi dealt the fatal blow, he looked down at these Gu immortals and smiled coldly. The sacred mountain has decreed that you will all die. Mu Chalang laughed loudly. So what if a sage is here? The final victor will be our Green Lotus Great World. Another battlefield. Savage Wilderness Great World's main force was fighting against another group from Yellow Earth Great World. Kill, kill, kill. A mountain-like six-legged black tiger charged around in the sky, finally grabbing the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortal. I finally caught you. The six-legged black tiger laughed sinisterly as it exerted strength with its claws. Swoosh! With a soft sound. The Yellow Earth Gu immortal was also a giant, but he was torn into two by the six-legged black tiger, dying on the spot. Ha ha ha! The six-legged black tiger laughed loudly. The giant's blood was all over the black tiger's face. It licked it with its tongue. It was bloodthirsty to the extreme. Little Rock Lord was also killed by the Black Six Tiger. Let's retreat, we are not their match. That's right, our sage is here. Let's retreat and ask the sage to avenge us. The Gu Master army on the ground was still fighting intensely, but in the sky, the Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals had already lost their will to fight. They wanted to retreat. Suddenly, there was an eagle's cry as white light flashed in the sky. The immortals quickly looked over. A snow-winged eagle was holding a Yellow Earth Gu immortal in its mouth, swallowing him whole. It's Shweli-Du. He ate another person. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were shocked and furious. Snow-winged eagle Shweli-Du shrieked. Want to run? With me here, none of you can escape. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals' morale was on the verge of collapse. Below Paradise Earth's sacred tomb, Kankula pays respects to the two sages. Big Rock Lord pays respects to the sages. Please save our Yellow Earth Great World. A group of Gu immortals knelt on the ground. They had beasts and trees. Some had strange appearances. Some looked like they were casually made from mud. Some looked like children's scribbles. None of them looked like humans. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals were all injured. Some had severe injuries. Some were even on the verge of death. But because Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin's arrival caused a huge commotion, these injured Gu immortals were attracted here. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw a familiar person. This was a large white fish. It looked like a goldfish, but its size was like a whale. When Fang Yuan first entered the 8th layer, he encountered this fish and forcefully enslaved it. He even named it Xiaohua. Right now, Xiaohua saw Fang Yuan and had an excited expression. She wanted to say something but felt that it was not the right time. She forcefully held back her words. Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I want to meet the mastermind of Green Lotus Dao Field." "Lord Fang Yuan, don't attack casually," Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin strangely, as if saying, "Didn't you invite me here to rely on my battle strength?" Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Chapter 2176. Lu Weiyin transmitted in secret, explaining in detail. "Lord Fang Yuan, you might not know this, but your battle strength is too strong. If you act rashly, you might trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. Our arrival is so obvious. Why would the Celestial Court send reinforcements to provoke us? It is to probe our strength. It would be for the best if you can make a move yourself." "What else is going on?" Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I do not know the exact situation. I only know that Limitless Demon Venerable spent all his strength to set up Crazed Demon Cave in order to deduce the heavenly Tao and find the true path to eternal life. Today, it is finally time for this setup to bear fruit. Right now, the 8th layer's void is shrinking. All the worlds are being drawn to the center, merging and swallowing each other, until only one great world is left. And this great world might be the result of Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. It contains the answer to eternal life. If we act rashly, the battle will affect too much and disturb Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable's method will immediately activate to punish us. That will be a huge loss. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven will be happy to see this. If we fight with Limitless Demon Venerable, the threat we pose to them will be greatly reduced. At the same time, Limitless Demon Venerable's method will be exposed, allowing them to see through more of it. Fang Yuan pondered. In that case, we can only act after the final great world is formed? But why would the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven come here in advance to control a great world each? Lu Weiyin explained patiently. To be precise, with your battle strength, you cannot act for the time being. I can still act. If we can control Yellow Earth Great World and win, we will have the upper hand in the final battle. After the final great world is formed, our control over it will determine our gains. Thus, we need to annex as many worlds as possible to expand our territory. After the transmission, Fang Yuan understood the situation. He could not act personally yet. If he used his full strength, the commotion would be too great, and it would disturb the Crazed Demon Cave's final deduction, triggering the Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Of course, Fang Yuan could also suppress his strength, but there was no need for that. By suppressing his strength, Fang Yuan was about the same as the other Gu immortals. At most, he would be slightly stronger, but he would not have an immediate impact on the situation. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan fought too often, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would be able to see through him, and his destiny would be depleted ahead of time. Lu Weiyin invited Fang Yuan over mainly to deal with the final battle. Once the final great world was completed, Fang Yuan, Xingxiu, and Longevity Heaven would fight for the final result of the Crazed Demon Cave. At that time, it would be their turn to make a move. Before that, Lu Weiyin could make a move. After all, he only had pseudo-immortal venerable battle power in terms of defense, and strive to make Yellow Earth Great World the final victor. This would have a huge influence on the final battle. If Lu Weiyin could do this, Fang Yuan would have the initiative. Even if Yellow Earth Great World cannot win, we cannot let the other two great worlds have too much of an advantage. As long as we defend the sacred tomb, Lord Paradise Earth will be able to revive successfully during the final battle. By then, our strongest battle strength will surpass the other two great worlds. Lu Weiyin told Fang Yuan about his meticulously planned strategy. To sum it up, it was to defend and counterattack. In the early and middle stages, they would defend their own territory and secretly sow discord, hoping that Savage Wilderness Great World and Green Lotus Great World would fight and exhaust each other, causing the difference between the three forces to be equal. Later on, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Feng Yuan would assist them and use their peak battle strength to turn the situation around. This strategy was very logical. It also suited Lu Weiyin's patient nature. But this was not Feng Yuan's style. Feng Yuan looked at the Yellow Earth Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground. He looked at Lu Weiyin as he smiled. Passively taking a beating is not my style. Since our battle strength cannot be used casually, the Celestial Court is clearly bullying my subordinates by sending more troops. Very good. Feng Yuan smiled as he looked towards Green Lotus Dao Field. Then come out. Saying so, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large group of Gu immortals rushed out. Greetings, Master. Dozens of Gu immortals bowed together. Their voices were thunderous. The Gu immortals all had excited expressions on their faces. The mission board says it clearly, go. Feng Yuan waved his hand lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These Gu immortals immediately split into two groups, rushing towards the two battlefields. The kneeling Yellow Earth Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Why are there so many Gu immortals all of a sudden? These people are calling that good-looking sage master. We are saved, Yellow Earth Great World is saved. After the Yellow Earth Gu immortals reacted, they relaxed, some even cried tears of joy. Not to mention them, even Lu Weiyin was shocked. He had seen the variant human Gu immortals that Feng Yuan had sent to various places in southern border to take over. He also knew that Feng Yuan was the leader of the variant human alliance. His force was not weak. But after seeing the main force personally, Lu Weiyin was filled with shock. So many Gu immortals, there are already more than 50. And judging from their auras, there are 18 rank 8 Gu immortals. The rest are all rank 7 Gu immortals. How can there be so many rank 8 Gu immortals? The rank 7 Gu immortals also seem to have surging auras. They are at rank 8 after all. No, it is impossible for Feng Yuan to not have any rank 6 Gu immortals. This means that these Gu immortals are not all of his subordinates. Right, at least, Feng Yuan's clone Wu Shuai has not appeared yet. Lu Weiyin analyzed as the feeling of disbelief in his heart intensified. He was also somewhat worried. In such a short period of time, did Feng Yuan nurture all of his subordinates? According to his nature, he should not be so unwise. Also, even though these Gu immortals have great numbers and high cultivation level, their battle strength is still unknown. The only ones that Lu Weiyin was at ease with were Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal, and Wang Air. Frontline. Die. Qing Haozi killed another Yellow Earth Gu immortal, but his injuries were not light. He could only slow down his charge and come to Mu Chaolang's side. Under Mu Chaolang's healing killer move, Qing Haozi's condition continued to recover. It is all thanks to you, old friend. Qing Haozi was overjoyed. Mu Chaolang said enviously, I am only skilled in this aspect. I am very envious of you killing so many enemies. But don't charge too much, and forget to defend yourself. These Yellow Earth Gu immortals are retaliating before death. If you get hit, you will not feel good either. Don't worry. Qing Haozi raised his bamboo tail. I will try to kill 4 people. Sai, take it easy. Leave a few for me to kill. Qing Haozi suddenly shouted as he entered the battlefield again. Right at this time, a group of Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. The leader was the Snowman rank 8 Gu immortal, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He shouted, We are the subordinates of Yellow Earth Sage Gu Feng Yuan. We are here to reinforce and kill the Green Lotus Gu immortals. The Gu immortals were stunned. The Yellow Earth Gu immortals were in a precarious situation. They were overjoyed to see a chance of survival. Meanwhile, the Green Lotus Gu immortals' hearts started to pound. There was no helping it. Including Mu Chaolang and Qing Haozi. There were only 8 of them. But there were more than 20 Gu immortals here. And there were 9 rank 8 Gu immortals among them. On Green Lotus side, only Mu Chaolang, Qing Haozi, and Old Forest Fungus had rank 8 cultivation level. Weren't there too many Gu immortals here? Mu Chaolang gritted his teeth as he shouted, Don't be scared by the numbers. Who knows what will happen in a real battle? Green Lotus Gu Immortals became energized. That's right, cultivation level was only one aspect of battle strength. Only by fighting could one see the details. If they did not even dare to fight and retreated, how could they face the sages on the sacred mountain? Green Lotus Gu Immortals abandoned the Yellow Earth Gu Immortals and faced Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group. Immortal Killer Move Avalanche. Immortal Killer Move Falling Boulder. Immortal Killer Move Great Earth Collapse. Immortal Killer Move Refinement Life. Immortal Killer Move Layer 5 Poison. Boom 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 boom. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals who were abandoned opened their mouths as they watched in shock. At the moment of the battle, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side erupted with their full strength. All sorts of killer moves created a huge commotion that shook heaven and earth. Green Lotus side also used killer moves, but not only were they inferior in quantity, their power was also inferior. In just one round of battle, Green Lotus Gu Immortals were completely defeated. Retreat, retreat quickly! Old Forest Fungus shouted. How can this be? They have so many rank 8 Immortal Gu. Qing Haozi shouted. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal long ago, but he had never possessed a rank 8 Immortal Gu. In fact, he had only seen 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu in his life. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied, he chided. Don't attack so recklessly. It is a waste, do you understand? Most of the internal energy is used up. Less than 30% is used on the enemies. Find your targets one by one. Don't let anyone escape. Even though the first round of battle was huge, there was too much internal energy. The outside world was not the sovereign immortal aperture after all. Thus, Green Lotus Gu Immortals managed to survive. But the results of the first round were huge too. Because Green Lotus Gu Immortals were already scared out of their wits, it was their turn to retreat. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side had more people. They immediately spread out and surrounded them. The battle began again. Green Lotus Gu Immortals were soon beaten to a sorry state. They were in a pathetic state. These Gu Immortals have too many Immortal Gu. Qing Haozi shouted. We can only focus on one aspect, but they all have excellent healing methods. Mu Chaolang said bitterly. They have too many killer moves, they are too refined. The other Gu Immortals shouted. Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment was #1 in the world. Even Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. After receiving a vast amount of immortal materials from the Grotto Heavens, compared to the other forces, Feng Yuan had the most immortal Gu. This book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2177. Immortal Gu were unique. Immortal Gu were the most basic. And after the sovereign immortal apertures, Gu Immortals obtained many immortal Gu. They could easily exchange for corresponding killer moves. Even though they lost some Dao marks, these advantages were too obvious. They made up for their deficiency in Dao marks. A moment later, the Green Lotus Gu Immortals escaped with all their might. Only 3 rank 8s escaped. The rest were killed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Without a battlefield killer move, Gu Immortals are not easy to kill. Bing Yuan sighed. They are not easy to kill. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals looked at the 5 Gu Immortal corpses on the ground as their hearts jumped. Too cowardly, too cowardly. Shizong sighed. They escaped just like that? They are truly a disgrace to their rank 8s. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals looked at each other, transmitting secretly. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would have to escape too, right? How can we face Master with just this bit of battle achievement? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Chase, we will kill our way over. The Yellow Earth Gu Immortals were shocked, they urged. Everyone, don't be rash. There are still a bunch of Green Lotus rank 8 Gu Immortals. They just did not participate in the battle. That's right. It wasn't easy for us to obtain such a great victory. We should properly defend our victory. Green Lotus Great World has several immortal Gu houses with terrifying power. Gu Immortals will die on the spot if they collide with them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was unmoved. He looked at these Yellow Earth Gu Immortals. We are subordinates of Sage Gu Feng Yuan. We only listen to the sage. You can stay behind and clean up the battlefield. These dead goo immortals, be it their immortal apertures or immortal goo, ice crystal immortal monarch, and the rest did not take them. This was Feng Yuan's order. The goo immortals and immortal goo that grew up here were the results of limitless demon venerables' deductions. Killing these goo immortals would allow the great worlds to merge into one. At the same time, in another battlefield, Xiao Hejian and the rest also arrived in front of He Lu Biao and Xueli Du. So many reinforcements. Great, we're saved. Only 2 yellow earth goo immortals were left. Be careful. These 2 are rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World. They are very powerful. They are good at long-winded. Xiao Hejian was the leader. He shouted and interrupted the kind reminder of the yellow earth goo immortals. This mini-man goo immortal's eyes seemed to be shining with red light. He pointed at the mountain-like 6-legged black tiger and shouted, "This guy is mine. I will fight anyone who tries to snatch it." Roar. He Lu Biao's ferocious nature was aroused. "You are dead. You are dead. No goo immortal has ever looked down on me like this." He Lu Biao charged at Xiao Hejian like a crazed demon. The yellow earth goo immortals were shaking in fear. Numbers do not mean everything. Xueli Du sneered, charging into the group of goo immortals. Boom, 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 boom. Fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was too beautiful to behold. Bang. With a loud bang, He Lu Biao smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His eyes widened as he struggled to get up. Xiao Hejian was like a meteor rushing down. 5 to 6 other rank 8 goo immortals also attacked. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook intensely. Dust clouds surged, almost covering the sky. A strong wind blew. The dust clouds dispersed. The pit became deeper. He Lu Biao was lying at the bottom of the pit. It was still on its last breath. Its 6 tiger claws twitched. "I said don't interfere," Xiao Hejian shouted. "Why? The contribution points belong to whoever kills it," the other goo immortals shouted. Xiao Hejian rolled his eyes. "We all attacked. Who killed it? Who knows? That's easy. We will split the contribution points. Whoever gets the most corpses will get the biggest share." No one knew who had made this suggestion. Thus, at the next moment, 5 to 6 rank 8 goo immortals flew into the pit and dismembered He Lu Biao's corpse. "The leg is mine." "Pff, just a tail. Return my butt." "Head, this tiger head is good, haha, it's mine." The rank 8 goo immortals shouted. Some were happy, some were annoyed. Those who did not fight for much turned their gazes to the snow-wing eagle Xueli Du. But Xueli Du was killed long ago. He died earlier than He Lu Biao. His corpse was also torn apart by the goo immortals. The yellow earth goo immortals were dumbfounded. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Weren't these goo immortals the subordinates of the sage? How could they be so ruthless? Not only did they kill the goo immortals, they even dismembered their corpses. They were so happy after dismembering the corpses? Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Yellow Earth Great World was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He advocated for peaceful coexistence, love, and unity. Even though Yellow Earth Great World had its own internal conflicts, it had always been like this. The actions of Feng Yuan's subordinates were completely incompatible with Yellow Earth Great World. It was completely different from the expectations of the Yellow Earth Goo Immortals. There are still some Goo Immortals left. The rank 8 Goo Immortals' eyes shined. But those rank 7 Goo Immortals shouted. "We agreed before coming. These rank 7 opponents are ours. You rank 8's got the meat. Shouldn't you give us some soup?" The rank 8 Goo Immortals pouted. "Then hurry up, don't waste time. Do you want me to help you and get a share of the contribution points? Don't even think about it." The rank 7 Goo Immortals exerted their strength. After a while, these Savage Wilderness Great World Goo Immortals were all killed. Ha ha ha, these Goo Immortals are so stupid. None of them are running. That's right. I was worried that without a battlefield killer move, we would not be able to stop them. The Goo Immortals started to discuss enthusiastically. The 2 Yellow Earth Goo Immortals looked at each other, seeing the strange expressions on each other's faces. Savage Wilderness Great World's Goo Immortals were very aggressive and ruthless. What made Yellow Earth Great World and Green Lotus Great World's Goo Immortals most wary was that savage wilderness great world's Gu immortals would fight to the death without retreating. Once they started fighting, they would disregard their lives and go crazy with courage. But in the words of these sage subordinates, why did they become stupid? How many did you take? Just this much. Oh, that's a lot. You made a huge profit. Hehe, it is all because of Master. He gave us such a rich reward mission. The Gu immortals calculated their contribution points and threw away the corpses in their hands. Feng Yuan had given detailed orders. Be it immortal apertures, immortal bodies, or immortal Gu, they were all to be thrown away. These subordinates did not dare to disobey. Seeing these corpses scattered on the ground, the two yellow earth Gu immortals' eyelids twitched. Since they were going to be thrown away in the end, why were they fighting so fiercely? Was it just for fun? How ruthless were these Gu immortals? The two yellow earth Gu immortals had just mustered up the courage to express their gratitude. But it was blown away by this action. They breathed in deeply and braced themselves to greet them. But Xiao Hejian and the rest's expressions changed. Our Lord has ordered us to rendezvous with that group of people and kill our way to the Green Lotus world. Go quickly, go. Don't let Ice Crystal Immortal Monarchs group gain the upper hand. Swoosh swoosh. The Gu immortals left in waves, leaving behind two yellow earth Gu immortals who were floating in the air in a daze. They looked at the Gu master battlefield that was still fighting. Yellow earth's Gu masters were already chasing after them. Feeling dazed and at a loss, inexplicably, they started to feel pity towards the Green Lotus Great World's Gu immortals. Feng Yuan looked far away. He could see the situation of the two battlefields clearly. After those dead Gu immortal corpses fell to the ground, they were quickly fused into the world. The immortal apertures were rapidly disintegrating. The Gu worms inside were also the same. There were no winds of assimilation or traces of them being left behind. Feng Yuan's heart was not at ease. This is the profundity of refinement path. But Limitless Demon Venerable was not refining immortal Gu. He was refining an entire world. I want to walk the path of refinement path and ascend to venerable status. This is also a blank slate for me. In his later years, Limitless Demon Venerable searched for a way to escape fate and obtain eternal life, but he could not find it in the celestial court. Thus, he set up Crazed Demon Cave and decided to deduce the method of eternal life by himself. After all, Fate Gu was still around at that time, and it was completely intact. The great world that was eventually unified might have been his achievement. It contained the method of eternal life. And now these Gu cultivators were fighting. They were the fuel and sacrifices for this deduction. After understanding this, Feng Yuan would not take in these native Gu immortals, nor would he take the immortal Gu here. In this world war, many Gu cultivators were destined to die, be they mortals or immortals. As for how many living beings would survive in the end, hundreds, thousands, or just one person, nobody could say for sure. But what did it matter? Be it Feng Yuan, Lu Weiyin, or even the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they did not care about this answer. They had their own motives. The native Gu immortals who lived here fought and killed under the orders of their respective sages. They fought with their lives on the line. They were just pawns that had to be sacrificed from start to finish. Feng Yuan cast his gaze towards Green Lotus Dao Field. He saw that his two groups had gathered together and were charging into Green Lotus Great World. If an outsider Gu immortal dies here, what will happen? Feng Yuan's gaze was calm as he waited to see what would happen. These Gu immortals were just his pawns. When it was time to sacrifice them, Feng Yuan would not be stingy. But it is better if there are fewer innocent casualties. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, "Friend Lu, please go and protect my subordinates. But if things go south, you need to protect yourself first. You can ignore everyone else." Lu Weiyin nodded and immediately flew away. Feng Yuan's subordinates were so fierce, he was overjoyed and surprised. At the same time, he agreed with Feng Yuan's decision. They were already the weakest. With such a force, they had to catch up and make up for the gap. Savage Wilderness Great World. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Bing Sichuan looked at the information path Immortal Gu on the table with a grim expression. To think that Feng Yuan's force is so powerful. He Lu Biao and Shueli are both rank 8 experts of Savage Wilderness Great World, but they died so easily. But now, Feng Yuan's two groups have gathered and are attacking Green Lotus Dao Field. Saying this, Bing Sichuan let out a breath of air. He felt some joy in his heart. Thankfully, he did not send more troops earlier. Now Celestial Court sent more troops. They offended Feng Yuan, and his army went to find trouble with them. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2178. That's why I said that my divination was correct. Heaven's Extremity Guy Mei said shamelessly while drinking wine and eating peanut-like food. Bing Sichuan could not be bothered to reprimand him. He looked at the other Gu immortals. Feng Yuan's force is so powerful. It is truly unexpected. If he attacks me, my side will definitely be on the defensive. Even though Savage Wilderness Great World had the most Gu immortals, most of them were half-hearted and unruly. If we could unite them, our side would have long since ranked first, surpassing the Celestial Court. The Heavens Terminus rolled his eyes. Don't you know the reason? That Yellow Earth Great World was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangement. Green Lotus Dao Field was also owned by Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. However, the Savage Wilderness Great World was created by the reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and it was only Master who obtained it. How can anyone be convinced by it? Bing Sichuan could not help but knock on the table. Let's not talk about the reason. We should focus on how to solve the problem in front of us. Everyone, do you have any good ideas to recruit those wild Gu immortals? Green Lotus Major World. Every once in a while, an information path Gu worm would fly over. Qin Dingling's frown deepened. Feng Yuan's subordinates are so ferocious. In just half a day, not only did they defeat our main army, they even broke through 3 of our defensive lines. Close to 20 of our Gu immortals died. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were defeated are heavily injured. They have all come to the middle of the mountain to request an audience with the sage. Oh, Fairy Ming Hao, who sat in the 3rd highest position, couldn't help but reveal a look of interest. As expected of Feng Yuan, I didn't expect him to have a knack for training his subordinates. After a pause, Fairy Mingho asked in a childish tone, "Does that mean that Longevity Heaven has also increased its forces?" Yes, Qin Dingling nodded. When they sensed that Feng Yuan had merged his forces to launch a counterattack, Longevity Heaven immediately sent reinforcements to stall Lord Yuxia's group. Perhaps this is what Feng Yuan wants to see. Fairy Minghao laughed. Since they want to attack, then let them come. Withdraw all the defensive lines and let them attack. Yes. Qin Dingling immediately relayed the order and deployed without the slightest doubt. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had no obstructions along the way. They charged to the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the foot of Sacred Mountain. He looked up at the mountain and saw that it was exceptionally strange. The entire mountain was only black and white. The mountain rocks seemed to be outlined with black lines and piled up with large pieces of white paper. The creatures on the mountain also lost their sense of reality. All of them had become white paper dolls with black lines forming their outlines. A tiny white paper doll flew down from the top of the mountain. After leaving the area of the Holy Mountain, she immediately reverted to a body of flesh and blood, turning into a little girl carved from jade. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. The second half of the journey was smooth and unimpeded, which made them feel that something was wrong. Now that they were attacking the enemy's base, they only sent one rank 8 Gu immortal. The other party was the Celestial Court. Even if the base was empty, those rank 8 Gu immortals who escaped earlier should still be around, right? Why did they only send a little girl? Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian had a fierce aura, they were feeling uneasy internally. This army mainly came from the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. After all, they had been holed up in their Grotto Heavens for most of their lives, trembling in fear and treading on thin ice. They were afraid that the humans of the 5 regions would find them. If not for Feng Yuan's overwhelming demonic aura, they would not have dared to attack. Furthermore, during this period of time, their strength had risen greatly. They were full of confidence, otherwise with their previous state, they would not dare to attack like this. What do we do now? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian transmitted to each other. They chose a general to probe the enemy. This Gu Immortal was Xian Hong. He cultivated Poison Path. He was the strongest among the Mushroom Man Gu Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not choose their own people. They chose him instead. After all, the Mushroom Man race was the last to join Feng Yuan. They had not submitted to anyone yet. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian used their seniority to work together against the Mushroom Men. In fact, during this period of time, Xian Hong had made many people envious. Because he had the most diplomatic missions, he was almost the only one who could gain a lot of contribution points just by talking. This made many Gu Immortals envious. Xian Hong breathed in deeply. He stood up and faced Fairy Minghao. His eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with fighting spirit. On one hand, he had been on diplomatic missions many times. There was some hostility towards him. He wanted to prove himself through battle. On the other hand, he wanted to use this chance to gain merit. He wanted to lead the Mushroom Man tribe and become one of Feng Yuan's subordinates. He would be able to protect his own tribe in the future. Our Mushroom Man tribe was the last to join Master. We were naturally ostracized by our predecessors. But we also want to have a good relationship with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest. But Master does not have such intentions. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Maybe his intentions were simple at the start. But the more time passed, the deeper his intentions became. Master's subordinates are divided into two groups. One is the variant humans. The other is the humans. There are few humans, let's not talk about that for now. The variant humans far outnumber the humans. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian as the leaders, the two groups are expanding day by day. In the long run, there will be conflicts of interests. They will not be able to get rid of them. It will be disadvantageous to Master's jurisdiction. Thus, from the start, Master did not want my Mushroom Man tribe to get involved. Why did Master assign diplomatic missions to me again and again? Isn't it because he wants to help my Mushroom Man tribe and divide the variant human forces? Xian Hong sighed internally. The longer he joined Feng Yuan, the more he felt Feng Yuan's unfathomable shrewdness, as well as his shrewd and unfathomable political skills. Against the situation of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian working together to ostracize him, Xian Hong had already expected it. His mental state stabilized. He collected his thoughts and focused on the little girl in front of him, cupping his fists. I am Xian Hong. I have the guts to compete with you. The little girl smiled. I am called Fairy Minghao. Xian Hong, I know you. Did you use your poison path method like this? As she spoke, Minghao waved her hand and poison immediately flew out. Each lump of yellowish-brown poison liquid flew into the air and turned into a wild goose. Soon, a group of poisonous geese was formed, flying in the air and changing their formation continuously. Xian Hong's expression was shaken. This is clearly a killer move that I created. Why can the other party use it? Is she a poison path Gu Immortal? But why can she use my unique method? Xian Hong forced himself to calm down. Fairy Minghao has a good method, but this move has a variation, watch. Saying so, Xian Hong also used the same poison path killer move. After the group of geese formed, they cried out continuously. Wherever the sound waves went, poison spread out. Minghao's eyes shined. She commanded the poisonous geese group to go forward and fight while observing carefully. After a few breaths of time, she smiled. So that's what happened, take a look, is it like this? Saying so, she also used Xian Hong's variation move. The poisonous geese group under her control also started to cry out. What? This time? Xian Hong was not the only one shocked. Feng Yuan's subordinates all had a change of expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly conversed with Xiao Hejian. This immortal is strange. She can actually imitate other people's killer moves. But she only has rank 8 cultivation level. We have so many people. How can we stop her alone? The two had the same opinion. They immediately ordered the other Gu immortals to go around Fairy Ming Hao and attack the sacred mountain behind her. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. You people, can't you just have some fun? Why are you in such a rush? Saying so, her aura surged, resonating with the sacred mountain behind her. Next, the sacred mountain that was covered in black lines and white paper shined with profound light. From the profound light, countless killer moves shot out. Fang Yuan's subordinates quickly defended. Bam bam bam. After a series of killer moves, Fang Yuan's subordinates' offense was completely disintegrated. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were shocked. What killer move is this? It can imitate all of our killer moves. This mountain is not ordinary. It is not just a famous mountain. It is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Is this the book mountain recorded in The Legends of Runzu? Fairy Ming Hao chuckled. This killer move was created by me. It uses humility Gu as the core. It is called humble reciprocation. This move can use book mountain's information to deduce and restore all of your killer moves. Every killer move that you use is a gift to me. Thank you. It really is book mountain. Humble reciprocation? This is clearly a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's subordinates were shaken. They attacked again. But Fairy Ming Hao used humble reciprocation again, defeating the attacks of the immortals. Fang Yuan had many subordinates, but they were obstructed by one person. Master often says, it is impolite not to reciprocate. I have received so many gifts, I should return the favor. Take this. Fairy Ming Hao increased her offense. The attacks were like a tidal wave. They were hard to defend against. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest had to use their full strength. They defended while retreating. At the crucial moment, a yellow light appeared, blocking most of the attacks and stabilizing the situation for Fang Yuan's subordinates. It was Lu Weiyin who took the initiative to help. Fairy Ming Hao looked over and smiled. You are the inheritor of Southern Borders Paradise Earth? You are finally willing to come out. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. He greeted Fairy Ming Hao. Greetings, Fairy Ming Hao. I wonder what relationship you have with star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fairy Ming Hao blinked mischievously. Take a guess. Saying so, she stretched out her tiny finger and pointed at Lu Weiyin from afar. Swoosh! A 5-pointed starlight shot out. It was so fast that it reached Lu Weiyin the moment it was activated. Lu Weiyin's expression did not change. He did not dodge. When the starlight reached him, a yellow light blocked it and turned it into nothingness. Lu Weiyin sensed something. He raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised tone, Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Chapter 2179. You have good insight. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Starlight specks flew out from her body towards Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin flew up and fought against them. Initially, he could still interact with Fairy Ming Hao. But not long after, he was suppressed by Fairy Ming Hao. Fairy Ming Hao continued to use flying stars to attack. It was just that at first, her flying stars only shot out one by one. But soon 2 to 3, 5 to 6, eventually more than 10. Her flying stars did not change in power. But when they landed on Lu Weiyin, the pressure on him increased greatly. These flying stars are very profound. They seem to be continuous attacks. The damage I am enduring will only increase. Lu Weiyin had a grim expression. He was getting tired of resisting. Both sides fought for a while longer. Lu Weiyin could only retreat while fighting. Fairy Ming Hao had the complete upper hand. Every time she waved her hand, a large amount of starlight specks would be shot out. The number of flying stars shot out with each wave of flying stars, breaking through 100. Starlight specks shined brightly. Sounds of air being torn could be heard continuously. It was a beautiful sight. This Ming Hao cultivates wisdom path and star path. She definitely has pseudo-venerable battle strength. I should retreat for now. Lu Weiyin had the intention to retreat. Fang Yuan also gave the order to retreat at an appropriate time. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest let out sighs of relief as they quickly retreated. Fairy Ming Hao smiled. You came all the way here to die. Why don't you just leave your lives behind? Fairy Ming Hao charged towards the immortals. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiyin blocked her. Fairy Ming Hao giggled. Her eyes shined with a strange light that shone on Lu Weiyin's forehead. Lu Weiyin immediately felt an indescribable change in his mind. He could only store a small portion of his thoughts. At the same time, his thoughts moved at a much faster speed, but each thought was cut off prematurely. It was as if all the remaining thoughts were impatient. They could not collide patiently and deduce the true result. Lu Weiyin fell into a predicament immediately. He needed thoughts to activate killer moves. The more killer moves he had, the more complex they were, the more thoughts he needed to use. But now that he had lost most of his thoughts, he could not think calmly anymore. More importantly, even if these thoughts collided, they would end hastily, unable to achieve the desired results. This was a fatal point. If Lu Weiyin's thoughts ended prematurely, while he was activating the killer move, when the killer move was prepared to the end, it would be for naught. Then the killer move's activation would fail, and Lu Weiyin would be heavily injured because of him. Such a powerful wisdom path method. Lu Weiyin was helpless. He could only protect himself. He did not have the spare energy to take care of others. Fairy Ming Hao confirmed her absolute advantage. She immediately ordered the rank 8 Gu immortals on the sacred mountain to move out and chase after Feng Yuan's subordinates. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest were defeated. Along the way, he killed 9 Gu immortals. Among them were 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures landed on the ground and were immediately absorbed by Green Lotus Great World. The immortal Gu were also completely digested. When Gu immortals died, they would leave behind their obsessions, but Feng Yuan did not find any land spirit or heavenly spirit. After Feng Yuan's subordinates retreated to Yellow Earth Great World, Fairy Ming Hao stopped chasing after them. Lu Weiyin led the immortals to meet Feng Yuan, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Xiao Hejian, and the rest immediately knelt down to accept their punishment. Feng Yuan, however, had a pleasant expression as he consoled them. This loss is not your fault. I saw it clearly. Fairy Ming Hao had incredible strength. She had pseudo-venerable battle strength. To think that this place could actually nurture such an existence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest were consoled. They calmed down. On the way back, they were extremely worried. They were afraid that in a fit of rage, Feng Yuan would kill them all. Feng Yuan assigned these Gu immortals to guard the various defense lines of Yellow Earth Great World. The focus of their defense was on the 2 main passages of Yellow Earth Great World, Green Lotus Great World, and Savage Wilderness Great World. I am ashamed. To think that Celestial Court produced such a female immortal. She has an incredible combat system. I am not her match. Lu Weiyin had a guilty expression. Feng Yuan also consoled him. Feng Yuan knew that Lu Weiyin had probably used his full strength already. After all, in the pursuit battle, he and Lu Weiyin had fought against Spectral Soul and Celestial Court. They had almost died. In such a situation, it was impossible for Lu Weiyin to hide his strength. In the battle against Fairy Ming Hao, Lu Weiyin had already used all of the methods that Feng Yuan knew. But he was still not Fairy Ming Hao's match. Since this is war, there will be sacrifices. Maybe in the future, we will lose our lives. This is the nature of Gu immortal cultivation. There is no need to worry about this. Feng Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle. All in all, Feng Yuan's losses were smaller than the combined losses of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already a victory. Furthermore, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian even forced someone like Fairy Ming Hao to show up. Feng Yuan learned a lot about the other party's foundation. Feng Yuan nurtured Gu immortals intensively. Weren't they meant to be sacrificed? Since these cannon fodders were able to display their value, it was not a loss. The most regrettable thing is that Lord Feng Yuan lost many immortal Gu. Lu Weiyin continued. But now Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance is right in front of us. Lord might be able to gain some benefits from it. Lu Weiyin was talking about Paradise Earth's holy tomb. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. When Feng Yuan sent him to escort the emperor, he had already secretly investigated it. Paradise Earth's holy tomb is very profound. I have no clue about it yet. Fang Yuan admitted, asking, "Do you have any clues?" Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. "I am ashamed, I know almost nothing about it." Fang Yuan nodded, saying, "That wisdom path killer move you were hit by earlier was the key to our defeat. What are your thoughts on this?" This wisdom path killer move was too powerful, but since it was exposed, Fang Yuan naturally had to think of a way to counter it. Lu Weiyin thought about it, saying with uncertainty, "The core immortal goo of this move seems to be pride goo." Fang Yuan nodded again. "I deduced the same answer." Lu Weiyin sucked in a breath of cold air. Fairy Minghao is not a simple person. She has the unfettered wisdom heart physique. She also controls modesty goo and pride goo. This makes me think of the legends of Renzu. According to what I know, there is no such person in the history of Celestial Court. She seems to have a close relationship with star constellation Immortal Venerable. The Legends of Renzu? Chapter 5, Section 35. Renzu and great strength true martial finally arrived in front of Qiankuan Crystal Wall, after a long journey. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was straight from top to bottom. It stood in the void like a huge mirror. It reflected everything that was happening in the world. Renzu and great strength true martial entered Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Countless flowers, birds, fishes and insects formed a dazzling image that filled great strength true marshal's vision. The sound of waves, thunder, and birds resonated in his ears. A refreshing, sweet, stimulating, and spicy taste lingered on his tongue. At times he felt like he was walking on a steep mountain path. At other times, he felt like he was swimming in waves. And at other times, he felt like he was falling from the sky. "Father, father, where are you?" Great strength true marshal shouted. Renzu could not hear great strength true marshal's voice. He could not see great strength true marshal's location. Everything was white and empty. "Son, where are you?" Renzu ran, trying to find great strength true marshal. Renzu continued to run. After a long time, he saw a small black dot at the end of his vision. Initially, he thought it was great strength true marshal. He was very happy. But when he got closer to the black dot, it had already expanded into a mountain. This mountain was very special. The rocks and plants were made of white paper, while the mountain stream and waterfall were made of black ink. This was Book Mountain. At the foot of Book Mountain, there was a village where many inkmen lived. Renzu walked into the village and caused a commotion. "This is truly a rare sight." The inkmen spoke. Normal life forms would get lost after taking a few steps into Qiankuan Crystal Wall. They cannot resist the colorful world, the endless mortal world. They cannot reach this place. "You are the first person to arrive here." Renzu was curious. "Why is that?" The Inkman elder replied. "O human, you are only left with a skeleton. You cannot see, hear, taste, smell, or touch. Instead, your life is preserved. You can move unhindered through the Qiankuan Crystal Wall." Qiankuan Crystal Wall had existed since the beginning of the world. It reflected everything, containing all the secrets of the world's past and present. Once a person entered, they would be constantly assaulted by endless information. After a long time, they would explode to death from the information. Renzu heard this, and was very worried for great strength true marshal. He quickly asked the Inkman elder for advice on how to survive. The Inkman elder brought Renzu up the mountain. In the Book Mountain, there was the largest waterfall of ink, and underneath the waterfall was the deepest pool. The Inkmen called this pool Literary Spring. The ink waterfall heavily smashed into the literary spring, creating countless splashes. These black splashes scattered in the air. The water droplets turned into words. They were ink texts. Humans need to continue living in Qiankuan Crystal Wall. These ink texts are your best helpers. The reason why we Inkmen are able to survive here is also because of the ink texts. The Inkman elder told Renzu this big secret. Renzu received the Inkman's guidance. He collected many ink texts and descended the mountain. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would throw down some ink texts as a marker. In this vast expanse of whiteness, the pitch-black ink characters were very conspicuous. Even though the ink texts would gradually dissipate, relying on these ink texts, Renzu no longer walked the wrong path. He finally found Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial obtained Renzu's ink texts. With every step he took, he would throw down a handful of ink texts. The ink texts recorded all the information that reached Great Strength True Martial and turned them into essays. These articles were laid under Great Strength True Martial's feet like bricks of literature. Great Strength True Martial was freed. His eyes were no longer blurry. His ears were no longer buzzing. He could not smell the chaotic smells anymore. He stepped on these bricks and followed Renzu back to the Inkman village. Renzu asked the Inkman elder, "Oh elder, how do I find Wisdom Gu in Qiankuan Crystal Wall?" P.S. Congratulations to Dream LV and Bing, Book Friend 2018121022494584. Guyua Desolate Een. The three of you are the alliance leader of this book. So, I owe 10 chapters. Why did I owe so much for no reason? My heart was trembling. There was another important matter. The Gu World logo could be obtained in the Book Friend group. Everyone might have already seen that some of the Book Friend's QQ and Chidian accounts have changed to the Gu World logo. There are many Gu World logos to choose from. Everyone can choose one that you like. Chapter 2180. The Inkman Elder told Renzu. Even though Wisdom Gu often stays in Qiankuan Crystal Wall, it is hidden deep inside. If you want to find it, you need to go deep into the crystal wall. To go deep into the crystal wall, just using ink text records to form bricks is not enough. These bricks only record all sorts of information. This is superficial and cannot withstand the erosion of other information. The limited ink text in the bricks will continue to change its contents and dissipate rapidly. It cannot last for long. The Inkman Elder continued, "O human, you need to refine these records into knowledge. Only knowledge can better explain more information. Using ink text to describe knowledge will not be bricks, but the true path." Renzu was troubled. "How can I refine knowledge?" The Inkman Elder smiled. "There are many bookworms on Book Mountain. They record a lot of knowledge that our Inkman ancestors refined. O human, you can take a look. If you want to refine knowledge yourself, it is not hard. First, you need to use Memory Gu to record all the information in your mind. Then, before the Inkman finished speaking, Cognition Gu appeared. It said to Renzu, "Then, I can help you refine knowledge." The Inkman Elder smiled. "That's right, thinking can produce knowledge." Renzu, "Thank you so much." The Inkman Elder shook his head. "No need to be polite." Cognition Gu, "Don't say that, human. We've always been good friends. And it's also good for me to do this. If thoughts do not accept new information, they will slowly age. Only by accepting new information and thinking, using the things that they have thought of to feed the thoughts, could the thoughts grow healthy and shine brightly, as if they were brand new." Renzu picked up many bookworms on Book Mountain. He obtained a lot of knowledge. Next, with Cognition Gu's help, he gathered a lot of new knowledge from the vast amount of information. He used ink text to draw the knowledge and sprinkled it on the ground, forming a dark ink text path. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial followed this path and walked for a long time, further than any of their previous attempts. "Sigh, I don't have enough knowledge." Renzu walked to the end of the path, feeling very regretful. He had collected a lot of ink text, but the knowledge in his mind was too little. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial's first attempt failed, so they could only return to Book Mountain. Great Strength True Martial continued to collect ink text, while Renzu collected all of the bookworms. Using Cognition Gu's help, he extracted even more knowledge. The more knowledge he gained, the more Renzu felt that his mind was being filled up. "I have too much knowledge." Renzu was very proud and said confidently, "Let's continue. This time, we will definitely reach the deepest part of the Qiankuan Crystal Wall." However, their second attempt failed as well. "Why is this happening? My mind is already filled with knowledge." Renzu was very disappointed. "I can only remember so much knowledge." "No, human, take a closer look." Self-Gu suddenly reminded. Renzu checked his mind and found a Gu hidden in it. Renzu suddenly realized. "So it was you who occupied my mind, preventing me from filling it with more knowledge. What kind of Gu are you?" This Gu replied, I am the pride Gu. Renzu was anxious. Then why aren't you leaving? You are occupying such a huge space. How much knowledge can I fill in? But no matter how anxious or how Renzu persuaded, pride Gu did not leave. Renzu had no choice. Great strength true marshal said. Oh father, don't be anxious, don't forget that I have a humility Gu. I will give it to you. Great strength true marshal took out humility Gu and gave it to Renzu. Pride Gu was chased away by humility Gu. It flew out of Renzu's mind and into great strength true marshal's body. Strong Gu was very happy. Experts have their own pride. Renzu got rid of pride Gu in his mind. He returned to Book Mountain and continued to extract knowledge. After Renzu obtained humility Gu, the more knowledge he obtained, the more he felt that he knew less. He wanted to fill in more knowledge. Renzu's mind was gradually filled up. Self Gu urged him. Oh human, stop, your mind is already filled with knowledge. But Renzu said, but I feel that it is not enough. I am certain that there is still a lot of knowledge that I do not know. I need to extract more. Renzu continued to extract knowledge. His mind was swollen and painful. He could not fill in more. But humility Gu made him feel that he had too little knowledge. Suddenly there was a loud sound. Finally, Renzu's mind could not take it anymore. It exploded from the large amount of knowledge. The knowledge scattered on the ground. A girl stood up from within. Father, father. The girl hugged Renzu's leg happily. I am Carefree Wisdom Heart. I am your daughter. Northern Plains. Pure Child Grassland. Chun Chung wore a green robe. He had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly. He looked at the unfamiliar female immortal in front of him, shouting, Who in the world are you? Why did you ask me to come here? The female immortal in front of him wore a mask that covered her nose, mouth and face. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. She had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a heroic aura. She was also wearing a set of black and gold armor, which made people feel a heavy pressure just by looking at her. It could be said that she had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She was definitely not an ordinary person. You can call me Fairy Black Moon. This female immortal said. Fairy Black Moon? Chun Chung raised his brows. Where are you from? Now that the 5 regions were united, Gu Immortals' auras no longer differed by region. That was why Chun Chung asked this. Fairy Black Moon smiled. Where I come from and who I am is not important. Chun Chung, you are known as the Pure Sincerity Immortal. You cultivate rule path. In your early years, you had an agreement with a friend. The loser would assist the winner and acknowledge him as their master. Do I still remember? Chun Cheng's pupils shrunk as he frowned. I was arrogant when I was young. I did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. That was why I made this bet. At that time, I was only a young Gu master. Who are you? You actually know such a secret? Fairy Black Moon sneered. I am only asking you, Chun Chung. Is this bet still valid? As she spoke, she tossed out a token. Chun Chung took a look and his expression changed again. This token is real. Where did you get it from? What relationship do you have with my friend? Fairy Black Moon continued. I said these are not important. Chun Chung breathed in deeply. His expression was extremely solemn. I understand, you want to fight me, defeat me and take me as your slave. Since you came to me, you must be very confident in your own strength. But let me remind you, even though I, Chun Chung, am a lone cultivator, I have roamed Northern Plains for so many years, I naturally have trump cards that no one knows about. If you win this battle, I will acknowledge you as my master. But if you lose, I will be your master. Fairy Black Moon laughed heartily. Everyone says that you are a pure sincerity immortal who acts according to your nature. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Let's fight. Chun Chung was furious. No matter who you are, I, Chun Chung, will have a taste of your strength today. At the next moment, thunder rumbled as a battle between 2 immortals began. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Yichuanxia was in charge of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Swish swish swish. The water in the pool rose and fell, giving off an intoxicating sound like waves. A rank 8 immortal Gu quickly formed and landed in He Chun Chio's hands. Good. All the rank 8 immortal goo that were lost have been refined. He Chunqiu nodded slightly, very satisfied with this progress. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had one of regret pool's abilities. Any immortal goo that was successfully refined would have a success mark left behind. When the immortal goo is destroyed, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would use the power of the tributary of the river of time and the success mark left behind to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate would be even higher than refining a rank 8 immortal goo normally. When Fairy Ming Hao forced back Fang Yuan's subordinates, Lu Weiyin felt regret over the loss of immortal goo. But he did not know that Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were unimaginably high. In just a few days, he refined all 3 rank 8 immortal goo that were lost. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied with his refinement path attainment. Several days had passed since Ming Hao defeated Lu Weiyin and the rest. Over these days, the 3 great worlds had been peaceful. The flames of war had subsided. There was a short period of peace. Since it was not the time to fight yet, Fang Yuan used this chance to comprehend the profundities of this place. Fang Yuan had already inspected Paradise Earth's tomb. It was filled with Tao marks. The structure was profound and huge. It could not be deciphered in a short period of time. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the big and small worlds themselves. He wanted to comprehend the refinement path profundities contained in them. Sage Savage Wilderness Great World's envoy wishes to meet you. Right at this time, a yellow earth goo immortal came forward and reported respectfully. It is Bing Saichuan. Lu Weiyin also came over, bringing more accurate information. Fang Yuan smiled. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. The defeat of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian was actually part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Celestial Court had lost to him before, Fang Yuan had never underestimated Celestial Court's foundation. Celestial Court placed great importance on Crazed Demon Cave. Even Divine Emperor City had come. Could Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian defeat Celestial Court? In the current situation, even though Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan controlled the 3 great worlds, Celestial Court was the absolute leader. In the contest between the 3, it was natural for the weak to resist the strong. Moreover, Bing Saichuan had come to cooperate with Fang Yuan during the Fate War. Thus, after Lu Weiyin and the rest returned, Fang Yuan had been patiently waiting for Bing Saichuan's envoy. But this time Bing Saichuan, one of the 4 Desolation Immortals, actually came personally. This showed Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Fang Yuan, how have you been? Bing Saichuan smiled. Fang Yuan, however, had a cold expression. I am cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to help him revive. Bing Saichuan, your Longevity Heaven is not wise to cooperate with us. Once the time is ripe and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, our strength will rise sharply. We might even suppress Celestial Court. This, Bing Saichuan's smile froze. P.S. Qidian has a 2018 Golden Keyboard event. Everyone can vote for author or iconic character in the book. Thanks to everyone's support, many people voted for me. I personally do not care much about the author's achievements, but Guyue Fang Yuan, I really want to see him rise to the top. I have already voted for Guyue Fang Yuan. I suggest everyone to vote for Guyue Fang Yuan. If they are interested, let old demon fight. Chapter 2181. Bing Saichuan took the initiative to visit. His intention was clear. He wanted to ally with Fang Yuan to resist the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time. He purposely said the opposite, pointing out the obstruction of their alliance. Paradise Earth's tomb was huge like a mountain, Longevity Heaven, and the Celestial Court knew about it long ago. This was also the reason why they attacked Yellow Earth Great World earlier. Bing Saichuan was indeed a famous rank 8 expert. He laughed heartily. The stiffness on his face vanished instantly. Fang Yuan, do you know where Book Mountain came from? Fang Yuan had a thought. Is Book Mountain not the original arrangement of the Celestial Court? Bing Saichuan nodded. That's right. Book Mountain was originally in the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. But the celestial court's wisdom path strength was too deep. They actually comprehended a portion of the profundities and extracted Book Mountain from the 9th layer. Oh, Fang Yuan did not deny it. Lu Weiyin's expression changed slightly at the side. Yellow Earth Great World's Gu immortals did not know about this. After all, it happened in the depths of Green Lotus Great World. The Celestial Court actually has such a method? They have already comprehended the 9th layer and extracted Book Mountain? Did Limitless Demon Venerable's countermeasures not activate yet? Lu Weiyin asked. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. If they activated it, we would not have come here so urgently to seek an alliance. Fang Yuan asked solemnly. Have you seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan shook his head. I have not. Fang Yuan asked again. Then what is the relationship between Fairy Ming Hao and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Bing Sichuan said everything he knew. With Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, we did not use our full strength until the time was right. We did not force Star Constellation Immortal Venerable out. But the Celestial Court sent 3 female immortals. They all have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Fairy Ming Hao is one of them. These 3 female immortals are Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fengya. They cultivate Wisdom Path and Star Path respectively. You already have an understanding of Fairy Ming Hao's strength. Fairy Yu Xiu is only stronger than her. In the battle a few days ago, I Fangzheng sent more troops to tangle with her and stall her. As for Fairy Fengya, she seems to be stronger, but she has never made a move. She has always been in seclusion to deduce the mysteries of the 9th level of Crazed Demon Cave. The Book Mountain is the fruit of her labor. Lu Weiyin could not help but sigh. The Celestial Court is indeed the #1 force in the world. Its foundation is unfathomable. After the fall of Duke Long, the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerables. Unexpectedly, there were 3 hidden in the Crazed Demon Cave. From this, we can see how much importance the Celestial Court places on the Crazed Demon Cave. Bing Sichuan added. Other than these 3 pseudo-venerables, don't forget about Qin Dingling's group of rank 8 elites. Besides Divine Emperor City, Celestial Court had already exposed the Immortal Gu House's Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower. With Celestial Court's foundation, it is not strange for them to take out even more Immortal Gu Houses. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Celestial Court even moved a portion of the Immortal Graveyards to Crazed Demon Cave. These Immortal Graveyards were arranged by the Celestial Court after they collected the graveyards. At the crucial moment, the historical experts in the Immortal Graveyards will also awaken. This group of experts is quite terrifying. Precisely so, Bing Sichuan concluded. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, we should work together. If we do not work together, how can we force out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? How can we defeat 3 pseudo-venerables? How can we protect Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable from reviving? Bing Sichuan's meaning was clear. Celestial Court had too much of an advantage. If they did not work together now, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revives, Celestial Court would have already won. Thus both sides had to work together. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to work together. Longevity Heaven did not seem to fear Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's revival. It seemed to have a lot of confidence in itself. It definitely had many trump cards. But for now, Celestial Court was still the strongest. They needed to restrain its advance. Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World stopped fighting. Both sides sent out their main forces to attack Green Lotus Great World. Even though they allied with Longevity Heaven, the extent of the alliance was limited. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange true inheritances, using venerable true inheritances of the same value to exchange for Giant Sun's Luck Path true inheritance that Longevity Heaven had collected. Bing Sichuan rejected. His tone was polite, but his attitude was firm. Fang Yuan suggested that both sides exchange immortal materials. He wanted to exchange for rank 9 Luck Path immortal materials, but Bing Sichuan rejected him. Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such an extent. When his subordinates moved out earlier, even Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Bing Sichuan and the rest were very unhappy with Spectral Soul, Red Lotus, and the other venerables. In order to let Fang Yuan destroy Fate Gu, they had truly nurtured Fang Yuan too much. In just a few days, Fang Yuan's force had already expanded to such a terrifying extent. What about his own strength? To what extent would it reach? In this situation, how could Longevity Heaven make a transaction with Fang Yuan? This was no different from continuing to support the enemy. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's cooperation caused a huge change in the situation. However, Celestial Court had already expected this. They allowed the two sides to attack with all their might, but they were still able to defend themselves well. Occasionally, when the defensive line was about to collapse, Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Wuxia would move out personally. They would either stabilize the situation in Celestial Court and repel the invading Gu Immortals, or seize the opportunity to counterattack Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World, causing huge casualties. Fang Yuan also witnessed Fairy Wuxia's battle strength. Fairy Wuxia also had an outstanding combat system. Her offensive methods were very special. They were based on the difference in attainment level between her and her enemies. The greater the difference, the stronger her attacks. Ever since the first time they reached the foot of Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates had not achieved such results again. The three sides fought like this. The situation was in a stalemate as days passed. Large numbers of Gu cultivators died. Their sacrifices made the three great worlds grow larger and more stable with more Dao marks. The more Gu cultivators that died in foreign lands, the more the regional walls of the three great worlds would dissipate, the larger the connection would be. On this day, at the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Wuxia gathered the Celestial Court's immortals, saying, "Right now Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan are working together. They are giving us huge pressure. Our forces are hidden in the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan's Wu Shui clone has not moved out yet. Longevity Heaven definitely has hidden forces as well. Since the situation is in a stalemate, and everyone is wary of each other, the small and small worlds outside of the three great worlds will be the key to victory. Even though these small and small worlds are weak, they have Gu Immortals. If we can get them to join our side, we will have an advantage in the competition between the three sides." During this period of time, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to suppress Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's losses were even more severe. Zhou Xiong Xian's side. These small worlds are easy to defend but hard to attack. Even though we could attack them forcefully, few Gu Immortals chose to join us. Prince's Impatience added. These native Gu Immortals lack intelligence and are very stubborn. Most of them have enmity towards the three great worlds. They think that if their small worlds fuse with the great worlds, their homeland will be destroyed. Thus they are stubborn and stubborn. So, Fairy Wuxia smiled. 3 days later, I will hold a Dao impartation ceremony at the peak of Book Mountain. I will teach everyone regardless of background. Any Gu cultivator, be they mortal or immortal, can participate. How do we do that? Wan Zihong asked. Fairy Wuxia explained in detail. The Celestial Court's immortals' expressions changed. Lady Wuxia has such a divine ability. This is truly admirable. This way, we don't have to worry about Gu cultivators not joining our Celestial Court. These Gu cultivators are neither fish nor fowl. They actually have the fortune to listen to Lady Wuxia's Dao impartation ceremony. This is too good for them. Haha, they are just cannon fodder. They will be sacrificed sooner or later. There is no harm in doing this. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals discussed. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Divine Emperor City, Qi Howling Painting World. A group of beggars surrounded Fang Di Chang as they faced a huge elephant. The elephant was pure white in color. It stood on the ground without moving. It was like a majestic mountain. The beggars had been facing each other for a long time. They felt a chill in their hearts. Their morale continued to fall. They gradually did not dare to fight this elephant. Fang Di Chang frowned deeply. This Qi monster is formed from righteous Qi. The longer we fight it, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Qi monsters were of all shapes and sizes. They were formed from all kinds of Qi. They had different natures and abilities. For example, Qi monsters formed from domineering Qi were usually domineering, and Qi monsters formed from death Qi liked to roam around places where death was the most common. Qi monsters formed from life Qi had very strong recovery abilities. Qi monsters formed from luck Qi were hard to encounter. Once they were killed, the benefits to the Gu cultivator would not be small. Even though Fang Dichang was Fang Yuan's clone and shared his attainment level, he had already lost his body. He did not even have a soul. He only had a will left, residing in the human path Gu worm, beggar Gu. Thus, he could not resist this white elephant formed from righteous Qi. Thankfully, the white elephant formed from righteous Qi was not irritable. It did not attack and only faced the beggars. "I'm here." Xinshang finally charged over. He quickly finished off his previous opponents and rushed over to reinforce Fang Dichang. He had fought a group of blood Qi monsters alone earlier, so he was covered in blood. Fang Dichang immediately let out a sigh of relief. He gathered the beggars and let Xinshang into the encirclement. Xinshang fought the white elephant while using human path methods. This rank 8 Gu immortal was indeed worthy of being a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster, favored by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He quickly gained the upper hand. But just as he was about to get rid of this righteous white elephant, the ground suddenly shook. Rumble! A group of over 10,000 bull-shaped Qi monsters raised dust clouds as they galloped over. Xinshang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed. The righteous white elephant cried out in fear as it fled frantically. Xinshang ignored it. He directly grabbed Fang Dichang and ran in another direction. 10,000 bulls galloped like a tsunami, sweeping through heaven and earth. They were unstoppable. Xinshang and Fang Dichang barely escaped as they watched the bulls leave. These are Qi monsters formed from fighting bull Qi. The scale is too huge. Who can stop them? Xinshang sighed. Fang Dichang said solemnly, "The route the bulls are taking is the nearest camp. I wonder how many casualties there will be. But that camp is definitely finished." Xinshang nodded. "That's right. Once the camp is lost, we can only retreat to the camp behind. It will be even more inconvenient to explore. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese website mobile version website. Chapter 2182. The two had deduced some things earlier, so they worked together to explore deeper into the Qi howling painting world. To contact the enemy of Celestial Court at the deepest part of the painting world. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. But Xinshang and Fang Dichang could not reach the deepest part no matter how hard they tried. The Qi howling painting world was huge. Fang Dichang's strength had already reached a bottleneck. Although Xinshang had rank 8 cultivation level, he was severely restricted here. The difference between immortal and mortal was not obvious. The only consolation was that Xinshang's madness was greatly alleviated here. Ever since he entered the painting world, he had not gone crazy even once. According to Xinshang's deductions, the rich human path environment here should have helped him. Sigh, the 10 children of human path have left. Without them, with just the two of us, when would we be able to get through this painting world and see the suppressed target at the deepest part? Fang Dichang sighed deeply. Xinshang was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in shock. "This is..." Next, Fang Dichang also sensed the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu rapidly spreading towards them. The two could not care about the Qi howling painting world anymore. They immediately returned to the center of the original painting world. The two saw a rank 8 immortal Gu floating in the sky at the same time, shining brightly. Divine Emperor City was deeply hidden. It actually had such a legendary immortal Gu. If I am not wrong, this should be the learning Gu recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The two conversed. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Learning Gu is a human path immortal Gu. This is probably the highest rank human path immortal Gu in the current era. Fang Dichang exclaimed. I understand. Xinshang's eyes suddenly shined with bright light. Why were there beast tamers and Qi refiners in the past? It was probably the result of this learning Gu's secret operation. Of course, it is not just this Gu. There should be another killer move. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had such foresight and deep arrangements. Fang Dichang frowned. But why is this learning goo activated by itself now? Did something happen in the outside world? Shen Shang was vexed. He did not know anything about the outside world. But he quickly reacted. This is a great opportunity. Learning goo must be one of the cores of Divine Emperor City. No matter what happened in the outside world, Divine Emperor City took out a core to use. In this way, the originally complete structure of the Divine Emperor City has a gap. Perhaps we can find this gap and make use of it. Good idea. Fang Dicheng's pupils dilated as he looked at Shen Shang with a burning gaze. Let us work together to probe the secrets of Divine Emperor City. Meanwhile, Crazed Demon Cave, the 8th floor. Green Lotus Dojo on Book Mountain. Fairy Yushio sat at the peak of Book Mountain. Inside her immortal aperture, the light of learning goo in Divine Emperor City spread out. Together with Fairy Yushio's other immortal goo, they formed a human path killer move. There was no limit to learning. There were goo cultivators at the waist and foot of Book Mountain. The killer move's light blue light spread down and enveloped these goo cultivators. The goo cultivators shook intensely. This is. The expressions of the immortals changed, their minds were shaken. Indescribable mysteries of the great Tao flowed into the depths of the immortals' hearts, like a gurgling spring. The immortals' paths and realms actually began to slowly rise. There's actually such a marvelous killing move in this world. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have imagined it. This is the teachings of a sage. The sage is truly benevolent. Many goo immortals shed tears of gratitude. Some goo immortals knelt down on the ground, worshipping Fairy Yushio who was at the peak. These goo immortals were all unusual, but they obtained the orthodox goo cultivation method. They knew clearly how hard it was to raise one's path attainment level. This was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. In this world, other than dream realms, there are truly other methods to raise attainment levels. Human path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already deduced this. Celestial Court's development of human path is definitely not wrong. Qin Dingling was extremely excited. The members of Celestial Court, who were led by her, were also sitting down and meditating with their eyes closed. Fairy Yushio's eyes were slightly closed as she looked down. Her forehead was covered in sweat. All the thoughts in her mind were used to maintain this move. There was no limit to learning. It was a strategic level human path method. The benefits to a super force were unimaginable. Its greatest advantage was that it did not expend the true meaning of the goo immortal, who used the killer move, but created true meaning in other people's hearts. Rule path and wisdom path. Goo immortals were more proficient in extracting their own true meaning than other paths. After other goo cultivators extract the true meaning, their attainment level would rise rapidly. But the goo cultivator who extracted the true meaning would have their attainment level fall. The loss would be irreversible. This was the reason why true meaning was so rare in the world. Endless learning was a killer move that used Fairy Yushio's attainment level, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Book Mountain, as well as learning goo. This move could create a new true meaning in the target's heart. The moment these true meanings were created, they would be instantly absorbed by the goo cultivator, causing their attainment level to rise. This was the greatest advantage of endless learning. It would not expend the goo cultivator's attainment level. But at the same time, this advantage was also its weakness, because there was a limit to how much true meaning a killer move could create. These limits were the goo cultivators who were hit. The goo cultivators' aptitude, talent, comprehension, as well as their personal experiences were the conditions that restricted their creation of true meaning. The same attainment level and profundity could be comprehended differently by different people. If they reached the limit and could not comprehend the profundity, no matter what, the goo cultivator would start to hallucinate. As expected, not long after, some goo cultivators on Book Mountain started to hallucinate. Some had golden lotuses bursting out of the ground. Some had green rain falling from the sky. Some were filled with blood water and a bone forest. Some had colorful lights forming into phoenixes that cried out, I can't hold on anymore. A moment later, someone coughed out blood and fainted. More and more people fainted. But some goo cultivators persisted. Because of this, the Gu cultivators' aptitude and comprehension, as well as their personal experience, started to differentiate. But in Qin Dingling's group, some people started to shake and sweat appeared on their foreheads. But most of the local Gu immortals of Green Lotus Dao Field had already fainted. Even though these mutants became Gu immortals, humans still have the most intelligence. Fairy Yuxiu nodded to herself. After some observation, she had a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Green Lotus Dao Field's Gu immortals. When Qin Dingling and the rest started to falter, the other Gu cultivators on the mountain had already fainted. Bai Tsang Shui fainted, Zhou Xiong Xan also fainted, Jun Shenguang followed closely behind. Eventually, only 3 members of Celestial Court were left. They were Qin Dingling, Che Wei and Guyue Fangzheng. Brother! Guyue Fangzheng's eyes were bloodshot. He cried out as he fainted. Not long later, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly as she lost consciousness. Che Wei lasted until the end. Fairy Yuxiu nodded to herself. As expected of the creator of Weapon Path. How could I have misjudged him? Fairy Yuxiu suddenly had a surprised expression. Her gaze moved away from Che Wei and landed on a meteorite at the foot of the mountain. This meteorite was huge like an elephant. It was also a Gu immortal. It had already fallen into a semi-conscious state earlier. But even Fairy Yuxiu did not expect that there was some kind of power accumulated inside the meteorite. Until now, when this mysterious power reached its limit, the quantity caused a qualitative change. Rumble! With a loud sound, the meteorite exploded, golden light shot everywhere. From the dazzling golden light, a stone monkey flew out. The stone monkey landed on the ground, scratching its ears and cheeks as it jumped around shouting, "Amazing, truly amazing!" Plop! Che Wei could not hold on any longer, he fainted. Fairy Yuxiu's expression became even more surprised. This stone monkey was nurtured by heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. Its aptitude and comprehension actually surpass Che Wei. With such potential, it will definitely become someone great in the future. Amazing, amazing! What a pity, what a pity! Fairy Yuxiu sighed repeatedly. She said amazing because she was praising Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave and deduced new Heaven Path Dao marks for over 1,000,000 years. The results were huge. The stone monkey in front of him was proof. This stone monkey's potential and aptitude actually surpassed the members of Celestial Court. It defeated Che Wei. If this stone monkey could be nurtured and grew up, it might be able to create its own path in the future. But this stone monkey was destined to have a tragic ending. It would not live for long. It was destined to become Limitless Demon Venerable's sacrifice. Celestial Court could not contain it. Because it was a variant, it was not a pure human. This was also the reason why Fairy Yuxiu said, "What a pity." The stone monkey lasted for a few minutes before it fell to the ground, fainting. Fairy Yuxiu stopped her killer move and started to rest. Even though she did not expend her attainment level, the price of using this move was very high. Be it thoughts, immortal essence, or lifespan, they were all expended. Not long later, the Gu immortals woke up. They cheered uncontrollably. Their attainment levels rose. The problems of killer moves, or immortal Gu remnant recipes that troubled them in the past were all solved. Many Gu immortals created new methods to modify old killer moves. Thank you, Sage, for your Dao teachings. Sage's Dao teachings are immeasurable. The Gu immortals knelt down. Fairy Yuxiu smiled. Her voice spread throughout Book Mountain and out, shaking the whole of Green Lotus World. 3 days later, I will teach at the peak of Book Mountain again. The immortals were stunned, but at the next moment they cheered loudly. 3 days later, not only on Book Mountain, even the foot of the mountain was filled with Gu masters. The Gu masters could only surround Book Mountain, they could not ascend it. At the foot of the mountain, many new Gu immortal faces appeared. These Gu immortals came from all sorts of small worlds. They heard that a sage was teaching on Book Mountain. It would be a waste not to come. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy Yuxiu activated endless learning again. Illusions started to appear. Each person was different. I see it, so many flowers. So many pig heads are flying. Fairy, don't run, you can't escape. Hee. That lad is dead. I said that even Gu immortals cannot save him. My lover is an unparalleled hero. One day, he will step on a rainbow cloud to marry me, even though I am a man. Please remember this book's domain name. Writing Pin Chinese mobile version. Chapter 2183. The illusions were endless. Soon, the Gu masters outside the mountain collapsed, fainting in large numbers. Next on the mountain, the Gu immortals who had experienced the first Tao imparting also fainted. They had already reached their limits when they first imparted the Tao. In just 3 short days, the extent to which they could improve their foundation was very, very small. Even the members of the celestial court were no exception. Finally, the remaining ones were the mutant Gu immortals from the small worlds. They had deep foundations, and it was also their first time experiencing a preaching of the Tao. Fairy Wuxia was astonished once more. Among these mutant Gu immortals, she found another genius. This was a dark green hurricane. He persisted until the end. His talent and comprehension abilities were on par with the stone monkey from before. When this tornado Gu immortal fainted, Fairy Wuxia stopped her killer move. When these Gu immortals woke up, she announced again. 3 days later, the third Tao imparting would be held. For the third time, even more Gu immortals came. Not just the variant humans of the small worlds, even Gu immortals from Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World came. Eventually, a lizard Gu immortal emerged. This immortal came from Savage Wilderness Great World. His aptitude was on the same level as the stone monkey and hurricane Gu immortal. He was extraordinary. Fairy Wuxia had preached a total of 3 times. Her influence had not only covered the 3 great worlds, but it had also spread to the other small worlds. Not only were there small worlds attached to the outer walls of the 3 worlds, but there were also many small worlds that were being drawn to the center. Fairy Wuxia achieved her goal, and the effects were extremely clear. Green Lotus Great World's impression in the minds of the Gu immortals greatly improved. A large number of Gu immortals joined them. Wuxia chose 3 leaders from them. They were the stone monkey Butian Kong who jumped out of the meteorite, the hurricane Gu immortal Nie Kuang Feng, and the lizard Gu immortal Duan, who came from Reckless Savage Great World. But most of the Gu immortals still chose to watch. Most of these Gu immortals came from small worlds, and these small worlds were still migrating. They had not landed on the 3 great worlds yet. Since the void has mutated and the merging of the worlds is unavoidable, I'll have to choose a good home. That's right. We are the rulers of our respective small worlds. We can influence the landing location of the small worlds to a certain extent. The sages of Yuanlian Great World are preaching. I wonder if the sages of the other 2 great worlds are doing the same. These Gu immortals could not help but feel anticipation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Even though they were native Gu immortals, and did not look like humans, they were intelligent and astute. From Fairy Wuxia's act of imparting the Tao, they acutely sensed that she was trying to recruit them. The battle between the 3 great worlds was like a raging fire, and the consumption of energy between them was extremely fierce. This was the stage for them to display their prowess. They even directly spread the news. If the sages of the other 2 great worlds don't give us any benefits, we can only rely on Green Lotus Great World. The 3 great worlds have been united for a long time. The sages of the Green Lotus Great World are really broad-minded to be able to teach everyone without discrimination. I believe that the sages of the other 2 worlds are not inferior. We'll go to whichever great world offers better treatment. These Gu immortals wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. As for where it would land and which great world it belonged to, let's take advantage of him first. With the situation changing like this, Lu Weiyin hurriedly went to discuss with Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin sighed. Right now, Celestial Court has the upper hand again. Our alliance with Longevity Heaven was able to shake Celestial Court's position with much difficulty. But Fairy Wuxia's Tao teachings made all of our hard work go to waste. Thankfully, the situation is not irreversible. Now, how do we recruit those Gu immortals who are still watching from the sidelines? Feng Yuan was silent. These wandering variant human Gu immortals were natural cannon fodder. Celestial Court had made a good move by recruiting them. Fairy Yuxiu's method also broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. Learning Gu. There is no end to learning. Other than dream realms, this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen a killer move that could raise one's attainment level directly. He did not have such a killer move in the 500 years of his previous life. From the information he gathered in Lu Weiyin's information, there were no clues or signs of such a killer move. This meant that this killer move was likely a creation of Celestial Court. Celestial Court had deep foundations. They had so many elites. They were also advancing with the times. Lu Weiyin looked at Fang Yuan as he continued. This killer move is extraordinary. It can raise the strength of an entire force. It is a strategic method. Attainment level advancement is very hard to come by. Celestial Court's bargaining chip is very tempting. There is another thing that I am very worried about. The Legends of Renzu clearly states that Renzu and the other two used true meaning to go to primordial domain. Celestial Court has the killer move endless learning. It means that they have an unparalleled method in the creation of true meaning. This method might allow them to go to primordial domain earlier. Like Book Mountain, they might even be able to take primordial domain from the 9th layer. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Weiyin was able to see the bigger picture from a small clue. His words were indeed insightful. Primordial domain was the most crucial factor in the contest between the three sides. Even if a venerable succeeded in rebirth and wanted to become a true Dao Lord, they would need to rely on primordial domain. It could be said that among the three sides, whoever could seize primordial domain first would have the greatest advantage and become the final victor. Fang Yuan pondered. Endless learning is indeed a marvelous killer move. It is extremely powerful, but I also have a strategic method that can match it. I have already used it secretly. Lu Weiyin had a joyful expression as he guessed correctly. Is it that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move? Fang Yuan nodded and admitted, saying at the same time, I have used this move once in Eastern Sea. Let's see how Celestial Court deals with it. Other than that, we need to keep an eye on Longevity Heaven as well. I am very interested in their next move. Lu Weiyin thought for a while before adding, since Lord has already used lingering poisonous ant plague, we should take the initiative to attack and exert direct pressure. Heavenly Court's side will be exhausted from dealing with them. They will not have enough time and energy to resist this move. Fang Yuan, however, had already closed his eyes. I will leave this to you. I still need to deduce Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Lu Weiyin took his leave. He thought that it would be better to contact Longevity Heaven. It would be more suitable for both sides to attack together. After receiving Lu Weiyin's invitation, Longevity Heaven cooperated without hesitation. In fact, their pressure was even greater. There were many Gu immortals who defected from Savage Wilderness Great World to Green Lotus Great World, much more than in Yellow Earth Great World. The most famous was Duan Hu. This rank 8 expert was very famous in Savage Wilderness Great World. He took the lead to defect to Celestial Court. This had a bad influence on Longevity Heaven. After many days, Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side sent their armies to invade Green Lotus Great World again. In the sky, Gu immortals fought intensely. Kill. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch held 2 large hammers as he charged around fiercely. His body was covered in golden fur. He had many immortal Gu and killer moves ready. His defense was tight, and he had no worries when charging into the formation. The mutant Gu immortals on Celestial Court's side were disrupted by him many times. Don't be arrogant. A childlike wood-path Gu immortal with grass growing on his head gritted his teeth in anger, blocking Golden Fur Immortal Monarch. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch stopped his charge and fought with this immortal. Both sides fought for more than 10 rounds. They were evenly matched. Humph. I am Grasshead Baby. I was born with immortal Gu. I have great luck. You have immortal Gu. My number of immortal Gu does not lose to yours. This wood-path Gu immortal shouted with great momentum. Suddenly, his expression twisted as his body tilted. Itch, itch, itch. Suddenly, Grasshead Baby felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Waves of ants came out of his body, drilling through his turf skin. How can this be? What the hell are these things? Grasshead Baby was pale with fright. He quickly retreated. Ha ha ha, where are you going? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch saw an opportunity and chased relentlessly. Grasshead Baby was hit by the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. He was in a mess, and after resisting for a few rounds, he was smashed by Golden Fur Immortal Monarch's hammer. His soul perished. Similar scenes happened to the other mutant goo immortals. The Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague immediately changed the situation of the battlefield. Originally, Celestial Court's side had many mutant goo immortals. They were in a deadlock with Feng Yuan's subordinates who were well equipped. But now that these mutant goo immortals' immortal apertures were on fire, their morale was gone. They no longer had the will to fight. Run! Why are there ants on my body? Don't kill me, I surrender. A huge defeat occurred. Feng Yuan's subordinates chased after them. They had great results. This is the result of joining Green Lotus Great World. All the goo immortals who join them will be punished by Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. Kill all the captives. Master has ordered us not to take these things. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest cheered loudly in the battlefield. They fought with Longevity Heaven's group. The mutant goo immortals of Celestial Court could not put up any resistance. The mutant goo immortals who were defeated found that they could not deal with Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague. They could only run to the foot of Book Mountain and pray to the sages to save them. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling frowned. Feng Yuan used this killer move after all. If we do not deal with this move, our great advantage will crumble. Many of the mutant goo immortals were watching. If Green Lotus Great World was too weak, no matter how many benefits they received, they would not join. After all, no matter how many benefits there were, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Right now, Fairy Yuxiu was guarding Book Mountain, while Fairy Ming Hao went to the front lines to prevent Longevity Heaven's army from causing any trouble. Fairy Yuxiu was also troubled. Regarding Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, you have already brought information about it. This move is incredible. It contains Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, Food Path, and even Heaven Path profundities. There are Heaven Path profundities as well? Qin Dingling was shocked. No wonder Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance can only alleviate this move. They cannot cure it completely. Chapter 2184. Peak of Book Mountain. Against Feng Yuan's Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move, Fairy Yuxiu continued. Thankfully, Feng Yuan has already used this move in Eastern Sea. You also placed Zui Xian Wang in the Righteous Qi Alliance and obtained first-hand information. Thus, I was prepared for it. But the current Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move has already been modified by Feng Yuan. My original method is no longer suitable. I need to modify it further. When Qin Dingling heard this, the serious expression on her face immediately dissipated a little. That's good. Fairy Yuxiu smiled lightly. I only need 3 days to complete the modification. During this period of time, Celestial Court will publicize Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague killer move. Qin Dingling received her orders and left. Not long after, the mutant goo immortals learned of this. They were furious. Yellow Earth Great World Sage is too despicable. I heard long ago that Yellow Earth Great World's goo immortals are united and harmonious. To think that Yellow Earth Great World Sage is so vicious, we are truly disappointed. In comparison, Green Lotus Great World Sage is truly generous. He has the demeanor of a sage. Savage Wilderness Great World Sage is only SO. The spectating goo immortals were very disappointed. They were waiting anxiously, but be it Longevity Heaven or Feng Yuan, they did not react in the way they wanted. Without gaining any benefits, Yellow Earth Great World and Savage Wilderness Great World directly mobilized their armies and started a war. While these mutant goo immortals were disappointed, they also started to feel anger. The sages of these two great worlds are acting like this. Are they not afraid that we will join Green Lotus Great World? The sages of these two worlds are too arrogant. Forget it. Let's join Green Lotus Great World. The mutant goo immortals who were spectating almost all decided to join Celestial Court. Celestial Court's Wisdom Path method is truly amazing. The emotions of these mutant goo immortals are all secretly influenced. According to what I know, Many Gu immortals decided to join the celestial court out of anger. Lu Weiyin sighed to Feng Yuan. The celestial court first promoted Feng Yuan's viciousness and ruthlessness. Next, they used a killer move for free to alleviate the lingering poisonous ant plague of the mutant Gu immortals. Finally, they secretly used a method to influence the emotions of these mutant Gu immortals. Through this series of attacks, not only did they get rid of lingering poisonous ant plague's negative effects, they even retaliated. Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven were in a bad spot. Right now, the Celestial Court has gathered a large number of mutant Gu immortals. They have a clear advantage in numbers. Should we withdraw the army at the front? Lu Weiyin asked again. Feng Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The Celestial Court is truly formidable. According to my deductions, this mysterious wisdom path killer move also contains heaven path profundities. It can interfere with the thoughts of all living beings like Providence. Lingering poisonous ant plague has been troubling the Righteous Qi Alliance for a long time, but the Celestial Court easily neutralized this move. In fact, I have already modified this move again. However, Longevity Heaven has already made a move. Let's observe for a while before making a decision. Gu Gulwan was one of the mutant Gu immortals who joined the Celestial Court. After forming an agreement with the Celestial Court, she passed through the void and returned to her small world. For several days, she set up an immortal formation. This immortal formation was naturally the support of the Celestial Court. After activating it, it could influence the trajectory of the small world and make it land on the boundary of Green Lotus Great World. The Sage of Green Lotus Great World is truly unfathomable. This immortal formation is incredible and has great power, but it expends little immortal essence. Gu Gulwan praised in her mind as she activated the immortal formation. The immortal formation burst out with a faint profound light that spread out from the small world. The small world had been flying towards the center of the void, but under the effect of the immortal formation, it started to change its trajectory. After activating it for a few breaths of time, Gu Gulwan suddenly showed a shocked expression. What's going on? I clearly activated the immortal formation, but the small world is not under my control. It is flying towards another direction. Is the immortal formation ineffective? Gu Gulwan quickly inspected and found out to her shock. It was not that the immortal formation was ineffective, but there was a profound and grand force that was affecting her small world. Compared to this grand force, even the immortal formation could not match it. The Bone One could only watch helplessly as its home flew down and finally landed on the savage wilderness Great World's boundary wall. Her situation was not unique. Most small worlds were affected. They either landed on the savage Great World or were on their way to the savage Great World. Gu Gulwan and the other mutant Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They joined Green Lotus Great World, but their small world landed on Savage Wilderness Great World. It would definitely be absorbed by Savage Wilderness Great World in the future and fuse with it. This is the method of Savage Wilderness Great World Sage. Unbelievable! That sage has already taken action. He can actually absorb all of the small worlds. Only those small worlds at the periphery are spared. What do we do? Many Gu immortals started to regret it. If they knew this, they would not have joined Green Lotus Great World in such a hurry. Peak of Book Mountain. This is Giant Sun's Heaven and Earth Luck Method. Qin Dingling sighed. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Longevity Heaven did not hesitate to send Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace down. It has already started to interfere with the Heaven and Earth Luck of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. That's why these small worlds landed on his side. It is a venerable method after all. Fairy Yushio sighed. Even though they saw through this method of Longevity Heaven, they could not break it. Not mentioning luck path methods, Longevity Heaven was superior to Celestial Court. This method was activated by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. To break it, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had to be destroyed. And Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was hidden deep in Savage Wilderness Great World. In the current situation, even pseudo-venerables could not use their full strength. How could they attack it? Celestial Court could not think of anything, they could only watch. This way, Celestial Court gathered most of the mutant Gu immortals They had the advantage in numbers. Longevity heaven took in most of the small worlds. Savage wilderness great world continued to expand. Only Feng Yuan's side was the weakest. After losing this round, not only did they not recruit many mutant Gu immortals, they also did not obtain many small worlds. Celestial Court commanded the mutant Gu immortals to counterattack. The battle line that had penetrated deep into Green Lotus Great World was pushed back. Gu masters gathered into an army and slaughtered all over the mountains and plains. Immortals fought in the sky. It was an intense battle. Stone Monkey Bution rampaged in the sky. It suddenly gave a loud roar as it vanished far away. This move again. Bingzhua's eyelids twitched. He looked around nervously. Where is he? Where did he appear? But Butian Kong did not continue to attack Bingzhua. It teleported behind Shizong. Eat my fist! Butian Kong shouted. Shizong quickly defended, but his defensive killer move was instantly broken. Butian Kong's fist pierced through Shizong's chest, coming out of his back. Butian Kong laughed sinisterly. Its body shook as it activated its killer move. Shizong exploded into pieces, rocks flew everywhere. Bingzhua and Shizong were rank 8 Gu immortals. Butian Kong also had rank 8 cultivation level, but it still managed to kill Shizong in a 1 versus 2 fight. No matter what formation this is, scatter. On the other side, Nie Kuangfeng's scream came from the Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud formation. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals from Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven had created the ancient battle formation Rotten Egg Vicious Cloud. It had already trapped Nie Kuangfeng for a long time. It could not hold on any longer. It was destroyed from the inside. The 6 Eggman Gu immortals spat out blood. They were either injured or dead. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Duan Hu fought against Lu Tonglan. Lu Tonglan was one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity, but she was at a disadvantage. Duan Hu attacked fiercely. His body was tough like a mountain. When he charged, it was like heaven and earth were collapsing. Lu Tonglan's Blue Phoenix Totem Killer move was almost destroyed by him. These 3 immortals were born from luck. They are the luck children of Craze Demon Cave's 8th layer. Yellow Earth Great World should have produced such an expert as well. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan saw through the 3 immortals. His gaze turned towards Paradise Earth's tomb. Under his luck inspection killer move, this Paradise Earth tomb's luck was like a mountain of yellow earth. It did not move at all. It was extremely grand. These last days, the front lines had been suffering losses. Many of Feng Yuan's Gu immortals had died. But Feng Yuan was still as calm as ice. The casualties were just a number to him. Stalling for time was also beneficial to him. Feng Yuan comprehended many profundities of Paradise Earth tomb. In the past, he could not create a tomb. But now, he could create a huge tomb in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It could be used as an earth vein node. Feng Yuan spent most of his time and energy on comprehending the refinement path profundities here. Ordinary Gu immortals refined Gu immortals, but limitless demon venerable refined worlds of heaven and earth. This gap in refinement path was quickly filled by Feng Yuan. He had made great progress in it. At the same time, Feng Yuan gained a deeper understanding of limitless demon venerables arrangements. It's time. Feng Yuan muttered softly, his gaze gazing afar with a dark and eerie gaze. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the battlefield. The immortals were shocked. In the blink of an eye, lightning rained down. The immortals quickly stopped and retreated. Next, calamities and tribulations of all sizes appeared like rain and smoke, appearing in every corner of the 3 great worlds. At the peak of Book Mountain, Qin Dingling was shocked. What is going on? Fairy Yushio deduced for a while and understood. This is limitless demon venerable's method. When the worlds fuse to a certain extent, calamities and tribulations descend. At the same time, Feng Yuan's gaze pierced through the surroundings, observing these calamities and tribulations. Waves of understanding surged in his mind. All calamities and tribulations are actually excellent methods to refine heaven and earth. When Gu immortals manage their immortal apertures, under normal circumstances, the main source of Dao marks are calamities and tribulations. When Gu immortals pass tribulations, they will obtain a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks will modify the immortal aperture, causing the environment of the immortal aperture to change continuously. This is refinement of heaven and earth. Broadly speaking, all calamities and tribulations were refinement path methods. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At this point, he had already understood most of the refinement path profundities of refining heaven and earth. Earlier, the luck hinted at this moment. It is time to use that move. Feng Yuan activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. Chapter 2185. The sky was in chaos. Gu immortals were fighting intensely. Intense winds howled, wind blades shot everywhere. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch paused for a moment. Wind blades surrounded him from all directions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's square face was covered in frost. He snorted coldly as countless ice crystals shot out, blocking the wind blades. But at the next moment, Nie Kuang Feng appeared in front of him. Nie Kuang Feng was a green tornado to begin with. Now that it was condensed into a ball, it burst out with a terrifying suction force. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already thought of dodging, but he could not make it in time. He was sucked in by Nie Kuang Feng. He could not escape. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression changed. It was too late to use Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move now. Normally, the stronger the Immortal Killer move, the longer the activation time. While fighting against Nie Kuang Feng, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not find an opportunity to use this move. In a dangerous situation, he could not use this move in time. In a deadlock, using this move would expose a weakness. The enemy would be able to take advantage of it. Even if he used it, Nie Kuang Feng would be guarded against it. He could not end the battle in one move. Hee. This is my famous killer move, Sucking Life Strangulation. It took me more than 30 years to build it with great care. I spent 100 years to modify it. No one has ever survived this move. You will not be an exception. Nie Kuang Feng laughed sinisterly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. He could not dodge now. He could only activate his defensive killer move. Ah! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch screamed in pain. His arms were first absorbed into Nie Kuang Feng's body. Even though there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of his arms, they only lasted for a few breaths of time before breaking apart. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's arms were twisted into pieces. Next was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's body. This is the end of me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair. But suddenly, a black lightning bolt struck down. Nie Kuang Feng was struck by it. It suffered a huge blow. The suction force stopped for a moment. Nie Kuang Feng's wind ball strangulation fell in speed. The green wind ball was corroded by a large amount of black ink. It looked like ink. Damn it, another calamity has appeared. Nie Kuang Feng gnashed his teeth. Since a few days ago, calamities and tribulations had been appearing frequently in every corner of every major world. Especially in the vicinity of Gu immortals, calamities and tribulations were more common. Right now, there were many Gu immortals fighting intensely in the battlefield. It was not strange for tribulations to appear here. Nie Kuang Feng's attention focused on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch again. Die! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried his best to break free, but he could not resist Nie Kuang Feng's suction force. He was sucked into Nie Kuang Feng's body inch by inch. My life is over. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was in despair again, but suddenly, a dark lightning bolt struck down. With a cracking sound, the black thunderbolt struck Nie Kuang Feng. The Nie Kuang wind became sluggish once more, and the pitch-black color within the green ball of wind grew even more intense. The power of this calamity is so strong. To think that it could cause such deep damage to me. Nie Kuang Feng sighed. He shouted at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. But you cannot escape. Your life is mine. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slowly absorbed by the wind again. It seems that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, am going to die here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed. Right at this moment, another dark lightning bolt struck down and struck Nie Kuang Feng. Nie Kuang Feng stopped moving. The wind ball distorted, as if it was going to explode. What is going on? What is going on with this calamity? Why did it strike me 3 times in a row? I was so close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but he was not struck even once? Is his luck so good? I don't believe it. I'll absorb. Crack. The black lightning struck Nie Kuang Feng. Nie Kuang Feng did not believe it. I'll absorb again. Crack. I still want to absorb. Crack, crack, crack. Nie Kuang Feng could not take it anymore. The black thunderbolts struck down continuously, all of them aimed at his head. It was completely unreasonable. Nie Kuang Feng's body almost broke apart. It could not absorb Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the chance to retreat, getting away from Nie Kuang Feng. I actually survived. What the hell is going on? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still alive. He was filled with disbelief. Far away, the black lightning was still striking Nie Kuang Feng. No matter where Nie Kuang Feng went, the black lightning seemed to be targeting him. No, not just the black lightning. Blood dragons, gray ghosts, and other calamities and tribulations also came for Nie Kuang Feng. Nie Kuang Feng was going crazy. At this moment, he felt like he was being targeted by the entire world. Of course, there were calamities and tribulations that took care of other Gu immortals. But Nie Kuang Feng had the most calamities and tribulations. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch healed himself as he observed. He soon found another person in the same situation as Nie Kuang Feng. That was the stone monkey Butian Kong. This unlucky monkey was fighting against Stone Warrior and several other rank 8 Gu immortals. Countless bats and white sparrows were pecking at him. The stone monkey's attacks were disrupted and disrupted. Even though Stone Warrior and the rest were also affected by the calamities and tribulations, they were much less affected. Seeing an opportunity, these Gu immortals retaliated. The stone monkey was very depressed. In this situation, he could only defend. Peak of Book Mountain. What is going on? Qin Dingling stood up, her expression changing. Book Mountain was an information path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Celestial Court's methods allowed it to collect information on the two battlefields at all times. Thus, even though Qin Dingling was at the rear, she could quickly sense all sorts of abnormalities in the battlefield. Right now, Celestial Court's troops had already advanced into Savage Wilderness Great World and Yellow Earth Great World. Savage Wilderness Great World's calamities and tribulations were few in number and power. Green Lotus Great World's calamities and tribulations were normal. But Yellow Earth Great World's calamities and tribulations were not normal. Not only were they much more severe, they were also targeted at Nie Kuang Feng and Butian Kong. What is going on? Qin Dingling was shocked and uncertain. Fairy Yuxiu had already started deducing. Now that she finished, she replied, "This Feng Yuan is truly amazing. This is his handiwork. This mysterious killer move can amplify the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, targeting the most talented and talented living beings." Nie Kuang Feng and Butian Kong represent many small worlds in the outside world, while Green Lotus Great World, they are two of the people with the greatest luck in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Thus they are being targeted. Saying so, Fairy Yuxiu's expression suddenly changed. This killer move is moving so quickly, it has already engulfed us. Oh no. Qin Dingling's expression changed again. She raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw that above Book Mountain, tribulation clouds were rumbling, covering the sky and the sun. They were layered and thick, covering the surrounding 10,000 li. The calamities and tribulations are intensifying. What is going on? Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Even someone like her could sense a trace of terror from the tribulation clouds above her. Fairy Yuxiu's expression was grim. This calamity and tribulation is targeting Fairy Fengya. She has talent Gu, and has been in closed cultivation, deducing limitless demon venerables arrangements. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals make their deductions, they would also expose themselves. Thus, heaven and earth sense Fairy Fengya's existence, and immediately prepared a calamity and tribulation to eliminate her. Feng Yuan used this mysterious killer move. He is actually using limitless demon venerables arrangements to attack my celestial court, damn it. Qin Dingling was furious. Lady Yuxiu, please allow me to lead Divine Emperor City to the front lines and find trouble with Feng Yuan. He will not have time to use this move. No. If you do that, Feng Yuan will be happy to see that happen. Fairy Yuxiu shook her head with a firm attitude. The most important thing now is to protect Fairy Fengya. We need to quickly form a formation and resist the calamity and obtain the best environment for Fairy Fengya. Almost at the same time, inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also sensed Feng Yuan's method he praised. This move contains Heaven Path Profundity. It is beyond my expectations. Feng Yuan seems to be cultivating Heaven Path. But I wonder what this move is called. Humph. Desolate Extremity Jiaohui said in dissatisfaction. Feng Yuan has already allied with us, but he is still allowing this move to spread to Savage Wilderness Great World. Even our subordinates are starting to be affected. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled. When he made the alliance agreement with us, he had clearly considered this, thus, it was only a minor move. It is not a violation of the alliance agreement. Thus, this move is mainly targeted at that Gu Immortal Duan Hu. But it is also true that our Gu Immortals are weakened by the calamity and tribulation. Jiahua added. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded with a deep gaze. He is also forcing me to take action. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. Then I will take action personally and take on this move. Master. The Gu Immortals in the hall shouted in unison with concerned expressions. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun waved his hand. Don't worry. The Fate War has already ended for a long time. My strength has been recovering continuously. Moreover, I am not only taking action now to deal with Feng Yuan's killer move, I am also taking part in the operation of the world and gaining a deeper understanding of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. At the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shot out a pillar of light that soared to the sky. It was grand and golden. Good Longevity Heaven is also taking action. Feng Yuan soon sensed the commotion in Savage Wilderness Great World. He looked over, his gaze traversing a long distance, as he gained a deeper understanding of Savage Wilderness Great World. Longevity Heaven was indeed hiding a trump card. At this time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has activated, creating a wave of luck path. The wave is in line with the operation of the world, complying with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, and promoting the fusion of the small worlds. No, there is also the method of all living beings' luck. Those mutant Gu Immortals under Longevity Heaven are being taken care of. The power of the calamities and tribulations that fall on them is greatly reduced. Feng Yuan observed for a while, and gained a lot of insights. At his level, he could already comprehend other things by analogy. Although he was only observing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's move, Feng Yuan deduced many profundities of heaven and earth luck, and all living beings' luck. This move that Feng Yuan activated was called Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses. Using Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu as the core, it was specially used to deal with those with outstanding talent. Originally, Feng Yuan wanted to use this move on Venerables, but now that he used it, the timing was extremely ingenious. It was completely in line with Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements. Using Limitless Demon Venerable's strength, this move could envelop all the great worlds and greatly increase its power. Chapter 2186. It had just rained a while ago. Northern Plains' sky was blue and extremely clear. A Gu Immortal was flying at a low altitude, only a few meters above the ground. His gaze was constantly scanning the ground, as if he was searching for something. This Gu Immortal's chest was exposed. His body was well proportioned, and his muscles were firm. He had an ordinary face, his nose was straight, and his lips were tightly pursed, giving off an impression of unwavering determination. The ground he was inspecting had lush grass. It was a field of green. But if one observed carefully, they would find that the ground that was covered in grass was cracked everywhere. There was something fishy about it. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal had sensed some clues and started to investigate. Right now, he had already explored 100 li of land. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed past the cracks on the ground. Found you! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal's gaze brightened. He pounced down with a gray shadow, like an eagle pouncing on its prey. His momentum was swift and fierce, filled with determination. Rumble! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal directly crashed into the ground. The ground instantly cracked. Rocks and grass flew everywhere. The Gu Immortal's attack hit the target. At the next moment, his pupil shrunk. The ground cracked open, revealing a huge body hidden in the shallow layer of the ground. It looked like a huge yellow dragon. But looking closely, it was not the body of a dragon, but a huge ginseng trunk. The ginseng trunk was yellow and full of wrinkles, giving off a feeling of strength. After suffering a heavy blow, the ginseng trunk erupted with terrifying strength, like a huge dragon turning over. Rumble! The surrounding ground cracked again. Grass and mud flew everywhere. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal was also sent flying by this force. He flew into the air and saw the full appearance of the ginseng, only to see that in the surrounding 100 li, there were yellow ginseng roots growing out everywhere. It was like a forest had grown out. Hundreds of ginseng roots were like yellow dragons, dancing and attacking the Northern Plains Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal breathed in deeply. A gray shadow appeared around his body. Under the shroud of the gray light, his figure became blurry, indistinct. When the ginseng roots hit his body, it was like they were passing through a layer of illusion. There was no effect. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal was like the moon's shadow in the water. No matter how the water rippled, the moon's shadow was not damaged at all. The Gu Immortals thus set their footing and started to prepare their offensive methods. Once the killer move was activated, grayish-green wooden spikes, each as thick as an ancient tree, stabbed into the ginseng roots and nailed them to the ground. As the Gu Immortal continued to attack, the number of ginseng roots attacking him decreased. Good stuff! The Northern Plains Gu Immortal's name was Wu Guang. He was a rank 7 Wood Path Gu Immortal called Wood Statue Lord. The longer he looked at the ginseng, the more fervent his gaze became. This withered yellow ginseng was a mysterious species. Even Wu Guang, who specialized in wood path, did not know much about it. However, this situation was quite common recently. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth veins surged, chi tides swept, and a vast amount of cultivation resources appeared. There were a lot of strange things in it. This ancient desolate plant was the same. Coincidentally, it was discovered by wooden statue Lord Wu Guang. This ginseng was extremely valuable. If Wu Guang could successfully raise it, it would definitely be a profitable long-term business. However, it was not easy to subdue these wild ancient desolate plants. They were not like those desolate plants that were grown from seedlings. Subduing ancient desolate plants involved enslavement path methods. Wu Guang was not proficient in this. He did not want to ask for too much now. He only wanted to kill this ginseng and obtain many immortal materials. Undue delay could lead to trouble. This was the territory of the Huangjin bloodline. If these Gu Immortals found him, as a lone immortal, Wu Guang would not be able to gain any benefits. Immortal killer move, decaying with dead ashes. After the number of ginseng roots attacking Wu Guang decreased to a certain extent, Wu Guang pushed with his palms. With a loud sound, a gray pillar of light tore through the sky and hit the ginseng's trunk. The ginseng's trunk was pierced by the gray pillar of light. A huge hole was formed. The ginseng roots that were still attacking Wu Guang seemed to have lost all their strength and instantly fell to the ground. They were like soft caterpillars, no longer as strong and firm as before. It's over. Wu Guang smiled lightly, but his expression changed immediately. Rumble! At the next moment, the ground shook, heaven and earth turned upside down. Over 1,000 ginseng roots appeared at the same time. Each root was at least 30 meters long. The roots covered the sky, casting a shadow over Wu Guang's body. Wu Guang was shocked to find that the ginseng's trunk that he had identified earlier was not the main body. It was just a larger branch. This ancient desolate plant might have over 10,000 years of history. It is already close to rank 8. It is at the peak of ancient desolate plants. Wu Guang's heart shook. Countless ginseng roots smashed down. Wu Guang quickly dodged. But at this time, a wild immortal Gu residing in a certain part of the ginseng activated, causing Wu Guang's speed to fall sharply. Wu Guang was hit by the ginseng roots again and again. At the crucial moment, the gray shadow appeared again. Over 1,000 ginseng roots were like violent whips, whipping and stirring the air, causing air currents to surge endlessly. Wu Guang's body was shaking, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Oh no! Wu Guang could smell the aura of death. At this rate, his immortal essence reserves would not last for long. He relied on his defensive method to preserve his life. But this defensive killer move had a huge flaw. Once it was activated, the Gu immortal could not move at all. They could only stay on the spot. Wu Guang was in danger. The situation was changing too quickly. It was a moment of life and death. Wu Guang felt bitter internally. He had been too careless this time. He did not investigate more carefully. The truth was, the ginseng moved underground. It was not easy for Wu Guang to chase it. It was not easy to catch it. If he had the time to investigate it thoroughly, the ginseng would have escaped long ago and gone underground. It is too late to say anything now. To think that I, Wu Guang, would die in the hands of an ancient desolate plant. Immortal essence started to dry up. Wu Guang gradually fell into despair. Roar! Right at this time, a fierce tiger pounced. The tiger's body was pitch black. It gave off a metallic luster. It was huge like a mountain. Its claws and teeth were extremely powerful, easily tearing the ginseng roots apart. What ancient desolate beast is this? No, that's not right. This is a killer move. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes, surprised and curious. The black tiger fought against the ginseng roots. The two were in a deadlock. They were evenly matched. Rumble. At the next moment, the ground shook fiercely. The ginseng roots suddenly straightened, and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. What? This is an immemorial desolate plant, mysterious ginseng. It was actually killed in one move. Wu Guang was shocked. His face was filled with worry and solemnity. Many times, humans were much more terrifying than wild beasts and plants. Wu Guang did not need to think to know. The Gu immortal who killed this ancient desolate plant was very strong, extremely strong. Wu Guang escaped and saw a green-robed Gu immortal. Wu Guang recognized this person. He cupped his fists. So you were the one who saved me, Chen Cheng. Gu immortal Chen Cheng waved his hand. I only assisted you. The one who truly saved your life was my master. Master, whose servant did you become? Wu Guang was shocked. Right at this time, the ground split open. A figure flew into the sky. Wu Guang stared with wide eyes. He saw that this female immortal was wearing a half mask. The mask covered her nose and chin. Her brows were sharp. Her eyes were shining brightly. She wore a black gold armor. A domineering aura lingered around her, intimidating people's minds. It was He Lulan, who had just entered the ground and killed the mysterious ginseng. Roar! The black tiger roared as it returned, turning into a tattoo that landed on He Lulan's body. It was the totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Tiger. Wu Guang had never seen or heard of this killer move before. Seeing this scene, he was even more shocked. He Lulan looked down at him. I saved you. How are you going to repay me? Wu Guang's body shook. He quickly bowed and thanked. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. I wonder if I can do anything for you, Lord? As long as you say the word, I will do my best to fulfill it. He Lulan laughed, looking at Chen Cheng. It seems you know him. What can he do? Chen Cheng said. Master, we are going to Half Moon Hill to challenge Yin Wu Quebec. This person has a close relationship with Yin Wu K. He can lead the way for us. Wu Guang quickly said. I do know Brother Yin, but the challenge? Chen Cheng laughed, explaining. Master's cultivation was successful this time. She came out of seclusion to challenge all the experts in the world. I lost to Master. According to the bet, I became her slave. Wu Guang took a deep breath. So that's it. He was hesitant. He and Yin Wu K were good friends. If he led this expert to fight with his friend, regardless of the outcome, Wu Guang would feel troubled. But He Lulan did not care about Wu Guang's feelings, she said. Then lead the way. Wu Guang's heart shook. He Lulan's tone was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wu Guang was certain that if he went against this person, he would end up like that ginseng. Benefactor, please follow me, fellow Taoist Chen Cheng. Wu Guang led the way under his strong will to live. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Milky white seawater rose and fell. The surface of the sea was covered in fog. One could not even see their own fingers. In this milky white fog, there were tens of thousands of figures walking and flying. Zhong's mind was in chaos. He was in a daze, sometimes in the seawater, sometimes in the white fog. He could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him. Zhong, since you are awake, why aren't you coming out? Thus, following this voice, Zhong walked out of the seawater, stepping onto the shore. He was naked from head to toe. After he left the crowd, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the thick white fog and sea around him, he inspected his body. He shouted in disbelief, Didn't I die? You have successfully revived in Master's secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea Zhong. But your cultivation level is gone. You are immortal now. You need to cultivate again. The Gu immortal who guided him smiled. Zhong was speechless. After a while, he knelt down on the beach. I can revive because of Master's benevolence and kindness. Zhong raised his head and shouted. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Chapter 2187. Before Fang Yuan entered Crei's demon cave, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, had already been completed. In order to create the complete human sea, Fang Yuan ordered the slaughter of countless humans. The sin of killing was unimaginable. His hands were stained with blood. But he also got what he wanted. He was getting the desired result at this moment. One could imagine, if the news of the dead Gu immortals reviving in human sea spread, the morale of Fang Yuan's subordinates would rise greatly. In fact, in Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea, was used by Eastern Sea Xia clan. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, Xia clan's Gu immortals would not die completely when they died. They could revive in human sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would vanish, Xia clan's Gu immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan thus displayed their prowess, and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan, causing Chai clan to imitate human sea and create human mountain secluded domain. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Fate Gu was only damaged. It was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that Fate Gu was completely destroyed. The difficulty of using human sea to revive Gu immortals was greatly reduced. But Fang Yuan did not let the dead Gu immortals revive with Gu immortal cultivation level. Firstly, reviving Gu immortals with their cultivation level was a huge expenditure on human sea. It would not take long before countless human and variant human lives were slaughtered. It was not that Fang Yuan could not bear to do so, but he was afraid of trouble. Secondly, if these Gu immortals could return to the mortal realm and cultivate again, it would be of great value to Fang Yuan. Firstly, these revived Gu masters were Gu immortals to begin with. They had abundant cultivation experience. They were almost certain to succeed in the crucial part of immortal ascension. These were all good opportunities to resolve Fang Yuan's doubts. Secondly, when these Gu immortals cultivate again, every time they undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan could help them obtain Heaven Path Dao marks. Finally, after these Gu immortals cultivate again, they might be able to innovate and modify killer moves. In the process of recultivating, they would be more dependent on Fang Yuan, which meant that they would be under Fang Yuan's deeper control. But at this time, when Fang Yuan activated the killer move Human Revival C, his heart pounded as inspiration flashed in his mind. At this moment, he made a crucial breakthrough in refinement path. So the human body Gu refinement method is like this. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as a faint joy emerged in his heart. The so-called human sea revival method was essentially using Gu cultivation methods to refine a human body and human soul. This was indeed a human path method, but it was also using Gu to refine people. Fang Yuan was lacking in human body Gu refinement. When he researched the Ni clan earlier, he noticed that the human body Gu refinement technique was related to blood path and so on. So his conclusion was not wrong. Using humans to refine goo, and using goo to refine humans, the two are essentially the same. The two were two sides of the same coin. Like looking into a mirror, they reflected each other. The true core was the fusion of human and goo. Like sovereign immortal fetus goo. It was a goo worm that could turn into a human body after activation. But it did not provide a soul. Instead, it allowed the goo cultivator's soul to turn into the sovereign immortal body that was most suitable for a particular soul. Feng Yuan was using human seed to revive goo immortals. He was creating both a human body and a human soul. Looking at the legendary immemorial desolate beast Qing Chou, it was originally a killer move that turned into a living being. By extension, any living being could be created using the goo cultivation method. This was completely true in theory. In fact, this was already stated in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3 Section 14, had a clear record of this. All living beings were originally goo worms in secluded domains of heaven and earth, the blue sea of life. When these goo worms were washed ashore by the waves of the blue sea, they would turn into all kinds of living beings. All methods returned to the same origin, different paths led to the same destination. Using goo to refine humans, using humans to refine goo. Human and goo were one. Even though Feng Yuan knew this principle, only now did Feng Yuan understand the true meaning of this principle. This enlightenment was like breaking through the final layer of paper. Feng Yuan's vision became clear. He only needed to make some deductions now to design a killer move that could break NI Clan's goo immortals methods and extract all kinds of immortal goo from them. It was not easy to achieve this step. Feng Yuan had a foundation in this aspect to begin with. In his previous life, he had been using the human isolation-style goo refinement method. After rebirth, he had gone through all kinds of fortuitous encounters. He had some foundation in this aspect. Even though NI Clan did not become his breakthrough point, investigating NI Clan provided Feng Yuan with a solid foundation. Eventually, the quantitative change turned into a qualitative change. Feng Yuan unexpectedly succeeded in breaking through in human sea. Since ancient times, refinement path had two paths. The first was the hairy man nature goo refinement path, using nature and Dao marks to refine goo. In contrast, limitless demon venerable used goo worms to refine nature. The second was the human isolation style. NI Clan's goo immortal refinement path quasi-supreme NI Rin used humans to refine goo, implanting all kinds of immortal goo in the bodies of NI Clan descendants. In contrast, sovereign immortal fetus, human sea rebirth, and blue sea of life used goo to refine humans. The attainment level of refinement path supreme grandmaster is probably these four. Right now, I have already comprehended the human goo refinement method. I only lack the final, using goo to refine heaven and earth. And for this, using limitless demon venerables arrangements, I have already broken through. There are no more obstacles now. I only need to move forward and comprehend all the profundities. Feng Yuan evaluated. Jewel yellow skies. Bai Ningbing's divine sense was searching inside. She was selling immortal materials. Ever since she accidentally witnessed Feng Huan's rebirth and killed him, Bai Ningbing obtained a large number of desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. She even obtained the true inheritance from Feng Huan's soul. Bai Ningbing's immortal materials were almost all sold. Only the final portion was left. How are you selling these immortal materials? At this time, a divine sense came and asked for the price. Bai Ningbing told her the price. Little immortal Xing Luo heard the price and shrunk back. She gritted her teeth and wanted to bargain. Can you make it cheaper? Next, little immortal Xing Luo gave a price and added, if it's this price, I will buy it directly. Bai Ningbing planned to refine goo herself. She created the killer move breath concealment ice pearl. If she could refine an ice pearl immortal goo, it would be greatly beneficial to this move. Right now, the immortal materials were almost all gathered. Bai Ningbing was not good at doing business. She was just about to nod and make the deal when another divine sense approached her. There is actually a mala duck's neck here? This food path ancient desolate beast is very rare. Where did you get it? The divine sense asked. Bai Ningbing did not want to expose any clues related to her. She asked directly, "Are you buying or not? What price?" After Bai Ningbing gave her price, the divine sense said, "I will buy it. I will accept all of it. Do you need immortal yuan stone or other immortal materials?" Bai Ningbing reported the ice and snow path immortal materials she needed. The divine sense smiled. "I have all of them, please wait a moment." Eastern Sea. Zui Xianwang retracted his divine sense and contacted the Righteous Qi Alliance. The Righteous Qi Alliance had a rich immortal materials storage. Zui Xianwang used his contribution points to take out a batch of ice and snow path immortal materials. After sending these immortal materials to Jewel Yellow Skies, Bai Ningbing and Zui Xianwang completed the transaction. After getting the immortal materials she wanted, Bai Ningbing immediately left Jewel Yellow Skies. Central Continent's little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense was still lingering. It is such a pity. She had lost the immortal material she wanted the most. Little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator. She had always fought alone. She only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her wealth could not compare to Zui Xianwang, not to mention that Zui Xianwang could take out the ice and snow immortal materials that the seller wanted. Let's wait and see. Little immortal Xing Luo was very disappointed. She was unwilling to give up. She used her divine sense to explore Jewel Yellow Skies. What is this? Not long later, she was shocked to find that a valley had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. Who placed an entire valley here? Sensing this situation, little immortal Xing Luo stared with wide eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a huge transaction. The valley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. Many divine senses came over, and many Gu immortal wills also gathered to observe. Who is so talented as to sell an entire valley? It is not easy to do this. It requires deep earth path attainment. This valley is not bad. It has abundant moon path Dao marks. But such a large-scale resource point has high value. Can it be sold? If we want to sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, we will need to pay Xian Yuan stone. These discussions had just started when the valley vanished. Someone really bought it. It seems that this transaction was made beforehand. That valley earlier seems to be Southern Border's Moon Bowl? It was indeed Southern Border's Moon Bowl Valley. Fang Yuan had left behind a group of Gu immortals in Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and other places. After negotiating with Wu Clan, Moon Bowl was sold by Wu Clan and transported into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture through Jewel Yellow Skies. Moon Bowl is here. Catch it, catch it. Good, good. A little to the left, a little to the right. Rumble. The earth trembled as the moon-worshipping bowl fell to the ground. Rockman Gu immortals immediately went forward and used a killer move to control Moon Bowl's mountain root, causing it to take root in the ground and act as an earth vein node. The other variant human Gu immortals were free now. They watched as they conversed. Did you hear? Shirzong revived. Not just Shirzong. All the Gu immortals who died in the outside world revived through human sea. Master is mighty. He is omnipotent. Reviving us Gu immortals is easy. But our cultivation level is gone. We need to cultivate again. As long as we are alive, there is hope. So what if we become mortals? We can just cultivate again. If only I could take on combat missions. Don't think about it. Those Gu immortals who can take on combat missions have strong battle strength. Even though you have rank 7 cultivation level, you have just advanced. You do not have all your immortal Gu yet. That's right, we need to take things one step at a time. We should focus on completing these missions and raise our strength. A portion of the elites under Fang Yuan were fighting outside, while the rest of the Gu immortals were managing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They were working hard and putting in a lot of effort. Even though strange things were happening inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, everything was still in order. P.S. I recommend. I am really a rich second generation. This book is quite interesting. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.